Am I muted? Okay, good. Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, loyal host Reese2753.
I'm the healthy one.
Random 11.
The apocalypse continues.
And Greenline743.
Hopefully in better sound quality so I can interrupt the podcast more in the background like an idiot. Like last time.
So, Footnum is suffering from the tiniest of sore throats. So he has chosen not to grace us with his presence, apparently.
Like a bitch.
Like a bitch, yeah. But that's okay. Who needs him? I'm literally like gonna die mid podcast because I am sick, but I'm here for you, right? So we've got a lot going on. The first thing I wanted to go over though is I like to, as I always talk about, when it comes to the Vic Mignogna stuff, I am significantly more interested in the truth than picking a side. And I noticed as I've been going over the In Touch podcast that I made a mistake in a previous podcast. So I'm going to play a clip from podcast 184. That's when we first started covering the In Touch podcast. As well as the correction from the deposition.
The reason she's voiced so many characters is because she's no name bitch number 85 in every show.
Anime.
Yeah, but it's not only that. The reason it's important that she brings that up is because she used Vic's repertoire of work as an example for why he was the most powerful name in the industry that kept her down. Right? She literally used that in deposition and in their filings to say that Vic was a powerful name in the industry that she feared, right? And that all the other women that he supposedly harassed, that they feared him because he had so much clout in the industry.
This is just my observation, but to me, I would think that someone having more roles would be more powerful in an industry.
Uh-oh.
That's not necessarily the case. There are a lot of people who have a lot of roles who don't speak up, who don't, it just depends on the situation.
Okay.
So at that point in the deposition, that is when they had just come back from break and Carrie Christie had told Monica that she had missed a question in her outline, which more realistically was probably her throwing her off her game. She goes to break preparing how she's going to answer questions about a specific topic they're on. She comes back from break and Carrie Christie takes her completely off course to something she hadn't had lies prepared ahead for. But what she's answering there was a question about basically how Monica actually has more roles than Vic, right? And so it's not actually, exactly what I was talking about. But the point is that when I watched the deposition again to try to prepare for tonight's stream, I didn't actually see Monica use that as a claim, like I had used that as a reason for why Vic was so powerful, as I had previously stated. So I just wanted to correct that briefly. Now, we are going to finish off the In Touch podcast, but or at least for episode 1, but and perhaps maybe the only episode. I don't know. Dan thinks that it's gonna end at episode 1, but I'm convinced that no matter how bad the numbers are, no matter how awful and costly it is to produce that show, with little return coming back to them or no return coming back to them, that they are going to stick with it for at least a year because there is no way that Jamie and Monica are going to admit defeat. Even it costing them a significant amounts of money to schedule out time to do this and pay J. Michael Tatum to edit for them and all the stuff that they're doing. Even if that's the case, I guarantee they are going to keep going unless their lawyers, if it comes back on appeals.
Tell them, please stop. What are you doing?
Yeah, the only way that they are going to get out of continuing this podcast, I think, is if the appeals court rules in Vic's favor. And they basically are like, well, hold on, we got to shut up now.
Because I feel like Ty could use all of this.
Right, yeah. So anyway, now we will be continuing with the In Touch podcast, but I feel like something else has happened recently that I think is stealing the spotlight a little bit, and I thought we should cover it first because I just kind of feel like it would be important to go over this first. So, Black Omega, yes, actually, that is what we're going to be covering. So, voice actor.
Before we cover that, are
Yep.
you on your microphone
Am I?
or your headset mic?
I like how my my Google search of gonorrhea is still up there, so I could spell it right. let me double check my settings real quick. It says it's on the mic. Does it sound terrible? Are you just noticing that I sound awful because I'm sick?
No, it sounds like you're on your heads, like the earphones that are plugged in instead of your overhead mic.
Let me turn it to the default real quick, and then let me turn it back. How does it sound now?
I don't know. We'll go with it, but
All right. Well,
I just wanted to make sure you're on the right mic.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's what the computer is set up to the mic that it should be. I don't know if it's anything's going on, but anyway. So yeah, we're going to be talking about Daman Mills now. Let's see. I've got. Hold on one second. What? No. I am busy. I told you.
I am busy. Mom, leave me alone.
Unbelievable, like kids' inability to understand what it means to be live. Anyway, do we?
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Hey, what's up?
one more person who could be here tonight instead of nursing their already healed sore throat.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, poor baby.
So I've lost my train of thought. Let me see.
Is
So
he
I've
in the
got
chat,
this.
by the way? Can we?
I haven't seen him yet. I'm gonna mercilessly mock him if he is. So I just want to point it out. I thought this is important here. Many voices have been echoing a pressing issue, and this needs a strong, united front. I believe survivors. It takes a tremendous level of courage to speak openly about sexual assault and trauma. Please support victims. Don't dismiss their stories. There's truth to be heard, right? So this is him on February 4th, 2019, in regards to Vic Mignogna. Here he
That
is.
didn't age well.
Right. Here he is, September 6th, 2019, after the Dallas News piece was written about Monica and Jamie. So incredibly proud of these two ladies and everyone else who has stood up to fight this. Never let others tear you down and silence your voice. Love you all. Yeah. So this was his sentiment when the perpetrator of the alleged crimes was Vic Mignogna. Let's see how he handles things when he is the perpetrator. So, voice actor, ADR director Daman Mills has been accused of sexual misconduct. Man alleges Mills groped him, masturbated next to him in his sleep. So, in a public document, an Ohio man has accused Evangelion film and Sonny Boy voice actor Daman Mills of groping him and masturbating next to him while he was asleep. According to the alleged victim, the incidents took place between 2014 and 2015, when the man was a high school student and Mills was 20 to 21 years old. So I've got his document right here. Daman Mills molested me. That's the amazing headline. So here's what he had to say. I've been meaning to get this off my chest. Hold on, let me zoom this in a little bit. I've been meaning to get this off my chest for quite some time now. I have always been too afraid to speak up, given his standing in the entertainment industry. However, I feel this information may help others in not making the same mistakes I have made. This all happened between 2012 to 2015. I was never 18 during any of this. I was a 15-year-old boy, a minor. Daman, a 19-year-old adult. Daman met me over Facebook, and due to our similar interests, we became friends. It was very early on that he admitted he had feelings for me. I tried to be as nice as possible, while also stating I did not feel the same, but didn't want to affect our friendship. He continued to talk to me every day, texting me constantly, getting angry and emotionally attacking me if I did not respond as quickly as he did. He would often bring up that he felt sexually and emotionally attached to me. All of these things I would try to avoid. After a year of long-distance relationship, he moved closer, an hour away, another red flag. A couple times a month, he would go out of his way to visit me. I was a child. I didn't fully grasp the invasive nature behind this. You see, I don't think he was ever truly happy to just be friends. I was a naive young man. The first weekend he spent with me, he begged to sleep next to me in my bed, a twin-sized bed, for one. And he was roughly twice my size. Emotionally forcing me into guilt, I allowed this. I awoke that night. This is the first weekend he spent with me. First weekend. I awoke that night to him heavily wrapped against me. Hold on, I have an actual photo of this, believe it or not. Right here. There it is. 2015 colorized, right? Anyway, for anybody who doesn't know, that's from Yuri on Ice, and I think it is a. If you haven't seen Yuri on Ice, it is an incredibly accurate portrayal of gay relationships and how unbelievably predatory they are often. Anyway, where was I? I allowed this. I awoke that night to him heavily wrapped against me, nose in my neck, and his entire arm up my shirt. He was caressing my bare body. I felt confused and outraged. This man I had been vulnerable to, taking advantage of my trust. I confronted him. He tried to shy it off, saying, I must have been asleep. I then asked him to never do this again. To be expected, that wasn't the end of it. Every single time he would visit, he would beg to sleep in my bed. My mother even tried to stop this. He argued with her, victimizing himself and turning it into a matter of sexuality. So basically, he would complain like, you think just because I'm gay that I'm going to do something? You know, kind of shit like that. So he would end up next to me and every time would molest me. I mean, this is like so much of this side of the political aisle, without getting, into politics on this, but so much of this is gaslighting. It's like when you are concerned, for instance, that having gender neutral bathrooms is going to mean that men will be in a little girl's bathroom, walking around with their pants down kind of thing. You're like, don't be a bigot, right? But then, of course, people do take advantage of the fact that they can hide behind the shield of bigotry, right? That you can't stop them. Is like what was her name? The lady, I think in Canada, that was trying to get a Brazilian wax, right?
Yes.
Right. So this kind of shit, like this is how the predators prey on the gaslighting they can do by saying like, you think just because I'm gay that I'm gonna molest your son, meanwhile constantly molesting this woman's son, So this is very alarming, and this is why I think it's important to always keep your guard up, especially as a parent. So anyway, where was I? He argued with her, victimizing himself and turning it into a matter of sexuality. So he would end up next to me and every time would molest me. To the entire extent, I am unaware, but can at least reference times that I was conscious. On one occasion, I woke up, startled. He was moving around a lot. It didn't take me long to realize he was masturbating right next to me. I was so alarmed. I was so alarmed that it took me a couple of days to bring this up to him. He then admitted to me that he had been pleasuring himself in my bed. He also told me that he would get off to the idea of me a lot. I felt so much shame for letting this go on for as long as it did, but also angered that someone who knows right from wrong would do these things. Time would pass, and he would find any reason in the world to come into my home. I tried to be as nice as possible, and it would always be my downfall. He would speak poorly of girls I would be talking to, and trash my family and I amongst his peers of actors. I was
Where
always
was his
the
dad
bad
during all this? Does he not have a dad? Like,
I don't know.
geez, like,
He
the
doesn't
dad
mention
would
his
be
dad. He doesn't. Look, I'll tell you this much: a dad would shut this shit down immediately.
That's
right. You want to sleep on my son's bed? What are
in these
you?
stories is there's no dad.
What are you, an F slur? Get out of my house! Like,
Yeah.
I mean, a non-feminist dad. I could see a feminist dad being as stupid about it.
What was it? On his 21st birthday, he came to stay with me. He would often beg me for hours to kiss him or pleasure him, insinuating I give him a blowjob and that, quote, friends help each other out sometimes. Come on, it's my birthday. I am so happy now that through the emotional abuse and mind games that I didn't give in. However, I would still wake up to him kissing me in my sleep and fondling me. Some of these things I was too cowardly to even address. This happened every single time I would see him. I would shower, and he would make excuses to see me get dressed. One time, he asked a friend of mine to send him pictures of me in my underwear, saying things like, I know big people, I could help make you famous. As months went by, I became too familiar with the pattern, and I felt trapped by his grooming nature. He would text me often, saying he loved me, and become increasingly angry if I did not say it back. I was always afraid he would somehow tarnish my name, and as a kid, the world seemed smaller than it is. His position of success left me feeling cornered. I tried to stay away from hanging out with him, mostly because he had hurt me with his actions. One time, he paid for a bus ticket so I could stay with him at his house. Red flag. He asked that I sleep in his bed with him. I woke up in the morning to him prodding my penis through my shorts, and that's only what I was awake for. A few months into 2015, I had gotten a girlfriend. Daman was so mad at me that he said we could no longer be friends and that all I had done was be toxic and manipulative towards him. He blocked me after that. It has been well over 5 years and he has never once taken accountability for the things I do or don't know. He has never said sorry. There is a lot more to this story and several things I did not mention. The point of this is to bring awareness to sexual abuse. I was underage the entire time we were friends, and he was a grown adult. I never once consented to anything of that nature and would tell him over and over, I am not trying to lead you on. I can only hope that I am a one-off instance that he tried to seduce a minor, though I do not know what he has put others through. I do not wish to press legal charges as a way to condemn my anonymity. However, I just want my voice to be heard and maybe help others who are afraid to speak up. As for Daman, I hope that this has at some point been a learning curve for him and that he has never treated anyone else in these ways. Daman Mills molested me. I hope he has since gotten help and that this does not affect him in the long run. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Now, there's a bunch of text here that I've highlighted in red. We're going to skip that because it's literally just quoting the thing we just read in its entirety. But before we jump into that, do you guys have anything you want to say so far? Want to catch up on the chat too?
Well, not until we go over the receipts.
Oh, don't worry. There's a
Gross,
lot
yeah.
of receipts. Yeah. Zedpool says, I appreciate that you're a neutral party in this, referring to me wanting the truth over picking a side. Yes, we have heard about Daman Mills. We got that. Let's see. I know what it is. I'm realizing he looks like a cross between Michael Jackson and a failed K-pop star. No. You've got this all wrong. He is clearly David Bowie.
I mean, like that picture looks like he's done major cosmetic surgery on his face.
Right? Let me see if I can find Ziggy Stardust.
Does he just
Like
look like the kind of guy you'd want to, leave your kids alone?
Also,
Well,
Yeah,
this was
he-
probably taken. He did probably had all the surgery after the molesting.
There was a story about this guy that's like obsessed with K-pop K-pop star.
Oh yeah.
yeah, the
And-
guy who wanted to change his race.
Yeah. And he's a psycho. That guy.
Yeah.
Not Daman Mills, but he looks like that guy at one of the stages. Like not now. Like he's gone. That crazy guy has gone
Right.
like
At one of the
well
stages
past,
of his insanity.
But like if you go back 4 or 5 years, like it looks like, oh, you're right there.
Yeah. Okay, so god damn it. That's the smallest image in the history of the world. I should have had this prepped.
Is it a picture of FTDM's swords on his throat?
Holy London is the guy Random 11 is
I got
referring to.
I got him. Here we go. So I think, look at this picture of Daman Mills. It's freaking David Bowie, right? Like he looks like David. He looks like if you took this David Bowie and gave him a youth potion, right?
I did not. Does David Bowie have like? I did not realize that about his eyes.
He's got heterochromia.
Yeah.
He also apparently is on some serious drugs to be whacked out so hard that one eye is this small and one eye is that big. Anyway. Okay. Zedpool says, believe survivors. Unless they come out against you, then shut them down. I don't give a shit about age of consent. A child is still a child. Oh, don't worry. There's a lot to go over about that particular thing regarding Ohio's age of consent.
Yeah.
You know, I heard a lot of crazy Vic did this to me stories, but the story about Daman puts a pit in my chest. Yeah, you know, the thing that's really incredible is that, quote, over 100 women are coming out against Vic. And literally every single one of the things that they have is hearsay. One person has come out against Daman Mills. Actually, technically two people in this article, if you think about it. Two people come out against Daman Mills, and both of them have receipts.
Yeah.
Right? Amazing how that works.
Not like, and not saying too much about the receipts because the receipts are all text chat logs and like that's fairly easy to
be faked.
fake.
Yeah.
But at least it's something. Name the one thing they had on Vic was some random pictures of him kissing people on the forehead. And it's like, and then you find out most of those are actually consensual and that like the people asked him to kiss
they
them on the
asked for
forehead.
it.
I would
So
I would bet you anything that every single picture of Vic kissing a fan on the forehead or cheek is consensual.
Oh, probably.
Every single one of them. By virtue of it doesn't matter if you felt bad about it later.
They were willing at the time, is the point.
At the time, you consented to that kiss, right? Hold on, I'm going to shut off my Wi-Fi because I'm connected to the router through Ethernet. My connection looks like it's acting like it's terrible all of a sudden. That sucks.
It's also good to see our viewers, our new viewers that we've been getting these past few podcasts.
Yeah, I'm happy that we've managed
Shout
to
out
keep you
to them.
Yeah. So Luigi the Metal 64 says Monica Rial and Jamie Markey are now exposed for supporting statutory rape on boys. That victim screenshot the text messages Daman Mills is talking to him. Sony also abused women and maybe the men too. So I have yet to see any voice actors say anything about this. And something that's worth remembering, it's funny how this works, right? Daman Mills he's roommates with Howard Wang, Amber Lee Connors, and Sarah Wiedenheft. And isn't it just too funny, right? That Sarah Wiedenheft and Daman Mills both pulled out of Kamehacon, right? I've got that right here. And I love how they phrase this too. I am profoundly sorry and regret to say that I have to withdraw my upcoming appearance at Kamehacon. Nobody gave a fuck about you, Frieza understudy, at the time. This has come after a great deal of thought and ultimately comes down to following what I feel is right. Please understand, we're working on a way to make this up to the fans. And then Sarah Wiedenheft, due to unforeseen circumstances, I regret to announce that I have withdrawn my appearance at Kamehacon. I apologize to any attendees this may affect. Please look forward to any future events. And of course, Sarah Wiedenheft is the one who came out against Vic, and then her brother was arrested for child porn on his computer. So I don't know, just karma's a bitch, right?
And honestly, I don't even know why he was going to Kamehacon. Like he's literally the understudy Frieza. Right? I didn't even know he voiced Frieza.
On. Here's the thing. I think he might voice Monaka.
Monaka? Is that a character?
The character with the nipples.
I don't even know who that is.
Let me
Okay.
look him up on. Let me look
But,
him up on AN real quick.
I didn't know that Damon voiced Frieza until after Greg Aries died, and I seen
Chris
a
Ayres.
thing.
Chris Ayres.
Chris Aries died, and I seen a thing. I seen him on TikTok, and he was like, "I'm the voice of Frieza." I'm like, "No, you're not." And then I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, okay." He played like additional voices of Frieza while
So
Chris was
technically
having
if we're giving him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt or whatever, he is the voice of Monaka, the delivery driver with the big nipples that Beerus convinces Goku is the strongest fighter in the universe. So he does voice Monaka. So maybe I shouldn't slash him down for being Frieza's understudy, because he was actually a character rather than just an understudy. And to be fair, he is Frieza now because Chris Ayres passed away, unfortunately. So anyway, and then Sarah Wiedenheft is Grand Zeno. So anyway, now I also remind you that according to Jordan Eshelman, Daman Mills spied on him at his job, and Jordan Eshelman went to the cops. Now, Jordan Eshelman, I haven't looked too far into this, but he accused Daman Mills of spying on him at the behest of Michelle Knotts, who is the voice of like half the female characters in Pokemon. I think she's definitely Jessie. I think she's Nurse Joy, and like half
the new
the
Jessie or the old Jessie.
I'm not sure, but that from what I looked at,
The new, the old was Rachel Lillis. Rachel Lillis.
God,
Misty.
I'm
too.
so blessed to have people on this podcast who know all the things I don't know. It's such a wonderful feeling to have people here. So anyway, let's continue here. Actually, I didn't go through the chat all the way today. Musement's vlog calls and reaction says, "Yep, I think Boy Scouts dealt with this issue. I don't know if it became okay." The issue of grooming? I don't think it ever becomes okay until you put all the pedos on the wall and put a bullet in them. Very slim chances of this, but if Sony was ever to shut down, what would happen to Crunchyroll? It would liquidate. A company shutting, first of all, it's not going to happen. Sony's not just going to shut down. But if it did, let's just say in the wildest, idea that it actually would, then what would happen to Crunchyroll is that Crunchyroll would just become its own entity, or it would be sold off in the liquidation to some other company, maybe Netflix or something. I
mean, Funimation still got their headquarters going on, and they got two headquarters they're working from. It'll probably split up again.
The only way Crunchyroll would go down is if Sony was in so much debt, and then went bankrupt, and literally no one wanted anything.
Well, I could tell you one way that Sony could shut down. What if the entire lineup next year is seasons 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of High Guardians Vice? So I should have had this on hand. Jason South says, "Dude, straight up played the gay card." I should have had the Kevin Spacey. "I am choosing this moment to come out as a gay man." Where have they been found in support? Yeah, I haven't yet seen it. I do have oh shit, I've got it somewhere. Hold on. Is it? Let me see what I got here. I've got this one. Let me the only support I have seen so far, like the only support, is this one right here, where this person, Mary at NWalked, said the Daman Mills thing reeks of homophobia. Reads like the high school drama it is, and strikes me as something you contact a therapist to talk about, not Anime fucking News Network. I don't know. It's just trashy. Now, I will say this person deleted their Twitter. So if you go to the actual link here instead of the archive link, this page does not exist, right? So
deleted their tweet or deleted their Twitter account?
I think maybe they changed their, I don't know exactly how it worked, but because this is twitter.com/cheermancy, right? At cheermancy. So if you were to change your username, maybe it would disappear. Like maybe, I mean, one way we could do it, actually, I think we could probably do it this way. If we click on
Clicking on
this one,
Ashiro and wouldn't take you to Brady Hartel's current.
well, if we click on this person, well, that's not what I wanted to do. I was going to say if we clicked on the reply, we might be able to pull this one up on. Yeah, I'll do it over here, so I'm not risking whatever thing they've got going on in their profile. Let me see if in tweets and replies, what did they say? People are just pointing out. Okay, so let me find their reply here and see what it says about the post that they were replying to.
No, okay, Cheermancy, the account still exists. I just went to the account.
Oh, really? So maybe they just deleted the tweet then. Regardless, the point is that they took off they backed down from their horrible take. Anyway,
Maybe they did something else horrible somewhere else and back down because of that.
the point is this is the only person that I've actually seen say anything. Now they continued to say here. They continued to dig their hole bigger. Hey, isn't it weird how many people ready to dogpile on this guy at the drop of a hat are Vic stands? Isn't that just peculiar, strange, bizarre? That they probably really care about listening to victims, huh? Well, as I said
Somebody
before,
doesn't know what irony means.
Yeah, as I said before, when it came to Vic, literally absolutely zero evidence whatsoever. All hearsay, all testimony, but no receipts. 2 people receipts for this guy, right? One person is abused, and 2 people have receipts about it, right?
Well, and actually, I don't know, I didn't hear about the story, but you said someone accused him of stalking him.
Well, yeah, Jordan.
Spying on him.
I could do more than that. I could do.
And that guy went to the cops. He said,
I'm selling our things short here, aren't I? I've also got this on hand. Let's talk about this. I happened to. I went to bed at 3 a.m. last night, by the way, getting ready for the show. Can someone? Okay, January 7th, 2021.
We're still looking at Twitter.
Daman Mills says, what?
We're still looking at Twitter.
Yeah, I'm showing you a tweet. January 7, 2021, Daman Mills says, Matronga be woke and I love it. Replying to David Matronga. Damon Brett.
Yeah, we're still looking at that.
We're looking at the right thing.
I'm still looking at what's her name? Sarah Leanne.
Well, your stream is frozen then, because I'm looking at.
Even come back because I can see it right here.
Okay.
So Damon Brett said, "Can someone put this pedo-supporting lapdog on a leash and muzzle him? He doesn't deserve to be a voice actor. He's a stalker too. Don't support this man. Surprised he's not banned either." Hashtag lapdog Mills. So he says pedo-supporting lapdog. So is David Matronga the pedo, or are they actually coming out with stuff against Damon Mills here? Not quite sure, but I'm just saying that there's more to it. There's more to it than just what we previously had with the receipts we're about to go over. And again, this is from last year, January 7th, 2021, right?
But
so anyway,
just quickly, I didn't fully get the point out, but Vic, all of the shit that happened with Vic, no one went to the cops over any of it.
Exactly.
This guy, at least someone went to the cops over his shitty spying behavior. Now that's not 100% related, but it proves at least the guy's a wacko. There's something shady about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, just pointing out, this is the only person I've seen come out in favor of him. Just if you guys have anything you want to share with us, we'll pull it up on stream. But for me, this is the only thing I have seen. So I have not seen a single voice actor, although I will just mention that, Jamie and Monica said, if you want to ask them questions, you can do so by reaching out with an email to testimonyisevidence@gmail.com. I don't know. I mean, it might be fun to send them a politely worded email asking what their thoughts are on Damon Mills, and maybe asking, because he is one of their BFFs. It would be really funny, to ask them what their thoughts are on Damon Mills, and maybe ask them to have Damon Mills victim as a guest on their podcast to talk about how he was molested and everything. That might be interesting. I don't know.
The thing is, I think they're going to be all the voice actors and whatnot. They're more than likely going to be quiet because they know if they defend him that they're that's a complete and total double standard, which, I mean, they don't care about having a double standard, but I think it would just be, after all these years going after Vic, and then turn around and be like, oh no, that we defend this guy against his accusers. It's like, what? Really?
So how do we type out, what was it?
So I
Daman
think that's why
Mills
they're
is a
gonna be quiet, 'cause
pederastic
they
rude
know that-
asshole who has been. let me take Hanlei's original tweet.
How can Funimation still operate with a
they're not going to talk about it.
predator
They're just going to be completely silent and pretend none of it ever happened. You might find him like quietly or slowly not getting new job. You know, they might just slowly phase him out, but they literally can't say anything unless it's to come out against him. But they can't say anything because they've already put themselves into this corner with the whole Vic situation. There's nothing they can say.
Well, I mean, they can say something, and what they can say is what they did exactly with Vic, right?
But they don't want to because this guy's part of their crew. He's not.
Well, yeah.
So they can't defend him, and they certainly don't want to go after him because he's, got the right politics and whatnot. So they're just gonna probably be quiet about it.
Hey, Reese, can I ask you to either reset your computer or close your browser, turn off your internet, wait 30 seconds, turn it back on?
I did close the browser the last time I did, but I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
We're having some technical difficulties behind the scenes.
I will restart my computer.
Man, cool. So, let's see. So Luigi the Metal 64 says, there are women who rape on men and women too, in a similar way that Haruhi Suzumiya has been raping Mikuru Asahina. Well, you're bringing up some incredible points. I wish I had some footage to back up. Random 11, you said, oh yeah, Yasuke Yanov. Yeah, that was who I was talking about. Is this a single mother? It sounds like it. I mean, I'm just gonna say, if my son had a much older guy friend come over that wanted to sleep in his bed, I would tell him to get the fuck out of my house. The kids always know when you're live because they are always wired and live with energy. Yeah. Well, the thing is that my son was given the opportunity to go to the park with my wife and daughter or stay home without TV, and apparently, he chose the option he immediately regretted. So hours, what the fuck? Also, if hours is the measurement, hopefully that means he had no other options. What are you talking about? Hours? Oh, he would beg for hours to get sucked off. Suck me my pee-pee or whatever. Jamie liked Damon's Twitter comment. Someone commented that, yeah, so the one that you're referring to, I had it up a second ago, actually. We just one of these. I think it was this one. Nope, not that one. Nope. Damn it.
That's actually illegal if she did that.
Of course. This is the one that she liked. So if I were following Jamie with this account, you would see liked by Jamie Markey up here. I mean, I could just show the likes, but I'm not. Anyway, you know,
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and she's liking this tweet from September 6, 2019, where he is saying, "I'm so incredibly proud of these two ladies," referring to Jamie and Monica. So it's not like a huge gotcha. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's just endorsing the fact that he's endorsing her.
I'm pretty sure taking someone across state lines to get around a statute, consent law, is against the law. I'm pretty sure
trust me. Let's get to the part where we get to read the receipts, and then it will all become massively clear what's going on. So let's continue here. Actually, let me get through the fuck. What comment when he was supporting? Yeah, the one I just showed. Jamie, which comment? Hearsay without substance. George Kakiopa, that's the PlayStation executive who lured boys into his house to be raped, fucked. Oh, the victim recorded the video. George, okay, it wasn't the victim. It was People v. Preds, the YouTube channel.
We covered that on the podcast.
There was no real victim.
There wasn't a real victim. It was entrapment. But to George Kakiopo, he believed that he believed that he was communicating with like a 15-year-old boy or whatever it was.
Still doing the freaking lizard girl. Can you
Shit.
stop the screen share?
Yeah, let me stop the screen share and start again. Yeah, so for you guys, Reese can all he's seeing is the backdrop with the lizard girl from Interspecies Reviewers. Let me all right, how's that? Do you see it now?
Which one? Is that Monica or Jamie?
Okay, now it's gone.
Okay, cool. Anyway, he looks like Ollie London. That's the guy you were talking about, the guy who wanted to be Korean?
Yeah, that's the guy who's transracial apparently.
Hit the like
Korean
button.
pop star.
David Bowie looks better than Daman Mills, and even I love the added guitar solo in Wave Group's Guitar Hero cover of Ziggy Stardust. You know, when I think of Ziggy Stardust, I can only think of the anime of oh shit, why is it escaping me? What's that video game? Xenosaga? Yeah, Xenosaga. There's a character named Jiggy Stardust, which in Japanese is how you would write Ziggy Stardust. Okay. Except David had permanently dilated pupil. Okay. So he does not have a different color eye. Oh, well, you could have fooled me. Over 100 women, one guy. The standard remains true, I guess. No one gives a shit about male victims, definitely. I haven't seen it either. No dogpiling at all. All those comments I said about meeting Veronica Taylor, that is to show you that I know hugs and handshakes are greetings that even kids do. No one has come forth out in support for Damon, but at the same time, no one at Funimation has come out against him either. That's what kind of bothers me. It would be interesting to go back and kind of like look at all the Funimation people around the time when Scott Freeman was arrested for child porn, or Illick Guardiola had to get married to that girl because she was underage, or any of those things, right? Thurman, that one guy who was sending dick pics on Discord and be like, oops, I didn't mean to send that, like all that kind of shit. It'd be interesting to see if any of them ever talked about anybody besides Vic.
To be fair, as far as I remember, they were silent about Vic too for a few days anyway.
Well, see, the thing though is that Hanleia's tweet getting liked and retweeted, which I hear that a lot, by the way. Hanleia's original tweet and Mars Girl's tweet getting liked and retweeted. I haven't yet, it might be out there, but I haven't yet seen an archive for Hanleia's tweet, at least, which has been deleted, that shows retweeted by Monica Rial or liked by Monica Rial or whatever. You know, I haven't seen that. I don't know if the liked tab got archived, or if it was just the actual tweet and people are recalling that she liked it. So far as I saw in like the depositions and stuff, she never denied liking it or whatever. But I don't think they outright asked her. I don't know. I'm hoping they've got it. I'm hoping they have that if it's sure.
Well, the question would be how long did they wait? Like, was there a gap between? Was there like a few day gap between the tweet and the like? You know, so
yeah,
you know,
I don't know.
There might this broke what on Friday. You know,
what day is today? The 10th. So this must have been Thursday the 10th. This article was written on.
It was Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday, not Friday. So even less. So it's like, to be fair to Funimation, it's slightly give them a couple days, but still.
Well, surely they're doing an internal investigation, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure Tammy Denbo is giving all the victims a call right now, asking, "Hey, J. Michael Tatum, have you ever touched your penis with Daman Mills?" I guess.
And also, to be fair to Funimation, even more, the last time they spoke publicly, they got sued. So,
yeah, that's a good point. You know, we'll see. We'll just have to see. So
I have no sympathy for them, so I don't care.
Also,
Funimation's
getting phased out altogether. That Twitter account's going to be a ghost town soon. You know, like. So Amusement says, so the ones that pulled out. Ooh, I hope Clifford Chapman ain't in trouble with some crap. Referring to the Kamehacon stuff. I barely know who Daman Mills is, and thanks to the screenshots, I know he is a bad man. PR walkout from Kamea-con. Weird how all these people come out against Vic. Then later we learn they have done some crazy shit. Funny, right? Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's deflection the whole time. All these VA virtue signaling during Kamea-con 2019, all exposed, hiding worse monsters, right? Well, I mean, I don't think Sarah Wiedenheft was hiding her brother. I don't think she knew. I think it's just Karma's a fucking bitch, right? So Funimation needs to publicly terminate Daman Mills. It's like, unfortunately for us, Funimation got publicly terminated already. Like,
well, I mean, the dubbing company still is
right. Yeah. At least to keep their precious standards, right? So even Pokemon has these crazy VAs attached. Sad. Thought it was just the Texas VA side. Yeah, well, apparently, as I've just learned, it was the newer VAs. I meant that letting gay people leaders in Boy Scouts. I don't know. See, the thing about Boy Scouts is that it's not exclusive to boys anymore, and that's kind of the history of men-only spaces. Is that women eventually decide, like, you know, they have the YMCA, so they create the WCA for women, but the women don't like it, so they still come to the YMCA, right? And they just infiltrate and force out the men-only spaces. Which honestly, I've been thinking about this lately, that men need, like, I don't know how true this is, but I heard somebody talking about the fact that when men are around people who produce estrogen, i.e. women, it actually inhibits their production of testosterone. And men need something like 20 times as much testosterone as women. So that's why the concept of the study or the man cave exists. Like men only spaces where men go, men being around other men, it helps them regulate their testosterone levels. And testosterone is extremely important for men because it makes them strong, it makes them driven, it makes them
do manly things.
Not just like the generic manly things, but like, you know, the will to further and better yourself, to pursue higher levels in your career. These are all things that come from testosterone and the things that make people male, right? And so when I've been thinking about this, that when you force traditionally male-only working environments to allow 50-50, let's say male and female, it does disrupt the hormonal levels of the people involved. And I wonder if this is one of the many reasons why we've got so many low-T soy boys in the world these days, is that men aren't able to have their own spaces where they thrive, you know? And I'm not saying necessarily that, oh, we need to kick women out of the workforce or anything of the sort, but I just think it's an observation I had the other day that I wonder if there's anything to it, you know? Anyway.
Every time you bring up manliness, or anyone brings up manliness, I always picture the Armstrong guy from Full Metal flexing.
Alex Louis Armstrong.
Yes.
This manliness has been passed down the Armstrong line for generations.
So Sailor Mercury said the craziest part of this Daman Mills article is that he openly admits to a consensual relationship with a minor. That should land him in jail, least of which fire him. Well, there's more to it than that, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. Also, it's nice to see you, Sailor Mercury. I know
it's been a while. Yeah. I'm glad we've produced content that has whet your appetite again. Mars Girl didn't defend him, but refused to go after Daman Mills the same time as Vic, despite Daman actually being guilty. So Kick Vic plans to sweep this under the rug. I definitely think they do. And again, they are going to hide behind the fact, well, it's because he's gay. He's not a victim. This is a gay relationship. Look, I'll show you again. Have you ever seen a gay relationship? Look, I haven't released a video. I went to the 6-hour binge Yuri on Ice screening with Dan. We went to the theater screening for this, and we recorded a first impressions video, which I haven't released yet because, quite frankly, I don't want to watch it again like to get the footage to put in there. But Duo made a really, really good point about Yuri on Ice, where he said that whenever I'm in a situation where I have to watch a series or a movie or something that contains homosexual relationships, what I do is I I sort of in my head look at it from the perspective of whichever of the two people is most like the opposite sex. I look at it from the perspective of they are the opposite sex. So in the case of Yuri on Ice, you've got Yuri, the one with the mask on here, the eye mask, is more feminine than Victor, who's the one like molesting him, right? So he said that if you look at it from the perspective of Yuri being a woman, nobody would tolerate the behavior of Victor if Yuri was a woman. And once you put it into that perspective, you realized how predatory this boys love genre is, really, right? And I think that was a very
eye-opening.
quite a point. Yeah, he made an excellent point, and I really would like to release that video. But like I said, I just don't want to sit down and watch Yuri on Ice again. So anyway, and
you could just release it without the clips.
Oh, dude, I have done a couple of the clips, and it is a golden video, but I need more time. We'll talk behind the scenes about some stuff going on in my career that might be changing soon. I don't know. We'll just see where it goes. But anyway, Zedpool, Doug Lawrence's video is much better than Funimation's voice leaks. What is this? Oh, look, we got porn bots already. Cool. Be gone, bot. You saying gay people can't sleep with little boys? Homophobe. People can't be this stupid. You know what? Unfortunately, they are. Damon Brett called him a P before the news was even out. He called it. Yeah, I don't know. He said he called him a pedophile sympathizer or something, a supporter or whatever, which could have been referencing David Matronga. I don't know. Maybe some skeletons are about to come out from other voice actors as well. Funimation and Sony should bankrupt themselves. There's a lot of reasons why that should happen. Your comment about Pokemon is true. Michelle Knotts approves death threats against viewers who hated the recent voices. Okay, so now I'm putting it together. This is probably what was happening. Michelle Knotts was probably just cast as the new voice, and in the first time when she took over, I think people complained because they're like, this isn't the nostalgia I grew up with, right? And that's probably what prompted, the backlash of Daman Mills spying on different people and, all the shit that went down. He went to bat. He white knighted for Michelle Knotts in a way that was pathetic. And you're like, I thought you were gay. The white knighting was a little much with them there. So anyway, Sailor Mercury said, it's sad that they refused to publicly denounce Mills. It shows how biased they are. Look, Random 11, I think you made a great point. I think we need to give it a couple days. We'll see what people say, I don't know how it's going to go. Obviously, when they came out against Vic, it split the anime community and it very much hurt the reputations of a lot of the people who came out on either side. So maybe they're a little bit less inclined to come out. But
there's a couple things too. If you remember, this seems to be a case of the guy going to Anime News Network, the guy who was the alleged victim, going to Anime News Network, and Anime News Network doing the story. However, in the previous case with Vic, all of the voice actors, Monica, went to Anime News Network and worked behind the scenes already while they were writing that first article that they wrote, right? And in the meantime, they had already started, I believe, the Sony investigation. So it was all kind of coordinated. So when they fired Vic, there was already an investigation going on. When they liked the tweet, I would imagine they'd already complained.
So I'm very interested in creating a timeline. I think something I've been thinking about doing with OCApodcast.com/Vic-archives is putting everything in chronological order with little snippets. Like, here's a link to it, and here's the takeaway from this, right? Here's the takeaway from this block of text here. Here's the takeaway from this block of tweets. Monica saying, I've sent this to my attorney and law, all these things. Like, if you look at it from like pulling out and looking at it from a grand scale and seeing, here's what they said, and here's the actual date the investigation started, right? And then you can kind of see, okay, so that's that. Here's the date the depositions were recorded. Here's what they said in the depositions, and this is how it's different from what they said in their tweets, right? I think that could be very valuable. I mean, it wouldn't be valuable monetarily, but I think it would be valuable for to be as a resource. I just don't know that I would ever have the time to sit down and fully flesh all that out. But that's something I've been thinking about that I'd like to do. Now, I would like to point something out here. I want to point this out. So here's the document, the public document. If you look at the document details, it was created on October 20th, 2021. That's like almost 5 months ago, right? And then there's this tweet from Lindsay Leverage. Now you all know why I've been a powder keg of nerves for months. March 8th. That's the day that they released the article. So have they been sitting on this?
They've been sitting on it for months.
Probably. And according to the comments attached to this in their forum, right? Lindsay Leverage claims that they sent this article to like the Society of Journalism Ethics or something to get it approved, right? That it was all on the up and up and completely ethical or whatever, which is very weird to me.
Did they do that for all the Vic articles?
I don't know. But again, I think it's worth noting that because of the fallout from the Vic articles, it's possible that they decided because of the
like giving them too much benefit of the doubt. These people are scumbags.
Well, what I'm saying is because of the fallout from the Vic articles, it's possible that once they realize, holy shit, we could get sued for this, that now they're taking the journalistic integrity, like extra precautions that they should have been taking back then. But I don't know.
They're just
I definitely agree that they're scumbags. I definitely agree with that.
So the question, though, is when did Funimation find out? And
has he been fired?
Have they done an investigation themselves yet? And then when it comes to differences between Vic and Daman and learning lessons, if they come out and say, we fired him because of this, they're on the hook, right? But they're in a work for hire or whatever, where they can fire at will state.
Right.
So all they have to do is say, we have chosen to no longer work with him, but they don't really have to say that either, right? They can just not hire him going forward and never make a public announcement about it.
Yeah.
Now, would that go against their standards of ethics or whatever that they proclaim they had? Yes, it would, but it would make them less liable for any lawsuit that he would potentially file. So it might be smarter to do that, especially considering that I still think that's Crunchyroll thing has not gone through. And so I don't imagine
Crunchyroll thing in terms of
the merger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Sony's going forward.
You're referring to Sony buying Crunchyroll and they're moving forward as though they are, as though it's happening, but there's nothing that actually is showing that it is. Like because is it the FCC or the FTC?
I think it's the FTC.
The Federal Trade Commission. That they actually haven't ruled on whether or not this is what is it, anti-monopoly?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I don't know. They are just moving forward like it's gonna go through. And I honestly I have no doubt that there is some sort of kickback, being slid under the table to the people who make the decisions, millions of dollars flooding into their bank account, free Crunchyroll subscriptions for life. I don't know what it's going to be, but I bet you there's something going on that is that why they're moving forward so boldly about it. Right. So Jason Sal says, or Mills has dirt on them. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt. I mean, I bet you there might be among the gay voice actors, there might be some things that Daman Mills could lash out about because there's probably some skeletons in the closets of people who he is able to be close enough to hear the stories or, be involved in the stories, but I don't know.
No, it's the progressive stack. See, Vic was easy, straight, white, male, Christian.
Right.
This guy's a little more difficult because he's gay. Right. So they can't just go after him with the same zeal they went after Vic with because they're,
Then people say, "Oh, you're homophobe."
You're homophobe.
Homophobe.
So they have to be.
That one Twitter account already did that,
these
right?
People are not worth. It's not worth racking our brains over, oh, well, I'm wondering if, if they're worried about, legal consequences or whatever. I mean, all that might be true, but at the end of the day, these people are hypocrites. They are scumbags. I hope they all get fired. I hope they all go out of business. I have no sympathy for any of them. And quite frankly, I hope they all burn in hell.
I can't wait till we get to the In Touch podcast. So Zedpool said, Vic gets a few tweets and a jelly bean story, fired. Damon gets a full story and screenshots and a bunch of evidence. Nothing. Believe victims my ass. Well, again, it has only been a few days. I think it's in Vic's situation. The tweets and everything started coming out the day that Dragon Ball Super Broly opened in theaters in the West. I believe that was like January 17th, maybe. And then the actual investigation gets started, and they don't even call Monica until January 24th or 23rd. I think it was the 23rd. And then they call Vic on the 25th. And then like on the 26th is when the Second Amendment petition says Vic was called by Sony and let go. I think the 29th or the 30th might be the actual date that he was officially terminated. But the point is that it took at least 7 to 10 days for everything to get into full swing. So I give people the benefit of the doubt. I will give Sony the benefit of the doubt that they will perform an investigation on this, and it's going to take at least a week before we see something coming through, and there might be some repercussions. It's very unlikely because of how this is going, with the person saying that they're not planning to press charges to protect their anonymity and all that stuff. There's stuff that's going on here as we continue to read this that is going to maybe change what the original plans were. And I will explain some avenues for which he is guilty for federal crimes that could get him prosecuted by the state. Very unlikely. I don't know that optics are good for them to go after some gay, young star or whatever, but if they are men of honor and men of the law, they should, and they have the full force of the law to be able to prosecute him for some crimes we'll go over in a minute. So
I'd also like to say that you should also keep in mind, and I think we all know this deep down, whenever you hear someone say, believe all victims, they mean really believe all victims that I agree with or that I want you to. Right. And just like believe the science or trust the science, trust the science that I agree to. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's and this is what I said in podcast 45. People say victims have a right to be believed. And I said, that sounds nice, but I don't think that's what it is. Victims have a right to be heard. They do not have a right to be believed. They should be taken seriously. But at the end of the day, everything needs to go through the legal process in order to have a fact finder determine what is true and what is bullshit. Sailor Mercury says, Sony has a real predator problem. Look, this is something that grinds my gears quite a bit. You got to understand, as a parent, you need to know predators go where kids are. We're gonna read in here how they met Daman Mills, right? And companies like Funimation and whatnot, they employ people who become extremely popular among young teens, especially the role of anime in the United States from the mid 2000s onward, where people are going to conventions. They're like 13, 14 years old, and they're getting into anime, and it's a very niche thing. And people are among, like-minded other awkward people. Pardon me. And there's basically a bunch of youngsters running around. And then there's the older crowd who's been into anime since they were getting raw VHS tapes from Japan and all that stuff. But the point is that if you are going after young kids, you're going to get into a career that lets you be around them. That's why you constantly hear about the teachers. You constantly hear about the Boy Scout leaders. You constantly hear about the gym coaches. You constantly hear about the priests. You hear about people who go into these professions because it gives them access to children. So Sony has a real predator problem. It's like, look, any facility, any business that has roles where the employees get to be around kids is going to have a predator problem, because predators go where kids are. It amazed me when Minecraft was getting super popular on YouTube, and then it turned out that some of the really big Minecraft YouTubers turned out to be interacting inappropriately with their fans through their YouTube direct messenger, which probably is one of the reasons why YouTube just yeeted that whole system. It amazed me how shocked the parents were. It's like, of course these people are going after your kids. They're making this content. These 30, 40-year-olds are making this content to get a fan base of children. Of course that's happening. That's not to say that all of them are creeps, but you have to understand that is the sheep's clothing. That is the sheep's clothing that these wolves get to wear in order to go after children. Anyway.
That's a brave statement.
What?
That's a brave statement coming from someone who is a Minecraft YouTuber.
Yes, but my Minecraft YouTube content is not kid friendly. I did not curate an audience of children.
You're a brave man. You're a brave man.
Had I wanted to make money, had I been intelligent, I would have cursed far less in those videos. Silence is also an answer in reference to what? Funimation being silent. Not saying anything speaks louder than saying something in the sense of it's them basically condoning it, I guess you could say. Again, I think we need to give it...
That's the line they use too. Oh, silence is consent or silence is violence. I mean, it's like they've literally painted themselves into a corner.
But that's the thing, is that the woke ideologues that work at the company are putting the company in that position. I think we need to give them a week. I'm going to give Funimation and Sony, I'm going to give them at least a week before we determine that that they have acted exactly as we expect them to. Let's put it that way.
We got a super chat. I don't know if
we did.
That.
Got to skip straight to it. $5 from Frost the White Lion. Thank you for that. Funny how Vic is doing fine and is moving on, while the crazy kick Vic, Mars Girl, Monica, and Funimation are still attacking him and won't move on. It's sad. Boy, don't I know it. I should have started that last comment. I have to go back to. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
I got it. So Funimation never publicly fired Freeman either, did they? In fact, Bounding into Comics made an article about Funimation keeping Scott Freeman on their payroll a year after his arrest, I think. Crazy. So I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I think it's possible that Scott Freeman's arrest was not reported to Funimation. Right? The police don't call your employer and say, hey, we got this guy on child support. If he's arrested and goes out on bail, for example, he can continue to go to work and the company is none the wiser. Right? So I think it's possible that Funimation didn't even know until it got to the point where he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. Luigi the Metal 64 says, we know that Sony now censors all video games worldwide. Absolutely. Sony just censored Martha is Dead, which is a European 3D model video game, and they censored it for gore. They censored it for a mini game or something where you cut the face off of a cadaver.
Yeah. Right? And the stupid thing too is they'll censor a game that they're not making, but then they don't apply the same censor rules to their own games, like Left 4 Dead, or not Left 4 Dead, Last of Us, or whatever the game they make. Like, if it's their game, they'll let stuff go. Oh, there's boobs in that game? Oh, that's okay. Oh, there's a sex scene in that game? Okay, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. The Western games, yes, that have, what was that game? Life is Strange, I think it is, that has the underage characters having sex with the teacher, the underage male having sex with the teacher in it. They left that game on the Steam store and all those things. But the visual novels where the characters are older than 18 but look underage simply because they're anime style, those ones get yeeted. Yeah, all that stuff. So Little Rock says Tammy Denbo doesn't work at Sony anymore. Do you have a source on that? I'd love to see. I'd love to see the source on that claim, because that's very interesting. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony cleaned house after their investigation wasn't up to Texas standards when it came to Funimation, because there's the I forget the exact name of the Texas Workforce Commission or whatever, has an outline for how the investigations need to go, and they did not follow it close enough that they could be on the hook. And right now they're in limbo because the appeals court has yet to rule on Vic's on Vic's case. By the way, people in the Discord are placing bets right now on the on Vic's appeal coming back tonight. I don't know. I don't know how the odds are going to be on that. It's going to be interesting to see. But
I'm putting $20 that they're not going to go out tonight.
Any week now, it's got to happen. Sooner or later, they have to rule on it eventually, right?
It's still going to be 6 months at least.
So let me ask you this, Random 11. What do you think? Let's just say that they accidentally lost it, right? Like it just slips under the radar, and eventually, like another 2 years goes by, right? And then Ty Beard eventually has to motion for them to expedite or whatever, because they just somehow it slipped through the cracks, and then they do rule in Vic's favor, let's say, right? Do you think that there's any remedy for the fact that a bunch of the statute of limitations have passed on people that Vic could have also sued because of the fact that his case has been caught up with the appeals court regarding the improper ruling originally with Judge Shupp? Like, if he had managed to get past TCPA, he could have brought all these other people, Mars Girl, Anime News Network, Rooster Teeth. He could have brought more people into the lawsuit if he had gotten through TCPA, and now he can't because of the statute of limitations. Do you think there's any possibility that if it turns out that the appeals court totally fucked up on this and it forced his case to go beyond the statute of limitations, that he would be able to somehow, I don't know, circumvent that?
Not a lawyer, but I would assume no. But what he could do is, from my understanding, is the statute of limitation only starts as soon as you find out about the defamation.
Right.
Or the other thing is conspiracy too, right? Yes. Is what he was suing for. So a lot of the conventions didn't cooperate with Discovery. Right. And then they waited that out, and then they never got anything, and then the DMC or the slap suit started, and they couldn't do anything about it. So what could happen is if they come back and say, yeah, Vic wins his appeal, you have to go back and do the case as normal, then Discovery opens up again, and they potentially could find out that there was conspiracy through the Discovery, and then or subpoena conventions and get their shit and find out that Mars Girl was contacting convention A, say, and then okay, well, now we just found out about that, so as my understanding is the statute of limitations
they could come back in, yeah,
right there.
So here's something else that I was thinking about. So he's suing Funimation, among other things, for vicarious liability, right? And the way that gets into everything is that Funimation's control over the employees. Now, something that I'm a little bit I noticed in my recent rewatch of Vic's deposition is that he talks about how when he was terminated from Rooster Teeth, he was sent an email by accident by one of the people in the chain of the, like the people who were CC'd in the email or whatever. Somebody accidentally hit reply all, which included Vic, and it said, I think we are all on the same page here that nobody should respond to Vic, right? That's what.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
That technically in Rooster Teeth's case, that actually would work towards the idea of the power that these companies have over their supposed independent contractors who aren't employees, right? So I'm a little disappointed he didn't pursue Rooster Teeth because he didn't really have a lot of grounds towards the outward defamation and all that stuff. But it would have been interesting to see the individuals, because Monica is an employee of Rooster Teeth as well as Funimation, right? And it would have been interesting to be able to get Discovery on that. And you're absolutely right. And I think this is where things will go, is if Discovery shows, and I think this is actually a stretch, just to be clear, I think this is a stretch, but if Discovery shows that Monica or Jamie or Ron or any of them were in contact with Mars Girl, for example, and they open up a pathway to the conspiracy, that would open up the ability to add her into the lawsuit, right? And all those sort of things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where things go. Now let's see. Let me skip through a couple of these. So Luigi the Metal 64 says Scott might have been under contract still. Still, getting fired would mean suddenly ending the contract. So here's the thing about, according to the depositions, Funimation contracts for the year, according to Monica, versus per the project, like Sensei Filmworks does. It's very likely he was still under contract because of the fact that it would be for the year. Dangerous Ground, beware Susan coming in. Susan Wojcicki? Yaoi doesn't depict gay relationships. It's just a dumb Japanese fetish. Right. I think in Otaku Unite, I think is the documentary, the literal best documentary that's ever been made about the anime fandom. They talk about yaoi. There's a section about yaoi for YaoiCon or something. And the woman who runs it says yaoi is a genre of Japanese literature and animation featuring gay men written for straight women, right? Like, it's precisely it is a fetish, right? It is entirely a fetish. It is not about actual homosexual things. It's about a fetishization of homosexuality. Karma is a bitch would say Mills would get the treatment Vic got, but the Kick Vic group and the Funny VA have barely said anything on the allegations. Again, I think it's appropriate that we let them have a couple days. For the record, I fully expect they won't say anything, or they will deflect, or what. I fully expect that. But I'm going to give them at least a week and a half before I'm going to pass that full judgment on them. Also, for later, I'm not sure whether it's been covered, but have we talked about Japan botching the One Piece Blu-ray releases? Not yet. Give me a source on that. We'll definitely talk about it.
If you're not in the Discord, join our Discord and toss that in the article submissions, and we'll look at it.
Absolutely. Luigi the Metal said, I do not say homophobe because in Greek it would have been translated as fear of the same. Like homophone, same sound, anti-homosexual makes more sense, at least. Yeah, right. I'm not a homophobe. I'm not afraid of you people.
I'm not afraid of you.
I fear homeostasis. I would love to see a timeline of the Vic situation. Still confused on it all. Yeah, and this is the things that, like, I thought I had it really well down when this was happening in 2019, but having revisited it, my eyes have been opened to a lot of things. Like, for instance, when Jamie and Monica were, or more specifically Monica and Ron were talking about there's an investigation going on, it seemed at the time like they were talking about an investigation. Like, the reason we're speaking out is because there's already investigation going on, but it actually seems like the Slatosh tweets may have occurred before the investigation began, number one. And two, they're talking about an investigation that may have been forced to happen because of their behavior on Twitter. So it would be very interesting to see a timeline. And I'm not sure. I'm not web savvy enough to be able to do this justice, but it would be very great to be able to log all of this stuff and be able to produce something like that, where we could have an infographic showing all of this stuff and kind of hyperlinking things together and everything. Yeah, they were sitting on it. They were sitting on it. Maybe that was at the request of the person who wrote. I don't know. I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt on this until I know for sure it was something else. I don't know. So if Vic was assaulting men, would that have been okay? I doubt it. I don't know. That's an interesting question, actually. If the roles were reversed with Vic and he was assaulting men, by kissing them on the cheek, nobody would have complained, right? Vic wouldn't suck my dick. It would be funny if the FTC, I would laugh my ass off. Michael Tatum will be next exposed. Mark my words. He's a Kick Vic weasel. Look, a lot of people are making that prediction. I would not be surprised if it happened, but just full disclosure, I have seen absolutely nothing Now, he's not somebody I keep a close eye on for sure, but I have not seen anything that tells me that he has some skeletons in his closet that are about to come out, or that he has any at all. I don't know. I give people the benefit of the doubt. We could start a pool. Oh, a pool, like a betting pool on who's going to be the next, right? The anus cancer says, bravo, Dan. He loved your speech. Sailor Mercury said, or no, Sweet Hone Girl says, I wouldn't be surprised if Tatum's boy toy Brandon is involved. Who's Brandon?
Brendan McInnes.
Oh, is that his boyfriend?
I'm assuming.
Yeah. Give it till Dragon Ball Superhero, maybe. Something tells me Monaka's not going to appear. If Vic eating a jelly bean with Monica Rial printed on it is bad, does that mean kids who eat Jelly Belly jelly beans that have Jelly Belly printed on them should go to jail now? Mr. Monica Rial and Jamie Markey said yes. I don't know. That's a stretch. Would be funny if the victim waited till the premiere of the dub version of Dragon Ball Superhero to finally press charges. Yeah, that would be funny. I would be significantly more skeptical of his accusations. Yeah. Still stupid.
But if he actually pressed charges, that's again one more thing further than whatever happened to Vic.
Right. Would perfectly mirror Dragon Ball. Yeah. That's funny at the kids and teens sort of get on my nerves. Yeah, you and me both. Remember, viewers, don't forget to join the Discord linked in the description. It's also in the pinned tweet or the pinned comment. Like the stream, yeah, definitely. Okay. Oh, I'll take right. That's where it was. That was the source. You're correct. I remember that now. The Last of Us Part 2 is the one example that Sony left uncensored. Adults in real life can be short and cute. The tall and round eyes are enough to show the cartoon characters are fictional. When we had Simply G guest on the podcast for the first time, she talked about the fact that in her homeland of Australia, it is illegal to produce porn in Australia where the porn actors have anything less than like C-sized breasts or whatever for their anti-child porn laws, which of course, what's the word? It's oh God, what is the word? I don't want to say stigmatizes it. It cuts out, people in the population who naturally are flatter chested, right? Stigma. I can't think of the word. Discriminates. Thank you. It discriminates the actual. Thank you. That was the word, the exact word I was looking for. Anyway, all right. I'm sadly not confident on the appeals. I have zero faith in our court system. Scott, who wrote Funimation tweets, also don't work. Oh, the guy, the guy Funimation's social media manager. Huh, that's interesting. Thank you for providing this info. It'd be interesting to include that in the timeline too, if we ever get that point, get that far. Be more interesting. People take bets on next video. Yeah. Jim, I think I'll just say I have no evidence for anybody, but I think J. Michael Tatum might be a safe bet. Monica and Jamie admitted they are good friends on their podcast. Good friends with Mars Girl. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Mars Girl's the next one to get out. She crushed me under her immense weight. I have a good video that can sum up the Vic situation if you want to check the Discord. Oh, cool. Yeah. Sailor Mercury, definitely join our Discord and check that out. Who will be canceled next? Place your bets, everyone. Okay, in the article submissions now. Okay, cool. We'll cover that next podcast at the latest. Anyway, all right, cool. We're caught up there. Let's jump into this. So Mills, through a cease and desist letter sent to the alleged victim on February 18th, asserted that the relationship was, quote, consensual and mutual. And the allegations are wholeheartedly false and without merit. The voice actor is asking that the allegations be retracted. So his response to this victim is a cease and desist. All Vic did, TDMA letter, preserve evidence, and correct the claims. Not a silence. Talk more. Tell people you were mistaken. You were wrong. I'm not the definition of harassment, right? And yet, Daman Mills actually cease and desist, shut up the victim, right? So, according, good.
Did they not say? Did they not say something to Ron to stop tweeting? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. According to the man who spoke to ANN over a video call and has asked to be called Duncan, due to concerns over retaliation and privacy, he met Mills via Facebook when he was just a shy, quiet, and anxious 15-year-old boy. He said they began talking in December of 2012 when the yet undiscovered voice actor was living in Hawaii. According to Duncan, they became familiar with one another through the fandub scene. Duncan told ANN that the friendship intensified, and Mills confessed sexual and romantic attraction, which Duncan did not reciprocate. According to him, he wanted to be kind to Mills and did not want to end the friendship because of their different sexual orientations. Spoken like a guy who is raised by a single mom. However, he added that he was routinely explaining to Mills that they were not romantically involved over the several-year relationship. And then, of course, this is just snippets of the thing we already read. According to Duncan, Mills' behavior didn't stop, and the sleepovers routinely included Mills asking to sleep in his bed, followed by him waking up being kissed, caressed, or having his hand moved towards Mills' genitals. So this specific thing, having his hand moved towards Daman Mills' junk, I did not see that in the statement. So that must have been something he said on the video call.
Well, he did say something about him like touching his penis or something in that.
Well, he said that Daman Mills prodded Duncan's penis, not that. Yeah. So, but this is saying.
Oh, sorry.
Is this Mills,
okay? Yeah.
Daman Mills pushed Duncan's hand towards his own genitals, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So he said that Mills even sought out one of his other acquaintances in hopes of getting photos of Duncan in his underwear under the pretense of it being a joke. The acquaintance was Brian, who has asked us not to publish his last name due to privacy concerns. Brian said he was introduced to Mills through Duncan in approximately 2014. He and Duncan were friends forged over the internet, and both teens took part in a Skype-based chat group that included other similarly aged friends. Hold on a second. I'm going to turn off my night shifts because it's hard to read. There we go. The group often joked around and did quote dumb shit that Brian described as typical humor for the time. Basically, he's saying, "Don't cancel us," right? He said he took a video of Duncan in February 2014 and set a screenshot of his friend's face as his own profile photo on Facebook. In a screenshot Facebook shared with ANN, Mills is shown to have messaged Brian and began asking for the video repeatedly after Brian declined. Now,
wait, what?
So Daman Mills is
Facebook shared it with ANN?
No.
Did I read it wrong? No. Okay, hold on. In a screenshot Brian shared with ANN, Mills is shown to have messaged Brian, and did I say Facebook? Anyway.
Facebook Messenger.
Because whatever. He used it as his own profile photo on Facebook. Anyway, so because it's his profile on Facebook, Daman Mills sees the picture of quote unquote Duncan, and he asks the friend, "Hey, why is Duncan your profile picture?" Right. So I'm sorry for the cancer you're going to get. The cancer-induced cringe. I have to read this. I'm very sorry. So Daman says, "Why the fuck is your picture Duncan, by the way, LOL? That's from the vid, and he's hot." So apparently Brian's after Duncan, too. "I'd really like to see this video. God damn it. Sorry. No. Show me. So, and again, the above image is edited so as not to reveal the alleged victim's name. Brian told ANN, so again, when I said that there are two people who came forward with receipts, I'm talking about Duncan and Brian. So Brian told ANN that Mills would often make off-color comments on his and other boys' Facebook profiles and play it off as jokes, including statements like he was going to rape them. Gas.
Sorry.
He's normalizing a child rape. He would comment on Facebook posts and, spell rape incorrectly to try and act like it's funny. Brian said. In one message from 2014 shared with ANN, Mills wrote to 16-year-old Brian that they should fuck and asked that the teen send nude photos of himself. So this is him telling Brian. So he's actually creeped on Duncan and Brian. So here's the image. "Come on, we are single, ready to mingle. We should just fuck. You know what I'm saying?" Which the most incredible reply from Brian. "FBI, put your hands in the air," right? Completely on topic to say, bravo. That is how, right? Same. Send nudes. I'm sad. Even put to tear.
Boy, I'm gonna die of cancer by the end of this stream. I'm so sorry. He would comment on Facebook posts and spell rape incorrectly and try to act like it's funny. Did I read this? Did I read this? No. Yes, I read that. Okay. Brian said he was contacted by Mills the day after the voice actor's birthday. So this is Brian, not Duncan. Brian said he was contacted by Mills the day after the voice actor's birthday, when Mills allegedly asked Duncan to perform oral sex. The message screenshot shared with the okay. So here's the thing. So now is a good time to talk about something else. So here's the thing. When I click on this image, so you can see here, animenewsnetwork.com/images/cms/interest.2 blah 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 DM1-1. So because of how Anime News Network stored these files on their server, Kiwi Farms was able to find, as I read here, Lindsay Loveridge changed the name of the alleged victim to Duncan to protect his privacy, but then uploaded all of his pictures to ANN. In the article, there are images titled DM15 and DM16.jpg. If you change the URLs to numbers 1 through 14, you can find images and chat logs that were not included in the article. They appear to show the alleged victim. Now,
oh my God.
This is
the
kid.
The level of web security, just priceless.
Right. It's pathetic, right? So anyway, this is the kid Duncan, who they've determined the real name because apparently ANN included images in their server that weren't redacted on the person's name. And here you can see an image that includes J. Michael Tatum, right? Now, this is not proof that J. Michael Tatum is also coming after this kid, right? It's not proof at all, okay? It's just showing this is us hanging out with Daman Mills and other people perhaps from the industry, in this case, J. Michael Tatum, right? So this is the proof of the relationship, right? So anyway, now, there are a bunch of chat logs, right? And I to the best of my ability, I have put them in chronological order so we can look at them. Now, I'm not actually sure if they're all going to Brian or I guess some of them are, at least some of them are going to Duncan. But regardless, just look at the behavior of Daman Mills as we go over this. So I've got them loaded in to this brand over here. So this one is from August 11th, 2013. And again, I'm sorry for the cancer that you're going to get from this cringe. I know, it's K. Boners that make you focus real good, though. They make you want to do one thing. Have you tried playing with it? Yeah, and have you tried touching your dick to get it going? Sorry. No. Oh, no, sorry. Maybe try that if you want. I don't know. If not, we can try later when you're more awake. Again, this is 5:30 in the morning. That's the creeper hour, by the way. Right? So then there's this one. It's from
just something to note. That was in 2013.
2013. So. This is 2014, February 28th. Have you ever measured yourself? XDD. Yeah, when I was like 13. LOL. Stupid kid. Why are you reminding me of dumb stuff? 'Cause it's funny. How big? Like 0.2? What? Centimeters, right? So this person is clearly seeing that, this person is creeping on them and they're literally trolling them like 2.2 centimeters, like the smallest unit they could think of at the time, right? Lol, okay, no serious answer from you. I see. What? You were not centimeters. I know that, but okay, don't tell me.
No,
what?
He's millimeters. That's what 0.2 centimeters is. Come on.
Never mind. Oh, food got there too. Thank you. I don't actually have a place for it, but I'll just make it work. What? Do you not want it?
No, I want it.
Anyway, where was I?
Insert the meme of Jack Sparrow and the jar of dirt. Do you want it?
Okay. I know you were not sending me. I know that, but okay. Don't tell me what. Never mind. If you had to choose one sexual thing to have done to you, what would it be? I don't know. LOL. Pick. I don't know. I don't really think about that stuff. Well, what if I just pulled you close and kissed your neck gently? Softly kisses the crook of your neck. God, the cancer I'm enduring right now. So, also, this is from... Actually, this one I don't know the date on. I just put it close to other things that were in a similar vein. So, please, I'd love to see how big you are. Here, hands magnifying glass. Psh, I bet it's fine. Suckable even. I mean, what? It's like a pencil eraser. Pretty neato. Stop. You're not even trying, right? So he's literally like, this is sexual harassment. He's like sexting, right?
I've left a clip in chat if you want to.
What's up?
I've left a clip in the private chat if you want to go over our overall thoughts on the.
Team 4-star drunks. Just post that in the regular chat so everybody else can just see it, I guess.
All right.
Oh, hold on. Another video just started. Close. Okay. So this one I also don't know the date from. So I think did we read this one, or he just uses the same cringe terminology? No, this is the same cringe terminology. No, it's okay. Just, do you want to try to get into it? How can I help you get it up? I don't know. Have you tried touching it? If I can't get it up, that's what I do. Well, see, oh no, that's a dumb face. Sorry, I'm getting antsy. No, and true, and huh? Why don't you try? And never mind. But yeah, focus for a minute, Kay. Kisses your neck. Come on. I know you love sex stuff just as much as the next guy. Sex stuff? Getting horny. Fapping. Everyone likes to. And you've gotten me more stirred up than anyone has before. So can you try to please for me? If you get in that mindset, I could probably be more helpful. This is the last one I don't know the date on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And no sorries. And I want to help you, too. Do you have any sex drive? Is there anything in particular I can do for you? I don't know. You don't need to do anything. I wanna real bad. Okay. So moving on from here. This is from 2015, February 20th. Can't text? Why not text me? Then Kickstarter for Majora's Mask replica link. Are you messaging on here more or texting more? Neither. They're literally the same thing. LOL. Oh, yeah, true. Forgot you're on mobile. Okay, text then. Anyway, sorry. Loves you. What you up to? This is from March 6th. You just have to be more aware that
Hold on. Sorry, I can't. It sounds like someone's licking ice cream in the background. Reese, are you eating food right now?
He's muted now. Called out. Hashtag called out.
It was not a good sound to hear during this fucking
combo. I thought FTD&M had snuck in. Anyway, so he said, anyway, sorry,
I'm sorry.
What you up to? You just have to be more aware that you're control of yourself, and I'm not really doing anything, just sitting around drawing, bored. How about you? I said loves you. And falling asleep because tired. So this is the next day. No, I'm sorry. I just get more jealous when you're hanging by yourself with a pretty girl. And it's nice. And her mom, LOL. And I don't know what that's a reference to. Some context here. And I think it is worth noting that there's a lot of context not present in these chat logs. Would it make the things happening on the left side of the chat log okay? Probably not. I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of stuff being omitted. And thanks, Target, hit me up. Why do you get more jealous? I need more clothes, and because I am insecure and brace myself for hurt. Same, referring to the clothes, I assume. And what do you mean? I get insecure because of girls because I just am waiting for the day when you find someone and I have to hurt from it. So I'll always be on edge, even though I try to accept things I can't control. My anxiety even though I try to accept things, I can't control my anxiety and pain from it. And you don't need to apologize and explain yourself or anything. This is just how it is and how I'll remain probably. Same day later on. No, you're making yourself mad because you're misconstruing things I'm saying and getting upset over it before you even actually know what I'm saying. If I had meant you were being, quote, selfish, then I would have said you're being selfish. To which he replied, I just don't even want to talk about my feelings or the situation because it'll lead me to cry a lot and have a miserable day. I shouldn't even bring it up. I'm so tired of being upset by this. This is like manipulation behavior 101 right here. I don't want to just forget it because the last time something like this happened, you freaked out on me and had the biggest argument with me that we'd ever had and blamed me for things that were out of my control. You shouldn't let things like this ruin your day. There's not a problem. What do you mean something like this? Is there something I don't know about? Of course I'd freak out. And that's the guy's name. Like, holy shit, you don't seem to understand how this stuff really affects me and how toxic it is. No, I mean freak out personally on me when it's not something that even actually would involve you. There's nothing about you that you don't know about. I just meant that if I did end up liking someone, I know that it would cause a huge feud between you and I, even though that would be something that was out of my control and something that I wasn't actually doing wrong. Like when I first told you in late December 2013 that I liked someone, you took it all out on me personally and got more mad at me than you'd ever been about anything, and then didn't talk to me for a couple days. And you kept saying all this stuff about me, quote, leading you on and etc. Even though countless times before that, I made it clear how I felt and let you know that I was never trying to lead you on, but that I was just sympathizing. It was upsetting. You always talk about how you're going to feel, but are anybody else's feelings even considered in this? Because it doesn't seem like you mention or think about that aspect too much. Same day later on. Right now, all I want is to just relax. And I don't want to debate my feelings with you. I want to just calmly talk about stuff. I want to spend time with you. I want to lay with you and hold you and watch stupid shit and pet your hair and sleep. You creep. That's all. I'm sorry for bitching at you for like the past 3 days or whatever. It's shitty of me. I know. This is 2 days later. So I'd
just like to say that he said in that little bit of combo there, you got mad at me and stopped talking to me for a few days.
Mm-hmm.
You should have been like, all
right, this is it. I guess we're gone. Right. Yeah. So I think from what I'm gathering here, this kid is Daman Mills, as any groomer would, is lending his ear and his heart to a child to get close to him. And that child is vulnerable because they're a child, right? So he is sharing things with Daman. Probably, I don't know if he comes from a fatherless household, but it sure seems like he does. And I bet you there's a lot of things that a kid in that situation has problems with that they can't communicate to their parent, right? To their single mother. Right. So I think that a lot of groomers like Daman Mills is doing here, they sympathize and seek out children like that in order to earn their trust. Right. And so when he gets ghosted by him, this person feels almost like their father has stopped talking to them. Right. And they're almost putting up with the creepy pedo stuff because the emotional support that they're getting as part of the grooming is something that is beneficial to them, right? And that they are valuing it for that reason. They value the relationship, even in spite of all this horrible stuff, right? So part of the context is kind of, but you can imagine saying, how are you doing? Headache and oh my God, good. Like, I guess he's got a headache, but he's doing good. I'm sorry. I'll hug you and give you a back rub to help. It's just a headache though. I think I need to lay down or something. KMS, kill myself. That's what I'm doing. Killing yourself. Damn. Sorry. Was just trying to be nice and try to be a comfort. I fell asleep. OMG. This is 3 a.m., right? I did too. I'm going back to sleep though. Okay. Sleep well. You should get some rest again. Hugs tight. Sweet dreams if you do. I loves you. I hope you weren't bothered by me suggesting for cuddles and stuff. Just miss you and miss that. And I don't know. All right, further on in this same day.
Okay.
What's up?
No, I'm just this is just, I think we get the point.
Yeah, we only got 3 left. So got to finish homework and what? Not at all. So I don't know what this is a reference to again. Got to finish homework and what? Not at all. No, and love you too. Get that. No worries. Sleep well. Okay, sorry, and all right. Just wish I could sleep with you again and watch shit and whatever together. That was really nice. I don't know, rambling. Haha, okay. Talk when I wake up again. Yeah, it was nice. That's understandable. And okay, good night. Okay. Sorry for going on and on. XD. Okay, night. Sort of kind of be up in a few hours. Good luck with homework. All right. And now this is a couple days after this. You don't even give me a chance to reply. LOL. Nope, not allowed. Just giving you shit, but you can reply now. I can reply whatever I want. Okay. Hashtag make your own rules. Nuh-uh. Stay in school, punk. Where am I messaging you? LOL. Oh my God, please talk to me. So this is this is just later on in the same day. STT. I don't know what that means. Can't talk, pal? I hate when I hop on Facebook and I've seen you posting statuses and commenting and you haven't replied to me for a few hours.
I think STT is just like a sound effect. Like
maybe. Which means I haven't replied to anybody. Why you no text? This is the last one. Why you no text? Oh my God. About to. Well, if you're on here, might as well message XD unless you're getting off. I'm never on here, LOL. Well, then text. I don't know. I just saw you like my pic and was like, you haven't messaged in 45 minutes. So I was like, what? Yeah. Why though? Are you busy or just forget? Neither. Right. Then you chose to reply late. It's like, dude, you haven't talked to me in 45 minutes. Like, Jesus. Whew. Okay, so let's finish this here. Where was I? Yeah, so Duncan told A&M that another incident allegedly took place outside of his home when he went to visit Mills in February 2015. Like previous incidents, Duncan said that Mills asked that they sleep in the same bed. Duncan stated he woke up that morning to Mills, quote, prodding my penis through my shorts, and that's only what I was awake for. According to Duncan, he woke up mortified, to which he said Mills only laughed. Duncan said he confronted Mills about it later and that Mills made him promise not to tell anyone. Almost like he knew what he was doing could get him in jail. When Duncan would try to talk to Mills about his interest in girls, he said the voice actor would tell him he was jealous or otherwise concerned that Duncan would abandon him if he entered a relationship with a girl. Facebook messages, these are all the things we just covered right here for these things we're about to read about. Facebook messages shared with A&N showed that in 2015, Mills told Duncan that when the teenager found a significant other, it would hurt him. Additional Facebook messages from 2014 to 2015 showed that Mills discussed helping the teen masturbate, asked what kind of sexual acts he was interested in, and asked for a measurement of his penis. Eventually, Duncan stated that his mother got involved, and by March 2015, the two were no longer in regular contact. Duncan said that he never told his mother in depth what was going on. Quote, I didn't tell her about it for years because I felt ashamed, I guess. I was like, I'm a guy. I should feel like a man, you know? This isn't supposed to happen. Or this isn't happening to me. I tried to dismiss it in my head because I don't know how I feel about it.
And it's a miracle a mom didn't catch on sooner.
Fuck, man. I don't know. I mean, the part of me feels like the mom wondered if their kid was actually gay, right? And it sounds like the super, liberal type parent who would let their freaking kids sleep with some strange older man that might, I don't know. I don't know. That's too much of speculation, but it seems I agree with your statement there. Anyway, so he told A&N that his mother thought it was strange that they were He told A&N that his mother thought it was strange that they were sharing a twin-size bed and offered Mills the couch instead. According to Duncan, Mills became offended and accused his mother of assuming he would do something inappropriate just because he was gay. Duncan said he felt trapped during the confrontation because he claims that Mills had already been inappropriate with him in his bed, but he didn't want to say anything in front of Mills and his mother. According to Brian, Mills began distancing himself from from the friend group as a whole in 2015. When he reached out to Mills in May 2015 to ask why, Mills replied that he didn't want to deal with Duncan or hear about what I've done wrong or anything between him and I. Because of all this stuff, everyone pretty much stopped talking to him. Duncan started opening up to more people about the alleged incidents, I think. I don't know if Daman found out about it or what, but he started very quickly cutting everybody off. He started bad-mouthing Duncan to his voice actor friends and people he knew in the industry, Brian said. That's what I believe, because he was trying to distance himself from it as much as possible. Duncan began seeing a girl and said he discovered that Mills had told their mutual acquaintances that he was a liar and a bad friend, including to Duncan's own mother. Duncan stated that he confronted Mills, who he claimed admitted to doing it because, quote, making himself and others hate you made it a lot easier to move on. That same year, Mills was cast as the lead role in Media Blaster's Holy Night anime OVA. In 2016, he was cast in his first role for Funimation as Jungo in Nanbaka, with additional roles in Yuri on Ice, figures, Cheer Boys, Token Ranbu Hanamaru, Trickster, and All Out. I mean, a lot of these are the gayest shows Funimation's ever released, so I'm not surprised.
Yep.
At least they're casting appropriately. Mills told A&N that he has sought legal counsel and has been advised not to comment on the allegations. He sent the alleged victim a cease and desist letter on February 18th, as well as claiming that the relationship was mutual and consensual and the allegations be retracted, and requesting the allegations be retracted. Mills also demanded that the alleged victim cease and desist from further contacting Mills' employers or contractors. He was given until February 25th to agree or face potential legal action, including potential liability for damages, costs, and expenses. So I just realized I missed one. I think it's this one. Did I covered this one? I think I'm missing one of them. Sorry, one. We read that one. I think it might be this one. So one of them, he talked about unrequited. He didn't want to talk about the unrequited relationship. I think he was talking to Brian, and I think it's interesting that at that point he referred to it as his unrequited advances, but now he's calling it mutual and consensual, right? Now, A&N makes it a point to let you know, by the way, the age of consent in Ohio was 16 years old. So let's not jump on Daman Mills, because this is totally legal to be harassing somebody and all that stuff.
And also, it's totally different from, Vic Mignogna. Let's make that clear. It's totally different. If you
not
read
the same thing at all. Like, yeah,
our discussion is down below in our comment section in this article. It definitely totally doesn't have any bias whatsoever.
Well, I would like to just say on the topic of the age and shit, most of the shit did happen after he turned 16, although it seemed the relationship seemed to have started while he was, after he turned 16, but it started when he was 15, obviously. Right. The age difference is only like 4 years, right? He was 15 when Daman was 19. So that's a 4-year gap. That's a junior, or like a grade 9.
A senior and an 8th grader.
No, it's grade 9 and grade 12. So junior and a senior, or what freshman? Whatever the fuck you call grade 9 in the States.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's not like super terrible in terms of like an age gap, but obviously it is.
It is really weird.
His persistence in going after someone that clearly doesn't want that kind of relationship is more of the issue to me than the age gap. And the age becomes a consideration when you bring in the fact that he keeps going after this kid. Then the age becomes more of an issue.
Here is why it matters. He asked for nudes. He solicited child pornography. Look, in Ohio, although the age of consent is 16, it is still illegal to record pornography of people under the age of 18.
I mean, legally, you might be right. There might be like if that had have been produced, there might have been a crime committed. But
No,
I
because
mean, dude,
just simply the solicitation of it.
okay,
is the
but
crime.
like,
And he did it electronically, which makes it a federal crime because the federal statute of limit or the federal age of consent is 18, right?
I mean, if you think ignoring the age difference, just talking about 16-year-olds, if you think that they're not sexting each other, like that happens, is that a crime?
Sure. But this is the thing.
But both parties are under 18.
Right. And that's the thing is that the Romeo and Juliet laws that effectively diminish the crime because the ages are within, 1 or 1.5 years. Right. So because he was soliciting child
a minor.
Right. For nudes. That puts him on the hook federally under 18 USC section 2251. All of this I gleaned from reading Kiwi Farms, by the way, which is actually ironically one of the few statutes or whatever that doesn't have a statute of limitations. So this is something he could be processed for this, right? They could do an investigation if this kid wanted to actually go forward with it. They could actually nail him on that alone. Because that is a crime federally and in Ohio because he was soliciting nude photos of somebody under the age of 18.
Yeah, maybe this is my unpopular hot take, but I honestly don't give a shit.
Now look, let me just say, although I think that the evidence provided, the receipts, so to speak, are pretty damning, I will give benefit of the doubt that there might be other things in the chat logs. Duncan claimed he wasn't leading him on, but a couple of the replies were, I don't think he was intentionally. Just to be clear, I do not believe for 1 second that Duncan was intentionally leading him on. But I do believe that it is a defense, maybe not a legal defense, but a defense from Daman Mills that he could believe this person was pursuing a relationship with him in a state where he could theoretically have gotten laid and it be not against the law, and that Daman Mills is completely delusional to not realize this kid was straight, right? And all that stuff. Like, it's possible that there's some bi-curious stuff in the chat logs that he didn't produce. I don't know. Look, so I'm going to just say, as I said with Vic, as I said with everybody else, go to court. Okay? Go to court. And if the person is not willing to go to court, and look, here's the thing. He wanted to keep his anonymity. But Kiwi Farms, because of Anime News Network being complete fucks when it comes to their internet security, Kiwi Farms is able to figure out the kid's name, at least his first name. Okay? So because of that, the anonymity has already been slightly blown. And I guarantee you, at some point, they're probably going to figure out who this kid is.
They have pictures of his Facebook account. They know his full name. 100%.
They at least have pictures of him.
Yeah.
Which theoretically you might be able to reverse image search these and find them on his Facebook. That is something you may be able to find. I'm not suggesting anybody do that. I don't think anybody should do that. I hope this kid is able to have a normal life.
Well, he's not
as
a kid
best
anymore,
he can. But still, regardless. So I'm just saying that because anonymity is about to be thrown out the window, he may change his mind and choose to pursue this.
Also, I don't think that
if you
name
happen to be listening to the stream, I would just like to point out, if you do want to pursue this, as I said, soliciting child pornography does not have a statute of limitations. Daman Mills could be prosecuted on this if you are willing to go to the police.
I would imagine. I mean, unless multiple people come forward. If it's one case, I'd imagine that where like nothing actually even got produced, it would be like a probation at worst.
Right.
But anyway, that would be my guess.
I don't think anybody's getting locked up and throwing away the key, but it would be interesting to see because we've discovered that it was Duncan and Brian, right? So that's two people already, and who knows if there's going to be further fallout.
Do we know how old the other guy was?
They said that the age group was like 14 to 16 of the people in their friend group. So I assume he was also underage. I don't know. I'm just saying.
The other thing is that name. I mean, it doesn't look like a guy's name. I think that's a girl's name. Brian?
Oh, maybe
no.
Duncan? What?
The yeah.
Well, they're talking about this kid.
No, I think they're talking about that kid's girlfriend.
Oh, so do you think that the one going by Brian is actually a girl, and that's what they said because he's hot in the video, kind of thing?
He might be gay and he might be a guy, but that chat of Duncan talking to whoever was saying that he was upset that Tracy might get upset.
Actually, I don't think so, because didn't in the chat logs, didn't he send nudes of Brian, not Duncan?
I don't know who it was, but the Tracy comment was when they were talking about Duncan's girlfriend. Like, oh, I have a girlfriend. You're getting pissed off at me. And then he said something like, oh, I don't want Tracy to get mad. So he might have been saying, like, I don't want your girlfriend to get mad.
Maybe.
So might
That's
not be
possible,
his name.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. So regardless, I don't know. I would never put it past the farms that this is all they're going to dig up. I'm sure more information is going to come out.
As soon as a picture of his face was put out, like,
great
the
job,
guy's
Anime
gonna
News
get
Network.
doxxed.
Also, possibly, I don't know if that's his mom or whatever. I don't know. Apparently,
might be another voice actor.
This is FDD&M as a kid, right over here.
That looks like Fred.
Fred, the YouTuber or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, but it kind of looks like it.
Anyway, it looks like a cross between Fred and Drake Bell a little bit.
Speaking of Drake Bell, he got into trouble, similar issue. And I just found out today, by coincidence, someone brought up Drake and Josh, because I think Josh is going to be doing some project with Christopher Nolan, and I was like, and the tweet was like, oh, I didn't think Drake and Josh and Christopher Nolan would be in the same tweet together. And I was like, no, did they nail Christopher Nolan for something?
Josh Peck, right? That's his name, yeah.
Yeah, related to Jake Bell, because Jake Bell had some issues, and I was like, oh, okay, no, it has to do with Josh Peck. Okay, that's good.
Yes.
And then someone was like, well, what happened with Drake? And I had to go look it up, and I found out that the verdict came in.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Or rather, he pleaded guilty. So the sentencing was passed out, and he ended up getting a year probation and 200 hours community service for trying to talk to a minor and do all that kind of shit across state lines and stuff.
So let me ask you a quick question. Do you guys think that this person right here and this person are the same?
They look different to me.
They look different, right? And the glasses are so. This I'm assuming is a girl, maybe even the girlfriend, and that's the same girl, yeah.
That looks similar to me.
Similar enough that it's probably the same person. Do you think this person is this person or this person?
Yeah, they have all the dimple on the chin. That might be all the same person.
Yeah, it could be because this is glasses, this is contacts, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe these are younger. I don't know. Oh, these are Panera Bread, March 8, 2020. These are named. Why do they all say Panera Bread? Panera Bread is the person who posted it, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, got it. Anyway, so let's not take stock of that. So yeah, I don't know. Regardless, it's messed up. So let's address some chat. So regarding Sean Channel's next, what do you mean? What does Sean do? This is just if we were to take a guess of who the next voice actor to fall is going to be, that was what that was about. So the season.
You want to take down these random pictures of this guy? We don't need them on the screen anymore.
Good point. Oh, also, I wanted to point this out before we get out here. Due to personal circumstances, Daman Mills is no longer able to attend SawesomeCon 2022. He sends his regrets to our attendees and looks forward to seeing you all at another show in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with that.
I would hope you will receive the same love Vic did from the tolerant left.
Literally any of them go to a con, this is going to get brought up.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, let's read these chats though. So the cease and desist is what gets me. Vic had hundreds of people coming at him, but did nothing. But one talks and it's silence or I'll sue you. Yeah. Well, I mean, the cease and desist is, just, it's messed up, to say the least. We sort of covered this already. As someone who is from Hawaii, I just have to say, no, we do not claim Daman Mills. Though, unfortunately, age of consent here is also 16 because our legislators are sick in the head. I used to be a fan of this guy, too. A shame he turned out to be like this. I never knew he had done any... I never knew by name any of the roles he did. He doesn't look like the person who would voice Monica. I think he has skeletons after spurging on Twitch that one time, referring to Sean Schemmel. Okay, so there was more to it than that. Okay. Oh, wow, I didn't realize it was 2 people. I thought it was all just the Duncan person. Get on the wall, inhale the gas. Once again, none of the Vic stories were this bad. God damn. There's off-color jokes. Then there's this shit. I love the FBI meme. Yeah, look, J. Michael Tatum is in that last pick with Daman Mills and Victim. Yeah, but see, again, I think that's just them at a con, right? And it could literally be anybody. It could have been Vic in that picture. It could have been literally anybody. I don't think that we're going to jump on it like, oh, Daman Mills was trying to rape him too. J. Michael Tatum was trying to rape him. I don't think we should say that. Just simply being featured in a photo that they included because Daman Mills was also there. To me, it looks like Daman Mills had access to other celebrities, and that's one of the ways he was able to keep us as his friend and everything. And here's a photo of us getting to meet these other people because of our connection to him, right? Who's the second guy? That was Brian. Why did Anime News Network leave that one out of their article? That was far more damning than what they put in. I don't know. And by the way, they after Kiwi Farms was able to get the access to the stuff, they yeeted all the other stuff from their server, it seems. F this, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'm gonna just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Sorry, yeah, you left before the cancer metastasized too much, right?
Just quickly about Anime North putting shit on their server in a really crappy security way. My parents got me a gift one year of a bobblehead in my likeness, and I had to upload.
You called it to your parents?
You had to upload a photo of yourself?
Spider-Man doesn't have parents; they're dead. So yeah, I had to upload a photo of myself, and then they clear the photo, and then they upload photos of the sample that they do, and you have to okay the sample. And they did the same thing. It's all sequentially numbered. So you can literally just go on their server when they send you the link and be like, +1, +1, +1, and see all the different things they've put up there. Like, you have to do random numbers. You cannot do sequential numbers for
It doesn't surprise me
uploads.
At all that you are savvy enough to have done this previously.
Oh.
Because of your intelligence in the web design field is what I mean. Kisses crook of neck. 5 seconds later, I am not a crook. Okay, so this is the trunks thing. You guys check that out. Damon is such a creep. What's this one? I don't have the ability to click on it right now. Even if his victim was an adult, Damon's behavior still screams toxic, manipulative abuser. Absolutely. And this is, again, one more time for those in the back. The behavior. It is predatory, regardless of if it's your fetish, regardless if they're gay. It's predatory.
The link, or the YouTube link in chat was the "Fuck the Shit I'm Out" song.
Okay. They get poor, broken kids. Definitely. Absolutely. It might be the creepiest text conversation I have ever seen. Jesus, what a stalker. You ever wonder if God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? I'm still disgusted that Daman Mills got a role on Final Fantasy VII Remake. The other crap was easy to avoid. I hope Square Enix cuts ties with him next.
Who is he in Final Fantasy?
Is he in Final Fantasy VII? I know he's in I think he's that character that they made specifically for the remake, believe it or not. Let me pull him up real quick. This guy gives David Bowie a bad name. Let's see. Brave Exvius. Okay, so he's Weeps.
That was a Bon Jovi song, not a David Bowie song.
Oh, I was just looking at the picture of him where he looks like Bowie. It's not even the picture.
You give love a bad name.
So yeah, he's this character who I don't know if I saw a picture. I'm thinking of the one from Brave Exvius, but let's see. Oh, it is the character I was thinking of. So wasn't this character made specifically for Final Fantasy VII Remake? He's not in the original one, right?
I've never seen that before, so
yeah. So he voices this character.
Never played the original though.
I'm pretty sure he was a character that was made specifically for the remake. Anyway, started when Duncan was 15. Yeah, and a lot of people are saying, well, yeah, but the stuff that got bad was a year later when he was the age of consent. It's like, doesn't fucking matter. The specific things that he's doing are still not okay. You would still look again. Reverse the roles. Reverse the roles. It is hard for people to grasp this. Oh, well, he's gay, right? Okay. Pretend Duncan is a woman. Pretend Duncan is a young, underage girl, and a guy is doing this to a woman. You would absolutely not be okay with it, regardless of whether it's follows under the age of consent, right? You would not be okay with it. You know, oh, send me nudes. Do this, right? It's like this person is 21 years old when they're 16. It is wrong, regardless of the fact that the guy's gay and
he was 20.
Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's still wrong, you know. And it's just like people get like glossed over because the person is gay, and it's like put it in a heterosexual framework, and you will immediately see how predatory it is. The age of consent is 16 is the weakest and creepiest defense I've ever seen. It's still creepy no matter how backwards the law is. Exactly. God said once he was sorry, he even made us. What? Sorry, he made Daman Mills, maybe. Now that I see those messages better, it's still harassment and some form of rape. The weirdo
it's
is
clearly
going to prison
harassment.
someday. It's definitely, yeah. Daman was 20, though. Please say 20 to life. I have a feeling Daman Mills might be dumb enough to initiate a lawsuit himself to save his career. It would be great if Duncan slips away with anti-slap like Monica and Jamie did. LOL. I think it would be harder for him to anti-slap because this lawsuit would happen. Well, I don't know. It depends on the jurisdiction. It would happen in California, I assume. That's where Daman Mills. That's weird. He lives in Texas, or at least that's where he lived when he lived with Sarah Wiedenheft. But his lawyer he retained is in California. I wonder if he moved. But yeah, the lawyer he retained is from California. California, I believe, does have anti-slap laws. But Daman Mills, I don't think you could argue that he is a public figure the way that you would more easily be able to argue about Vic. So that's interesting. I don't know how the California laws differ from Texas. Lord Frieza says, that's so gross. That kid is 100% a child still. Sheesh. Drake got the wall, I thought. I love this terminology. This is hilarious. Even Frieza hates this shit. Haha, breaking news. The first Conda dropping, right? Actually, I'll just point this out here. Anime cons. Throw this up on the screen. Search Daman Mills. I will point this out. Kyokai-Con apparently has canceled him. And previously there was a third convention on here, but people on Kiwi Farms had pointed out the fact that he was never even announced to have been invited there. They couldn't find anything. So it looks like that's been redacted. So it looks like maybe this other convention also has canceled him so far. So regarding all that stuff we were just talking about the Vic stuff, this actually hurts Vic's case a little bit, right?
Hold on. Do we know that the convention canceled on him?
Or maybe he did? Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Because the other one said due to unforeseen personal whatever. What did they say here? I can pull it up. They said, and I quote, due to personal circumstances, Daman Mills is no longer able to attend. So they didn't say we've decided to cut him. You're right. It's an interesting, good distinction there. Anyway, Frieza probably had the right idea when he wanted to blow up Earth. Seriously, what has happened to the voice acting industry? It got corrupt. Well, you can always switch to subtitles in the game. That's true. I play my part. You play your game. Weiss was in one of the Final Fantasy VII side games. Oh, Dirge of Cerberus, probably. Yeah, because I saw a picture of him with Vincent. Yep, you're right, Lord Frieza. Sad but true. Weiss isn't. Yeah, Dirge of Cerberus. Cool. He's grooming the boy. The boy is a straight guy, and he continues to disrespect the boy and harass him sexually. Absolutely. It's really obvious. Daman speaks like a manipulative pedo, asking for sex favors. Is sexual harassment to a minor. Consent my ass. The boy did not reciprocate. Cancellations have begun. Yeah, again, but Random 11 brings up a good point. They could be self-inflicted, you know? Was Daman Mills really only at one convention in 2020? Even Vic went to more despite being canceled. Yeah, but these ones he pulled out of at least. Oh wait, 2020. No, 2019 is when he pulled out of. But 2020 was COVID. The convention itself. See, it says convention canceled, not canceled appearance, right?
Right.
Convention postponed. Yeah. So but you're right. You know, even Vic went to more, but that's, you know, Daman Mills, you know, we talked about like, trust the science I believe in kind of thing. He was probably going to be like not going to him anyway, because he was COVID phobic anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, I just thought of something even better. Like, all you need to do is like redub his toxic fucking creepy ass texts into his Frieza voice. And then people would catch on how creepy it is. Yes, just touch yourself. Touch my dragon balls.
So, for those of you who are new,
all 5 of you,
I would like to, unless anybody has something else you'd like to say about Daman Mills,
burn him.
We spent a lot more time than we intended.
Yes.
I am a lot less hard on him, I suppose.
Yeah,
but
it honestly could.
I still think that he crossed the line, and I think that regardless of how bad you think that these actions are, if you put it in the perspective of their logic, like, he should be fired and canceled just as bad as Vic is, and obviously,
and there's actually proof this time.
Yeah.
How about that? And I just think it's worth saying again that hundreds, right? More than 100 women coming out against Vic. 0 receipts whatsoever. The best evidence that they were able to muster was Michelle Blankenship O'Connell posting the college newspaper archive that showed that Vic was at the college she claimed that he worked at that one time, right? That's the best receipt they can provide. Does it prove any of the allegations against him? Absolutely not. None of them. None of them have been proven by the fact that he merely was in the presence of somebody who claims he assaulted them. That's the best receipt they got. One person comes out, and we've got 2 people's worth of receipts coming out against Duncan, or Daman, rather. Anyway, so God help us, we have to finish the In Touch podcast episode 1 for going on here. So I would just say,
In Touch podcast name kind of takes on a different connotation after reading that. Reading those text messages.
So I would like to point something out. There is a certain moment in their first episode of the podcast that I have been looking for and waiting for us to get to. And I realized we already passed it. And the reason we passed it is because when we first started covering their podcast in our podcast 184, we were looking for a place to end because we spent 2 hours going over the first 20 minutes, and it turns out the exact moment that we stopped the podcast covering their podcast at was the moment I was looking for. So I'm going to play that segment real quick. Feel free to unmute yourselves if you want.
You first were like, hey, something happened to me. You weren't even specific about
right.
that.
It was just kind of...
I was specific on the 8th. And for clarity, I posted that tweet because other people had posted their experiences. Other people who were not sued posted their experiences. And I was basically just, we wanted to put a face to it. And this is what happened to me. We knew it happened to other people based on the online tweets stating that it had happened to them. And just to say, yeah, this is a thing that happened to me. It totally happened.
Totally happened.
We were talking and you said, hey, I think that the more we can support it, the better it will be for victims. So yeah, I told my story and what happened to me.
Okay, so I've cut that down to the highlights here. I want you to hear it again.
I posted that tweet because other people had posted their experiences. We wanted to put a face to it. We knew it happened to other people based on the online tweets stating that it had happened to them. We were talking and you said, hey, I think that the more we can support it, the better it will be for victims. So yeah, I told my story and what happened to me.
So, I mean, that kind of sounds like conspiracy and all the things that we previously thought about. The reason that we're coming out and telling stories is because all the other allegations are coming from anonymous sources. We believe them because they said they happened online. Therefore, we told our stories to put a face to it, right? So these are,
but the bigger thing, the key thing that she says there is, you told me it would be a good idea to put a story out there. Right there.
Conspiracy.
That's it.
Legally.
We talked about it amongst ourselves to see what we should do to promote the idea that Vic
two or more
is a
people
predator.
Coming together to further a tort. Definition of civil conspiracy. Admitted on their show. Now, I got one more thing. I should have done this last podcast, but I didn't have enough time. I mentioned about how Jamie mentioned that it's you guys acted like I said, light people on fire. Well, I've got a treat for you guys.
Remember, like, the first thing that I ever posted was just this meme, like a little picture that said, I believe survivors. And I got so much harassment from just that one little image.
Yeah, I put believe victims. Yeah. And it was,
how dare
like
you?
I said, light people on fire and burn them.
Right.
Yeah, that was another tweet. Jesus. I'll get into those later.
Right. So just so it's not weird when we continue here.
The ones that turned over. Now I don't.
So we get a little ASMR now of the fire crackling. I hope you enjoy it.
I love how we have denigrated the word meme so much that it has now become just a standard image with some text
on the internet. Right?
This isn't even the final form.
Yeah, this isn't even the final form. All right, real quick. I forgot to star the last comment we're at. Hold on, let me show. These are some good points being made up here. Actually, let me see. Where was I? Right here. Manipulate pedo. The cancellations have begun, right? Okay. So was Daman Mills really only? We covered that. Yeah, good point. Yeah, okay, cool. Reading the order, it says Duncan is contacting the employees and contracts. Oh, the cease and desist? I didn't see. Okay, well, it asks him not to, I think. But you might be right. I didn't find, do we have access to the public? Is that public, his cease and desist? It'd be nice to look at that. What a huge step down from the late Chris Ayres. Worst Frieza voice and worst human being. Why don't they just bring back the Dragon Ball Z Frieza? She was great.
Did she retire or something?
I don't think she's dead. I mean, she could come
back. I thought she retired.
And her son voices Tien. It would be easy to put her back in.
It would be weird if they suddenly brought her back, because the whole excuse of getting rid of her in the first place was she doesn't have the vocal range to display the character with the speed that Frieza talks at.
Yeah, for some reason they wanted to have him be more Shakespearean or whatever they said, the excuse they made. So for the people in the back, and nobody cares about male victims, yeah, totally. Wasn't that receipt by Michelle debunked as a fake? So the receipt, quote unquote, from Michelle was the photo of Vic leaning against the fireplace. It's possible that the face is photoshopped. The lighting is a little bit weird. I don't think personally, as a professional photo manipulator, VFX artist, I don't believe that. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that the photo is genuine. But once again, the photo only proves that Vic was at this school for this play. It does not prove anything beyond that. And
does it show him pinning down a girl against the wall or something?
Right. And the other receipt is from the actual school's like .gov or whatever, .edu or whatever website. Like so, and that receipt is a archive of their school newspaper from back during that time that shows Vic, and it has his name, Vic Mignogna, in the text of this archive as the person on the stage in the photo of a different play than the one she accused him of being in the rat trap or whatever the play was called. So I don't think it's been debunked. People claim that they called the school and the school said that he never worked there, but it's not outside the realm of possibility that he didn't, quote unquote, work there. Like he wasn't actually employed as faculty of the school. That doesn't mean that he wasn't there as helping somebody in the drama department, maybe just for experience, or a credit, like like almost like an internship, or something, getting to work in drama and help, teach, because he was a teacher for a time, all these things. So I don't think it's been, quote unquote, fully debunked. But again, that isn't evidence of a crime. That is evidence of simply being in a place at a certain time. Anyway, Squirrel and Valley Girl, these women are insufferable to listen to. Did anyone hear Jamie and Monica in last week's episode of My Dress Up Darling? Yeah, I heard they're in it, and I'm disappointed. Imagine needing 4 live streams and spending over 20 hours to go over a 20-minute podcast. Hey, excuse me. This podcast is an hour and a half long. Don't give me that bullshit. She wanted to give nobody's online leverage. Monica begged someone at Funimation to tell her story via email. That is true. And I'll remind you that Funimation told Vic they would not be speaking publicly about his termination. And then Monica begged them, because she was getting so much quote unquote harassment online, that she needed to say something, and she basically forced their hand in order to make statements so she could say something. Right. Anyway, I don't believe this is true. I don't think so. I think that when they went into Dragon Ball Kai, that they recast a lot of the female voice actors. Look, I'll just say right now, I don't think the casting couch is a thing. All right. I believe, and I covered this, I forget which podcast, it might have been 58 or something. I'm not exactly sure which one it is off the top of my head. I believe that what happened is that Chuck Huber's affidavit is referencing somebody in the industry that was their inside person, and that Stephanie Nadolny, in an interview we covered on one of the podcasts, mentioned she had heard something. I think that Chuck Huber is referencing Stephanie Nadolny, and that we're looking at what they said without naming the other person and not realizing they're talking about each other. Right. That's just my opinion on it. Look, I think Sabat's a piece of shit. I definitely think that he was out to get Vic out of there, but I haven't seen any actual evidence that would imply that he is getting sexual favors from voice actors in order to be in the show, especially due to the fact that the people who replaced existing people like Tiffany Vollmer and stuff, nobody is actually going to get a blowjob from Monica Rial and enjoy it. Okay? Yeah, that ain't happening.
I
Chris
don't
Sabat...
think... Do we have anything on Chris Sabat saying that he wanted Vic out?
Vic in his deposition said that Sabat vocally did not like him. He was the first one he named when they asked if anybody at Funimation disliked him or whatever. Right. So yeah. just my 2 cents. I don't think there's any actual evidence to support the claim that there is a casting couch. And for those of you guys who are new, go ahead, Random Living.
I was just going to say, clearly Chris didn't do anything to help Vic. Clearly.
Of course. Yeah. And for anybody who's new, my sister-in-law's sister-in-law works as a voice actor at Funimation. And when this started going down, especially the casting couch stuff, I reached out to her and asked her if she had heard anything, if there had been any rumors. And she told me it's the first she's heard of it, and that Toei signs off on all the casts anyway. So it's not as though Chris Sabat could even promise anybody a role. At best, he could promise to put them in the running, right? So I don't think that... I think there's a lot of, hype coming out over nothing regarding that. I haven't seen that that's true. That's just my opinion on it. There might be more stuff to come out later, and if it does, maybe it'll change my opinion. But just giving you that, I don't think there's actually a casting couch. And once again, as far as I know, all the women who were replaced with people who would be as undesirable as Monica Rial. Just saying, I don't think that Sabat was getting any, hot young things giving him sexual favors. Zedpool says, and we have photos of Mills with the kid, meaning he is guilty. That's their logic, right? Okay, if just saying it online is enough proof, then Jamie touched me without consent. Remember, we have to believe all survivors. Tell your story, Joe. Hour and a half. What BS is this? Yeah, totally. Regarding the 20-minute podcast. Prayers for Joe. Apparently I said that. 186 is near 7 hours. So yeah. So but the thing is that the podcast being longer than we only cover their show for the beginning of those podcasts. So we have an entire normal podcast to do after these are over. I mean, we're not even getting to this until 2.5 hours into this podcast, right?
Yeah. Each podcast has been about 2 to 3 hours.
Right. I think when Stan Dolan joined us last podcast, that was the longest one. That was about 3 hours. And I cut in like 10 minutes of footage of Vic at Back Anime for that one. So, so Sailor Mercury said that was Stephanie Adolny, voice of Teen Gohan and Kid Goku. Where was the one who was creeped out by stuff at Funny? She's the one who said she had heard of stuff, occurring. And again, I think there was a feedback loop between her and Chuck. That's what I think happened. I don't know. I'd have to hear Meredith McCoy or whatever her name was, the voice of Android 18, who got her role back in Super, by the way. She was taken out for Kai, but got it back for Super. So I don't know.
Meredith McCoy, was she the Funimation Fujiko?
I'm not sure. Sunny Straight mentioned the casting couch and said they all did it. Also mentioned Sabat by name. I don't know that. Please provide evidence for that. I know that I have a video of Sunny Straight being asked how he got his roles at Funimation or whatever, and he said, "I slept with Chris Sabat" or whatever as a joke. I know that there's that. I played that on the stream. It could be Sabat being a dick, not necessarily a casting couch. Chris Sabat called Vic fans autistic, and there was a tweet where he said Vic did it to himself. Yeah.
He definitely didn't help him, but I don't think he did anything really to publicly anyway to show that he was pushing Vic out.
It is
right. Well, also before all of the stuff with Vic happened, Sabat was actively putting out rumors intentionally around Vic's colleagues that Vic was gay, homophobic.
It is Meredith McCoy who played Fujiko in the Funimation, the old Funimation dubs for Lupin.
I guess that makes sense because they have Sunny Straight playing Lupin. So
yeah,
Toei is a little stickler with their brand. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty. You have to be pretty despite to have sex with Sabat.
I think he meant desperate.
Pretty desperate, yes, yes. See, but the thing is that this is the thing that's important about Sabat having Okratron, is that when you get cast in a show like Dragon Ball, especially as a character that becomes like a main character, like Chi-Lai or Kefla, Kale, all those characters, you get that role. And then you play that character in every video game that comes out. That is guaranteed work coming back to you for all these major roles in major franchises that you get. So that is a lot of power that Sabat wields as the person who sends the demo reels or whatever to Toei for approval. Definitely. Casting couch or not, Sabat has also been accused of being inappropriate with underage fans at cons.
I'd like to see receipts on all the things. I'm sure that it happens. I think that because quote unquote the inappropriate behavior with fans at cons that Vic had was him kissing them on the cheek, right, and hugging them in the autograph line, which I don't consider inappropriate whatsoever. Or I guess the inappropriate thing is whispering in their ears the lines that they asked him to perform, because as I said before, they're in love with the character in the show, not Vic. That's why he gets behind them and whispers into their ear from behind them, because that way they can hear the character that they are fantasizing about and not look at a 50-year-old man telling them to their face the line that would immediately break the immersion and ruin their experience, right? And dry them up for the rest of their lives. Sabat made a tweet and said, the world deserves Bulma at any age. Oh. And you could say Sabat has to get Toei to sign off, etc. But there is no way they don't have some away with how many casting choices they make.
Sway.
With their friend. Sway, yeah. And again, that's the thing is that if you provide Toei with 5 actors, you could theoretically give them the person that's given you the blowjob. Theoretically, this is all hypothetical, and then 4 terrible voice actors in order to try to push the needle in the direction of them picking the one that you're doing a quid pro quo for. Definitely.
Well, it's also possible that if they ever tried that, Toei would come back and say, "No, we need 5 more new people."
Yeah, exactly. It's and that is. I'm just saying, like you could try to sway, but it's a very risky gamble.
I think that Funimation picks a girl or picks a person for a role, and then just said, "We like this person. What do you guys think?" Oh yeah,
Can
she
you
sounds
take
like
the
she's speaking
comment
English.
down?
I mean,
well, I was holding on to the comment I was at, so I could.
I don't think they're doing like a group of 5. I think they're just doing they pick the one and they send it for approval, and that's it. And Toei being Toei, they don't understand, English and inflection or what, or acting or whatever. Oh, the voice just sounds similar. Yeah, okay, go for it.
I know you're.
It doesn't sound like a whale voicing a teenage girl.
Right. Hey, Footnum, if you're in the audience, can I have you come in here just at least to star these comments for me so that I can focus on the main things? So Sunny Straight, Krillin, isn't he kicked Vic? He definitely supported Monica and Jamie and not Vic. I'll say that at bare minimum. And he was in that Sean Schemmel Vic Mangina Predator thing video. So yeah, he is kick Vic.
Which comments do you want me to star?
We're because it's the reason we're 2.5 hours in is because I'm reading all of them.
Just to keep track of where you're at.
Not just to keep track of where I'm at, but also to notice the ones that are not immediately having already been answered by things I said before I read them.
Okay.
That kind of stuff, so that we can kind of try to streamline things a little bit more. Yeah, FDM's really good at it, so that's why I'm asking him to join. You can do it as well, but anyway, so let's get through this thing here.
Remember how much of it was actually turned, but we turned over all of our discovery. We turned over all of this information.
I didn't.
Jamie didn't. And again, this is because Jamie dodged the process server in order to delay her 60 days in filing TCPA, and then the TCPA was filed, discovery was stayed. She didn't have to provide anything, and she didn't get deposed.
Oh, I did. I don't know how much of it was utilized, but it's like we did all of this, and then they did nothing. So every time it was this big deal of like, oh, okay, well, we need to get all of our ducks in a row, and we would, and then it would all fall apart on the other side. So it's like, this is just kind of a joke.
Yeah, one of the things, so I was, we'll get into all that later. I didn't get served until much later. So with that,
I didn't get served until I ran out of time to.
Yeah, I didn't get served until much later. They didn't catch me, right? I dodged the process server for ages before I got served.
That was the discovery didn't last as long before the slap was.
I love how they phrase it. Discovery didn't last as long. It's like, yes, because you filed TCPA and had discovery stayed. Yet discovery didn't last as long. That was on you.
Filed an anti-slap. So we'll get into all those meanings and everything. But once that's filed, basically discovery stops. Yeah. And so I had spent an entire weekend getting together texts of ours for like 4 months. And it's page after page after page after. I mean, there's so many because we're actually friends.
And none of it is about him.
No.
It's all about like, hey, what are you doing? What's going on? I love that they think that this took over, and it still takes over so much of our brain. You can look at our text today, and there's, other than, hey, when are we recording? There's no mention of this shit.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it's so stupid. And I thought it was really funny because people will often talk about friends and all of that kind of thing. And so it was 3 days of constant copying like screenshots to put into a document of all of these these texts that we had. And then I go over to his email or his phone number, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
Yeah.
For 4 years, 5 years. Yeah. Not since he started his like Star Trek-y thing. And had wanted me to be in the first episode, and I declined. I didn't think I was right for the character / didn't want to work on the site. So,
is it because you wanted her to be like the lasagna monster that Captain Kirk fights in that one episode? Because I think you're perfect for the part.
so that was like our last text communication. And I don't delete my texts.
I don't either. Yep.
So, I mean, as far as friendship goes, it was an acquaintance. It wasn't a friendship.
Right.
We have an actual friendship.
Just point out Monica Rial's Instagram. Vic is amazed by my Mai Tai. Right? Liked by, and, Vic liked it and everything. So, spending time together.
Go figure. The idea, too, that somebody would be like, my friends betrayed me. And I was like, I saw you at conventions, and that was it. And sometimes we'd have to have dinner together because other people were having dinner. So,
I mean, there was a time way back in the day when I would have considered him a friend. But all of that stopped in 2007. And I distanced myself. And people were like, oh, but you still went to cons. Yeah, dude, I have to work.
Do I see a date on here? 2014. Oh, interesting.
But I challenge anyone to find a picture of me or Jamie with that person alone, not
hanging
at a convention. Yeah, just hanging out, not at a convention.
Who else is in this
from
booth?
2007 to today.
2014.
Meanwhile,
because I know it doesn't.
We
exist.
celebrate our birthdays together.
Yeah,
so.
we have birthday parties together. But anyway, all of that to say, 10 out of 10.
We thought we would win. We thought we would win. Also, there's no word on appeals. A lot of people are asking about appeals. There's still no word on appeals. They were filed in September of 2020.
I think.
Yeah, so it's been well over a year. We're waiting patiently.
Yeah.
But we're not adding anything new. So,
no.
Yeah. So there's that. What's the weirdest, craziest conspiracy that you have heard from Vic's fan base?
Oh my gosh.
That's a good question. Beyond the lizard thing. Yeah, the lizard thing and the George Soros thing are pretty fucking crazy, but beyond that.
I think one of my favorites is that all of us have gotten together and we've been planning this for 30 years. 30 years.
Yeah, and I think, I don't think they put together that timeline. They've clearly all gotten together. So we got together with, a just shit ton of people online, I guess, at some point. But the 1989 has been online for a very long time. And it's...
Does anybody have a source on the original posting from Michelle Blankenship O'Connell? Because I would have guessed that she created her Twitter account in order to interact with the KickVic hashtag. And again, I think that at least she has some form of receipt. I still don't think that that there's any proof of her claims, but I don't believe that it was online for a very long time. I'd love to see it if anybody could provide that to me.
It's like, that's, it was 30 years at the time. Now it's even longer. The idea, if you really think about the things they're saying, that we were in on it, we would have had to be in on it back then. When she talked to her family.
Yes.
And once again, I would just like to point out they use the exact same tactic as the fact checkers, where you take the most outrageous claim to straw man, tear it down, in addressing on their podcast, and not any of the more reasonable claims that have been put forward
about what happened, right?
1989, I was a teenager. I didn't know any of these people. Like, how?
Right. I was a tween, and my baby brother had just been born.
Aww.
And I was very busy making sure that he was perfect at all times.
I love that.
Like, that's what I was doing. That's what I was not plotting the downfall of a 60-year-old man 30 years later.
No.
I wasn't doing that. No. So
it's like a what's more likely scenario again. Like, what's more likely?
Yes.
That all of these women got together when they were children and decided that they were going to take down a man 30 years later.
It's absurd.
That this guy has been a creep since then. Like, what is more likely?
Yeah. Next question. Speaking of powerful, words are powerful, and sometimes people use them for good, sometimes evil. Oh, no, wait. This isn't a question. This is our segue. Look at me. I'm totally on point.
You're on fire,
so let's
Monica.
do that.
Keep going.
Again.
Matt, leave it in. But yeah.
And she literally
Okay,
is.
hold
in
on.
the Picture behind us.
She said, Matt, leave it in. So I guess J. Michael Tatum is not the one editing. I saw somebody on Kiwi Farms bringing up. Interesting. So it isn't J. Michael Tatum doing the editing.
Matt's engineering this. We're mixing this for us. Hi, Matt. Thank you. Hi, Matt. Speaking of powerful, words are powerful, and sometimes people...
That really annoying. Hi, Matt. That reminds me. Previously, we talked about they in their podcast talked about how they had the same agent, and they both went, "Hi, Gilbert." Right. I recently re-listened to Monica's deposition, and she talks about at that time things going through her agent. I think it's the Mary Collins agency, and she talks about her specific agent, and it ain't Gilbert. So I wonder if she got dropped by her agency because of no longer being profitable of a person to host for management, right, to manage. So that's interesting, right? And maybe she went to Jamie's agent because Jamie's agent is already putting up with the fact that Jamie is an incredibly toxic person who's constantly battling fans over her script choices and throwing Gamergate into prison school and all those things. That's very curious, I think.
Use them for good, sometimes evil. With that in mind, let's get into some of the responses online to our announcement that we were starting the podcast. You want to read some tweets?
Yeah, if I can find them. Gosh, I've got so many different things going on my screen. Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
I'm in my booth, and it's tiny. Okay, here we go.
Tiny for
I'm
you.
also in my booth, which is a lovely closet.
Hey, it sounds
But there's
great.
enough room for my stuff and a little stool to sit on and, a table for water.
But I think that this is
very
fun.
small, though. It's all crowded.
Hey, so is mine. It's all good.
Okay.
I should say,
first one.
We should probably say that, like, hey, guys, we have enough tweets to probably fill a coffee table book individually of mean tweets.
Yeah.
So this is
It's
not
true.
in any way saying, hey, guys, trolls, send us mean tweets. We've already got
Please don't.
plenty. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, that's fine. We'll just block you.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm a block.
Obligatory. Please don't interact with Jamie or Monica at all. Don't send them mean tweets. Don't threaten them. Don't interact with them at conventions. Leave them alone, please.
From way back.
Yeah, and guys, just a little segue there.
Full disclosure.
Just block. Just block.
Yeah, just block.
Like, you're not going to.
Don't mute, just
some
block.
of these people you're not going to be able to educate, and they're just. It's not worth your time arguing with them. Just block them and move on.
I mean, they're on dozens and dozens of accounts by now.
I
They're
mean,
still...
it's like 5 people that have 38 accounts each. It's
I
really
know,
ridiculous
right?
at this point.
I don't know.
Once again, they actually believe it's a bunch of Russian bots. They have convinced themselves that it's just 5 people with like 38 accounts each, right? And look, I bet you anything, there are people with multiple accounts who are constantly creating new accounts just to interact. I bet you that's a thing. But for them to actually believe that everybody who doesn't agree with them is just a bot, right? They actually believe, and they diminish your existence and your belief of being against them for
don't add this to stream. Okay. Whoops. I got tricked by the Reese gasp.
I can't read it the whole thing. I just don't add this whole. I can't read the whole thing.
So FDM, I don't know if you can see it, but I starred the last comment that I covered. If you want to go up to that one. Anyway, so yeah, I forgot what I was talking about now. Oh yeah, they literally believe that everybody who doesn't agree with them is a bot by a few angry people, and not the thousands and thousands of people who've donated to Vic. The people who look at them and just don't agree with their side of the story because there's no receipts. The receipts that Monica tried to provide said no, it didn't happen. Thank you, Stan Dolan, and all that shit.
What they do. I don't know how they function as human beings. No, I don't think so either. So here's one. I can't wait for the podcast starring Monica and Jamie, and I wish the best of luck for both of them.
Aww.
Thank you. See, that's nice. So we have a lot of support.
Do we get to call out the people? Should we say who it is?
I feel like maybe not, just in case,
Well,
I don't want them to get harassed.
That's true.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
And then this one is from someone whom I love, but he says, good for you too. Love the title.
Thank you so much, you very talented soul. Do we want to talk about the title a little bit?
We probably should explain.
Yeah.
The title, of course, being In Touch or We Will Be in Touch.
So during all the harassment, someone had hired an attorney. And we thought it would be absurd to sue for the truth. I mean, clearly it was, because right now, the amount they owe is just extensive. A lot of money. So, it's in the beginning.
and that amount, just to clarify,
your fiance.
That amount that Vic owes is because their lawyer racked up huge, stupid fees that he couldn't justify and were sketchy on his timetable for.
They laugh about this now, but lest they forget, Judge Chup chastised Lemoyne and his team over the fact that it cost them so much money versus Jamie Markey and Funimation to battle the same things. So he lowered their asking price to match the other defendants, right? And then asked if they don't win, you are going to make them pay, right? Make Jamie or Monica and Ron pay, right? And of course, Jamie Lemoyne said, of course, right? So it's funny now. Oh, Vic owes so much money. Just wait till it comes back on appeals. It's going to be hilarious when you intentionally racked up all of those costs before filing TCPA, and then you actually have to pay Vic's and your own legal fees because you treated the lawsuit like a game. That's going to be real funny.
I just want to clarify here. Like, he is not paying because a judge said he thinks that Vic actually molested anyone. That is not why he's paying. He's not paying like a penalty fee. He's paying their lawyers because he couldn't, just the legal fees, because he couldn't get over a hurdle, a bar, a legal bar
that caused the case to be dismissed.
That said that they didn't defame him because he's a public figure and all that kind of shit.
Effectively, what happened is that Judge Chup ruled in their favor because, yes, you defamed him, but because he's a public figure, you're allowed to defame him, is effectively what happened. Right. So, yeah. And again, it's like, it's so funny. Listen to them cackling women, right? These cackling, bitching hyenas. But when appeals come through, like, it's not going to be so funny anymore. And I love this. It's like, Vic owes so much money. And my favorite thing about it is none of that money goes to you. None of it. It literally just pays off what you already had to pay to your lawyers, right? That's my favorite thing about it, right? And it's so funny when you watch the depositions and you hear how obsessed they all are with the GoFundMe, right? It's unbelievable.
Say Ron had been tweeting like it would be stupid to sue us, and he was right.
Yes.
I mean, factually, you can look at me like, oh yeah, it wasn't very smart because now he has a bit. So the lawyer Ty Beard, who is representing the man who sued us, tweeted, and it is currently his pinned tweet.
It'd be interesting to listen to their podcast again in full on my own time and find out if they ever use Vic's name.
At least it was, I think yesterday when I looked just to see. He tweeted in response to Ron, "We will be in touch," which was very clearly a lawsuit threat.
It's his pinned tweet.
Did they talk about Ron's tweet?
They're talking about Ty Beard's tweet.
No. Do they talk about what Ty Beard was responding to? Because if I'm not mistaken, Ron's tweet was something like, "Well, he hasn't sued us yet," and then Ty replied, "We'll be in touch. Like, don't worry about it. We're like, there's legal stuff coming just because you haven't seen it yet."
Buddy.
Yeah. So it's not like Ty was out there like trying to scare them and harass them. He was just letting them know.
Here's the tweet. "No, he isn't. You trolls think I'm lawyering up. That you trolls think him lawyering up was an offensive move. Sorry, it was defensive. He knows the skeletons he has hidden that are coming back to haunt him. Ty Beard, we will be in touch."
Yeah,
it sounds good to me. I'll reach out to him. Don't forget when Ron Toye intentionally called and left a message and acted like they were scared to talk to me, but he specifically called after business hours on purpose, right? Like,
yeah.
Do you have the context of that thread that Ron was replying to?
I could try to pull it up. The tweet is from a suspended account. They got Kick Vic found every possible reason they could to get any account that was against the defendants in this case yeeted off of Twitter. So
it's not important. Don't waste time on it.
I will attempt to pull up the archive and see if it's there.
I could have swore like the context made it clear that Ty was saying, like, for sure, this is because you were basically saying you don't think he's going to sue you, and Ty was saying, yeah, he's going to sue you. That was my memory of the tweet thread.
And it seems that you're correct. And also, archive seems to be down currently, so I can't.
Now, the reason they couldn't be bringing up Vic's name could that be due to legal reasons?
It just seems they're dancing around it purposefully, but it's so obvious that they're talking about Vic.
It's like we know you're talking about Vic.
It is the stupidest tactic ever if they actually think, well, we can say whatever we want because we never say Vic. And Jamie might actually believe that because her lawyer got her off the hook by the fact that they presented in the deposition to Vic, they presented him with the tweets and said, where does she say your name? And he's like, well, who is she replying to? He's like, that's not the question I asked. Objective non-responsive or objection non-responsive. Like, all that kind of, like,
it's like, buddy, I mean, if you go back to
the words in his mouth in order to force him to say she's not talking about me here. There's nothing I can see in this isolated tweet that proves she's talking specifically
out of context. Yes.
So it seems like they would
out of
bring
context. His name is like so stupid.
I believe that the law is as long as someone knows who you're talking about and can identify who you're talking about, that classifies defamation.
And that's something else I should clarify. I said in a previous podcast on this topic, we were talking about Todd Habercorn, and I was talking about how Adam Sheehan. Like there was the messages between him and Todd about Jesse Pridemore, and also that it is defamation, even though Jesse Pridemore didn't mention Todd Habercorn by name, because people in the industry, the mutuals of Jesse Pridemore and Todd Habercorn would know that she was talking about Todd, and it's still considered defamation. When I was referring to that, somehow I accidentally said Ed Sheehan twice. And then, without skipping a beat, used Adam Sheehan's real name after that. So forgive me for that. I wasn't talking about Ed Sheehan, the singer. I was talking about Adam Sheehan, the social media manager, or what is he? Crunchyroll, something or other? I don't know. That guy. Anyway.
For evidence, whatever, I don't know what the fuck. Anyway, in Sandman, what's his first
Nicholas
name?
Sandman.
Nicholas Sandman. A lot of the newspapers said, well, we didn't name him specifically, but they posted the picture of him. Or they just said the kid, and like everyone knew the kid that was blocking the Native American from moving and harassing the Native American.
Mm-hmm.
So they tried to claim like, well, we never said his name, we just said the kids or the kid, and they lost on that factor. It was like, no, as long as people know who you're talking about, then that's defamation still. So if they're trying to go like, oh, well, we didn't say Vic's name, so he can't sue us for anything we say in here, that's clearly misguided.
So real quick, I want to remind you to smash the like button, a term I've always despised, but please do it, and join the Discord. Sailor Mercury says, Dawn Bennett, the voice of Kale, is insufferable. For someone with such a minor role, she has a huge ego on Twitter. And I'll just say, probably my least favorite character they added to. I hated all the Universe 6 Saiyans with a passion. They all sucked. I hated Dragon Ball Super. Jason Sal says, damn, my show won't beaten. Let's go to 100% like ratio. Okay. Good luck getting the like ratio up when you can't see the dislikes. Andrew Cooley says, sounds like someone doesn't know about auditioning for roles. I don't know if you're referencing that in response to us or people in the chat. But like I said, I think that the casting couch allegation is far-fetched. People have been labeled Kick Vic, Sunny Straight, Colin Clinkerbeard, and Mike McFarlane still follow Vic. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think a lot of people in the instant chose to side with Monica and Jamie because of the quote unquote harassment that they saw them getting. So it's hard to say if people came to your aid while you were being attacked. Does that mean that they are actually against the other person that you were speaking out against? It's hard to say for sure. Although I will say Sunny Straight definitely didn't like Vic because he joined Sean Schemmel in the Vic Mignogna whatever thing where they said, "Oh, I love doing 10-year-old boys or whatever he said." eCastro says, okay, I have to say it. The production value here is kind of ridiculous now at the fire. Thank you. You know, originally, see, this is the thing is that last podcast we had worked on, I asked FDM to work on photoshopping it in. And when I saw the still image, I'm like, you know what? I think it needs to be moving. Right. So I spent a little bit of extra time this last week making that work. Zedpool says, I would love it if one of those was Daman Mills. Oh, the people on fire. Andrew Cooley says, y'all forgot Vic was sanctioned $15,000 for wasting the court's time. So when somebody in a lawsuit gets sanctioned, who do they pay that to? They pay it to the court? They must be paying it to the court, right?
I don't know. I don't even know I don't know what this guy's talking about.
So
I don't remember that.
I think Ty Beard got sanctioned over the fact that the mobile notary debacle.
I don't remember any sanctions. So I mean,
I do believe that did happen. Okay. I believe there were some sanctions. I think it had something to do with either the mobile notary thing or the Second Amendment petition. And by the way, just for people who aren't aware how StreamYard works, I am now only looking at comments that are starred from people behind the scenes putting them in there. So I can't see all the other ones currently. I might look at them later, but just to help us get through this, I'm only going to be looking at these ones for now. Ratio of viewers to likes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. So for the amount of viewers, let's get the likes up to that. Yeah, go for it. All right, cool. Let's get through this.
Led to a extensive amount of harassment, and mockery and just nonsense. It was really like, and it kind of all goes back to that tweet when every mistake that they made in the case, people would come back to that. There is the thread knot on Twitter that goes through everything. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. And all the lawyers, thank you so much for being sane. Awesome. Except for this lawyer, we don't thank you. But But that led to a lot of harassment, and people would come back to it and reference it whenever they failed, which was a lot. And so it's kind of been a joke online. And when we were thinking about what to name the podcast, we thought In Touch was a good option, because we feel like we're in touch with the truth.
Yeah.
We're in touch with the reality of the situation.
We're touching people. We're touching people all over. That couldn't be possibly traumatizing to the people who've been sexually harassed. No.
She meant to say we're in touch with our truth. She misspoke there.
And that's ridiculous. So that is, halftime was another big one. Yeah. A lot of people want us to end the podcast
use it
with halftime.
at some point, I'm sure. But
after they lost, he tweeted halftime, or it's halftime. I can't even remember.
I can't either.
And it was so
So I just want to address this real quick. Y'all literally found a picture of them outside the convention. Full credit for that picture goes to Jordan Eshelman. Just want to throw that out there.
stupid and ridiculous. And like, why would you do, like, you just lost your client hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're like, it's halftime. It was not the game. The game was over.
I think that the reason I really loved the title so much too is that they always say something that kind of gives you that freaks you out, that stresses you out, right? We got so much harassment as a result of that tweet, that owning it and making it something of our own kind of turns it into a positive. Like, now all of a sudden when I think about We'll Be in Touch, it's not, oh God, not this again.
Here comes touching Vic.
Now I got to think about slagging Vic some more, and Tucker Carlson.
More like, hey, it's going to be me and Jamie talking to our friends on the internet. Like, how cool is this? I don't have wine today because it's, Sunday afternoon. But next time, I'm going to have a glass of wine. And we're all going to sit and chat like we're just hanging out having a glass of wine.
That's right. That's right. I'm having an energy drink because I was playing Hades all morning. And I got sleepy. But man, I love that game. It's so good.
Drinking some water. But it's out of a cup that says "Eat cake for breakfast," even though I don't.
Well, I support that.
No,
I support that. So that's the title. Testimony is evidence at gmail.com is our email.
Yes.
That is something that a lot of people who.
So again, testimony is evidence at gmail.com. I mean, I'm not against people politely asking them what their position is on Daman Mills. Although I will say that because this particular episode of their podcast was recorded on January 8th and didn't come out until like February 5th, it's a good chance that we aren't even going to get to hear their thoughts on Daman Mills, because they probably recorded their February podcast, which is going to come out any day now, hopefully. So by the time they get the questions about Daman Mills, they're not going to record that until March, which means it's not going to come out until April, right? Yeah, that seems like that's how that works.
I hope to God there is not an episode 2.
who don't
also,
like us,
I thought you said you were going to cut this down and only play the important parts.
Well, I may have spent way more time getting the fire. See, because literally, I was supposed to. That was the thing I was supposed to do last night. But then the Daman Mills stuff came out because we didn't do the podcast on Tuesday, and so I was like, "Fuck!" So I had to spend all that time researching everything on the Daman Mills stuff and getting that added to the doc. So when it came to this, I was like, you know what? Let's just hit render.
How much more do we got on this?
We have about 10 minutes left. 10 to 12. Yeah.
Let's go.
Believe is true, and it doesn't matter what the lawyers tell them. They don't believe that testimony is evidence, which is a very odd way to look at history.
Which, by the way, who argues with professionals?
False testimony is not evidence, or
who argues with professionals? Monica is an advocate for a technocracy. That's
and the appeal to authority fallacy.
The appeal to authority fallacy, right? Yeah. Who argues with professionals like, Fauci, who constantly
I have a lab coat, so trust me.
Over and over. Right, exactly. Who argues with internet lawyers and people like Mike Dunford, who've never actually practiced law? Who argues with professionals? Like, I don't know. You tell me.
Like,
I'm a super lawyer. You can't say anything. I have a super lawyer card.
Maybe she just means the professional voice actors. Who argues with us, right?
On the internet. People on the internet, too.
But like, seriously, when did this happen? When did we decide that our opinions and our knowledge of Googling is better than people who do a profession for, anyway, I could spend a whole hour just on that.
Oh, I'm sure we will at some point. So that's part of it too. We'll be in touch. We will be in touch. Both of those. We have both of those. In Touch podcast. That's ours too. That's where the title comes from, and I'll probably put it on the website at some point if I have time. We're both very busy humans as well. Okay, next. This is a retweet of me talking about, like, we're working on the podcast. We're getting, it's coming soon. For comments and questions, email it to testimonyaisevidence.com. Or at gmail.com. So this was retweeted with a comment, "Hey everyone, check this out and look at the update for Jamie Markey's," it's all caps, I don't know why, "and Monica Rial's podcast. And she is still trying to punish Vic Mignogna for standing up for himself."
And then I love the little tattle bit where they tag every
they tag a lot of
screamy, angry man.
Yeah. But in this context, they're quoting somebody else.
All kind of the same person,
They really
in my
are.
opinion.
But since they never clarified that they aren't actually talking about Vic, then there goes their whole strategy of not using his name, right?
That's something. That is a comment.
I just love that these people think that we think about him. Like, nothing that we do in our lives.
You made an entire
has anything to do with
podcast
him.
about
This is
him.
more about
Right. We don't even think about him. Right? I've never thought about him before in my whole life.
Why wouldn't he sleep with me? Damn it! No,
I'm sorry. People think that we think about him. Cue deposition where she said, "I've had a recurring nightmare about Vic raping me." Right? I don't think about Vic except for all those nightmares you claimed you had.
you guys. And you guys spreading misinformation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I couldn't care less.
Right. Like, how is... see, and that's the thing too, is like, we're just telling our story. If our story is a punishment, then that person needs to reflect on their decisions. But we're just telling the story about how we stood up and the aftermath of that, and we had consequences for standing up.
Yes.
They seem to forget that, unless they're mocking us for getting harassed. It's like harassing us for getting harassed. It's a very confusing line to draw. But, like, thanks for that. We don't care. Okay. You're up, Monica.
So then I put my own little tidbit out there to announce that we're doing our podcast or whatever. And then somebody decided to retweet that with this quote. "More proof Monica Rial doesn't want to move on. How sad is that?" What? I can't even read.
There's no...
How sad
much
is...
like,
You're
there
a
should be a
professional
period
voice
there,
actor.
and there's not, and that's the problem. Yeah.
let me try that again. I'm sorry. I like punctuation.
It's very hard to read some of their comments.
All right. Although I very much dislike these individuals, I will give them credits for being grammar Nazis. You're welcome into our circle. Right?
There you go. We have a super chat.
Oh, we do.
Another one from the same person, Frost the White Lion.
Another $5 super chat from Frost White Line. Just a heads up, Underdog, BT, BLM, and I Stand With Vic Fails are trying to attack and get people to dogpile on you on Twitter. They need to get a life. Take care. You know what? Thank you again for the promotion. I will send it to my attorney in law enforcement. I Stand With Vic Fails and Underdog, BT. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Take 2. "More proof Monica Rial doesn't want to move on. How sad. Is that her and Jamie?" Oh. What the fuck?
No, wait, no, it just doesn't make any sense.
How
Read
sad
it exactly
is that
as it
her,
says.
How sad is that her and Jamie are creating a podcast dedicated to Vic? It's almost as if they're obsessed with him.
I mean, realistically, it is pretty sad. Like, let's be real. It is pretty sad.
Tag I stand with Vic. You know what my answer
stand
is?
further away.
Whenever somebody sends me that hashtag I stand with Vic trying to be, troll, I always respond with either good for you or cool. He probably needs the support. Like, I don't know why you guys
Right,
think
like-
that triggers me, because it doesn't.
Why do I care?
Yeah, I don't care.
What I don't.
That's
Because
cool.
I get blocked
And
after
also,
that.
like we said before, this is not dedicated to him, and
No.
we're not obsessed with him. We are dedicated to ourselves, and we are obsessed
Yeah.
with the truth. So you
That's
can.
that's
We're
what it comes down
dedicated to
to. And
ourselves,
that's,
and we're
I
obsessed
mean,
with
really,
ourselves. I need the truth.
I think people need to know that we were actually truly very good friends.
Yes.
We're not co-conspirators. We just
No.
are friends. And that
Friends can't be
us talking about something that
Legal
happened to
loophole.
us, we're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
We're allowed to talk about what was done to us, how we felt about it. We're allowed to talk about how we were sued for talking about how that was done to us. We're allowed to have a conversation and share that conversation with other people about how this experience has affected us. Because this person is involved does not mean that it's focused on him. It is focused on our experience and what we went through and how we feel about everything.
Isn't it
So if you think
interesting?
that means we're obsessed with him, then, kudos to
Yeah.
you, I guess. But, I don't know. What am I obsessed?
It's
Right now I'm
about us,
obsessed
guys.
with
It's about
I
us.
hate
we
constantly.
promise.
I got to take a step back.
I find it really interesting, and I don't know about you, but I find it really interesting that most of these people that try to shut us up, or like, if you would just keep your mouth shut, we wouldn't harass you. If you just wouldn't do
Yeah.
this. It's like, well, first of all, I'm not saying anything relating to the topic that you think I'm talking about. But two, if I go to your page and I look at your page, you're very pro First Amendment. You're
I just like to say, I have never wanted them to, shut up or stop talking or anything. I do believe that a lot of the things they're saying are defamatory, and I'd like for them to talk more and provide actual proof and evidence, beyond just a story that was later refuted by the person you named in it, Stan Dolan. So I would actually like for them to talk more. They say that there's hundreds of women. The evidence will come out. All of these things. I'm ready to hear it. Please talk more.
very pro
Yeah.
getting to say whatever the fuck you want. But as soon as I want to speak my truth, I'm not allowed because I have a vagina? Is that it?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Or is it
the-
There it is. Waiting this entire time for them to get to it. Once again, I'll just say that, though it was said by Monica, came straight out of Jamie Markey's mouth. You could just tell. Jamie Markey is a feminist ideologue, and she is rubbed off wholly on Monica Rial, I think. So, anybody here, do you want to silence Monica because she's a woman? I think
No.
the answer is no, of course. Yeah. So
Just
and
a
once
screeching
again-
voice. I mean, men
And
can have
once again-
screeching voices too.
I'd like to point out we spent a good 2.5 hours on Daman Mills, right?
Yeah.
And a victim
And we
that
gladly
actually
have.
provided a victim that actually provided receipts. Okay. And
Yeah.
even still, throughout those 2.5 hours, I said, look, I will just say these receipts were screenshotted and cropped in specific ways. There may be more to these conversations. Even though they provided the receipts, I still said it needs to go to court. It needs to go to court because without it going to court, if it stays in the court of public opinion, honestly, I don't even want Daman Mills to suffer tremendously from it. Because unless you're willing to actually put up or shut up in a court of law, then I'm still inclined to not believe you.
Yeah.
So there you go. Jamie and Monica, look, there it is. It's not because you're a woman. It's because of the underhanded way that you've gone about this. It's because of the number of people who've come out in support of you and lied against Vic, who immediately were BTFO'd by the video evidence of the claims they made at cons. It's because of that. Not because you're a woman.
Yeah.
Because
I'll
you just
gladly, have Ron shut up equally. He's just as fucking bad.
because I have a vagina? Is that it?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Or is it
the
because
reason.
you just don't like what I'm saying? I'm not
Also
sure.
that.
But it's so
Is it
stupid.
because you don't like what I'm saying because I am a woman? Is that possibly
have
what it would
something
have to do?
Yeah.
Again,
Well, you know
they
what?
literally believe you're a bunch of Russian bots. They literally believe that you hate her because she's a woman. This is a toxic, warped mind from a feminist ideology, right? From their woke perspective, they believe this. They believe it.
and they project it onto their enemies because they believe it.
That's the thing, though. I mean, they probably do believe it, but maybe they don't believe it because at the end of the day, a strategy so far has been working for them, and I think that's one of the things. Talk about the court of public opinion. How I want to wait for I want truth. I want evidence, and I agree. That's how it should be, but I feel like that's where we, not we individuals, but like we people that hold that idea. I find that's how we've kind of fallen by the wayside and are kind of losing the cultural war because these people like Monica and Jamie, they weaponize the court of public opinion. They just use it as a hammer, and people like like you, like us, we kind of go, oh well, you know what? But truth, but they don't care about the truth. All it's about the message for them. So they bury the truth with their BS.
I do care about the truth.
I feel like this whole Daman Mills, whatever his name was. Well, you know what? I want to see the receipts, and I know. Even though there could be context missing. Oh, blah 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 blah. But see, if this was on the other foot, they wouldn't care. They want us dead. Like they wouldn't give us that quarter. So I think it's about time we start being like, you know what? You want to use the court of a public opinion? You want to use unsubstantiated claims? You want to go after us without proof? Well, why don't we just turn the tables on them and start hammering them? Go on social media and start screeching about them and their ills and their skeletons in their closet. Why don't we give them a taste of their own medicine? I mean, we sink to their level, but they're winning. They're winning, so why don't we sink to their level?
Well, this is the thing about that why I don't agree, is that in recent years, people have attempted that, right? And that was Nick Rekieta with the hashtag funny leaks, right? Attempting to gaslight Toei and cancel Funimation, right? Like it was fighting cancel culture with cancel culture, even though it was obvious that the funny leaks that were produced were blooper reels. They were people dicking around in the sound booth, getting warmed up for the recording session. This is shit. Look, I worked in the visual effects industry for many years. I worked in animation. I've got a degree in it. And I spent time with people, and look, it's true. The old idea of like the Disney artist who put like a boner in the scene or whatever, because that field, especially animation, is extremely labor intensive, lots of long hours, and anything you can do to kill your boredom stops you from killing yourself. Right. And I see that stuff all the time, and I could see it for what it was, that those recordings were recorded at Okratron or wherever. Actually, I think those actually predated Okratron because they were from the recording before Okratron came out. I think we had discussed that on the podcast previously. But regardless, the point is that they were recorded in the context of people dicking around and amongst people where it was okay to make these jokes. And, Sean Schemmel saying, things about F-slur clothes, right? And all those things. But even still, at the time, I'm not going to rake people over the coals, because the thing is that then it does get thrown back in your face. And if I don't agree with raking somebody over the coals for using the F-slur in the context of the year it was and not directing it specifically at anybody in that line that Sean Schemmel recorded about Gohan in that instance, or any of the other stuff that's in there, then I'm not going to start pretending that it bothers me, because even though I would argue there is nothing like that from my repertoire of recordings on the podcast, but I wouldn't want somebody to turn around and be able to use the logic that I decided to use their logic against them in order to use it against me or anybody else that I care about. I think
I know what you're saying, and what you're saying is logical. And like I said, if this was a logical, rational opponent, it would make sense. But what? They're winning. They're winning the culture war. They've already won the culture war, practically.
No, I would argue, I think that there is a slant in social media because we constantly find, like, for example, in the 2016 election, there was such tremendous suppression against Trump's base that they had to create a hashtag with a spelling error to get trending. So they did Hillary for prison, hashtag Hillary for prison, but it was hashtag Hillary for Prisian, right? Prision. And people made fun of them. They can't even spell, these rednecks and stuff. It's like, no. You don't understand. They intentionally hatched a plan to use a
an incorrectly spelled hashtag in order to slip under the blacklist of hashtags that they prevented internally at Twitter from trending, right? And it's like there is a bias in the social media companies in order to suppress the speech of people that they do not ideologically align with. And that's the thing, is that you say that they're winning. It's like they ain't winning. They're not really winning. They're winning in the bubble that they create for themselves, but they're not winning broadly. The majority of people do not agree with their side of the culture war by vast margins. And the trick that they have pulled is to convince you that you're the minority, because the window you look out and see is social media.
Listen, I don't know. The fact of the matter is, they're the ones in control. I mean, you can say, "Oh, well, they're the minority," or "They're really the minority." Oh, they're in a bubble. I mean, that's true. That's true, but it doesn't matter. They're still the decision makers.
They are the decision makers in companies and those
things.
All
the Hollywood movies all woke. All the video games are all woke. And I mean, that's not going to change anytime soon. They got all their teachers, people pushing their agenda. They're the ones teaching our kids. I mean,
I think we are currently seeing right now the pendulum swinging in the other direction because of far too many years of this going unchallenged. I think we are literally seeing it right now. You say that Hollywood is producing all the woke shit. Yes, they are. But, companies like Daily Wire have started to produce their own movies in order to compete with Hollywood, right? And so I think that maybe the Daily Wire ones aren't any good. I haven't watched any of them. But the point is that the pendulum is swinging because culture is moving against the current status quo. It is happening. Is it going to matter? There's a lot going on in the world right now. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to matter in the long run, but I'm not going to, personally, I am not going to stoop to their level and use their rules and get sucked into their realm where they are professionals at battling people. I think it's far easier to literally just hold them to their standard when it comes to stuff like Daman Mills, because in doing so, they are cannibalistic anyway. And you can let them destroy themselves when it comes to the culture war. And that is the thing about being.
I feel like that's the whole. I feel like that's the whole. I'll hold the higher moral high ground as I march into the gas chamber. I feel like that's the mentality, and I think that's where we're heading. And I don't like it. And I'm telling you, I think we got to hold them to their own standard, like you were saying. And to do that, we basically have to. We can't be forgiving. We can't keep giving them the benefit of the doubt. We have to as they say it. We have to treat them exactly how they want. Believe all victims? Well, you know what? This guy says you did this, so you say believe all victims, so I guess I got to believe the victim. You know what I mean? Like, no.
Yeah, no, I hear
you. Need to wipe metaphorically speaking, we need to wipe these, and I stress this again, metaphorically speaking, we need to wipe these people out.
In Minecraft, I agree. I do think that there is... I have to wonder if the Daman Mills thing had happened, but the Vic stuff had never happened. It would be interesting to be able to peer into that alternate reality and see how things would be different. Would it change at all? Who knows? I don't know. And as I said, I'm going to give them a week and a half to see where these people come out, because so far as I have seen, not a single person of any, prowess, no industry insiders, no voice actors, no companies have said anything other than SawesomeCon, who said, "Oh, Daman Mills is canceling for unforeseen personal reasons or whatever." So I hear where you're coming from. And I can see the point you're making, but personally, I don't feel like it's wise to walk into your enemy's field of expertise. I don't, as they say, don't argue with an idiot, because they will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience, so to speak. Right. I don't think it's wise personally. But anyway, let's continue this. We've got about
a metaphorical genocide.
We got about eight minutes left, I think. maybe less.
Because it just is. That's the thing, though, is it's like shut up, or you're gonna get harassed. Shut up. Okay, you better not talk. Remember that time you said something? We're gonna harass you. So the harassment has died down quite a bit. From the original, but we still get harassed.
Oh, daily
to this day.
Yeah, and
like
a lot
we're
of
still
it
getting harassed.
And a lot of the times they'll be like, "I can't believe you got him kicked from that con." I'm like, I did nothing. I had nothing to do with that. At this point, all of the truth is out there. The conventions can make the decision for themselves. I have no say. So it's not
I haven't
up to me.
contacted any convention at all. I just tell my agent I won't do them, and he knows that. But but that's it. I haven't. I mean, what this group of people that started the movement early 2019 are the reason he's getting canceled. And also,
that's interesting. The group of people who started the movement early 2019, not the hundreds of people before, not the diminished reputation for decades of people spreading rumors about him, but it was specifically the people who started the movement in 2019. It'll be interesting to see what Discovery brings up.
His behavior is the reason, I believe, he's getting canceled, because he sued people.
Well, and not only
once
that,
you sue someone and you're litigious, people are less likely to want to work with you. I'm sure.
You know, I find this so amazing. They're constantly talking about how, victims won't come forward because of this or that. It's like literally at this point, like you're shaming people for suing, and it's like that is the remedy of a person who has been damaged in modern times, and especially in America. Lawsuits, financial repercussions are how you restore somebody's damaged reputation and these things. That is how it works, right? You are literally trying to gaslight people into not being litigious and not defending themselves and letting you bury them. It's disgusting.
There's no verbal, contracts anymore because, they don't want to get sued, so they need to make sure they have everything documented.
And you become an insurance risk. You become an insurance risk for both the studio and because, once you're litigious, but also as one of our other people on the internet.
So this reminds me of something else. We talked about this with the Unknown Otaku in podcast 184 about the percentage, the statistic they were throwing around that only, was it 6 to 9% of rape allegations are false, right? And they kept throwing that around, and I argued that may be true. But online, anonymously to a celebrity, the number is probably significantly higher, number one. But Unknown Otaku had actually deep dived the entire document that they kept spreading around about that. And the data in there stipulates that the way that a person is counted as having put forth a false rape allegation, the way that works is that it has to go to trial. The person accused of rape has to be found innocent, number one. And then number two, they have to sue the quote-unquote victim for the malice behind actually falsely accusing them. And only if they win does that factor into that statistic, which in this situation is precisely what Vic has to do in order to put you squarely in that statistic. As if it's impossible. Statistically, it's impossible for us to be making it up because only this number, this percentage, are even faked. And it's like, okay, well, that gives you a statistical chance, doesn't it?
Well, they didn't even fully claim rape, so they wouldn't even be in that.
And that's the thing is that once
they
again,
didn't even go that far because they know, like, we can't do that. Like that would be too much. We can't do that.
And if you
so
go
what are the statistics for false accusations of assault, like just any assault,
of kissing people on the cheek,
of being beat up, like, oh guys, I got beat up on my way home and someone stole my iPod, or like well, in reality, no, they just hawked their iPod.
I don't know, Jussie Smollett. What are the statistics on fake lynchings? Right?
Yeah, it's like
so and again, if you go back to January 2019 when the KickVic hashtag first came out and everything, the word being the rumor mill, all the accusations going around was that Vic was a child molester, a pedophile, anti-Semitic, right, homophobic, all these claims. And then way after the fact in this podcast is that they basically just drill it all back down to sexual harassment. He grabbed my hair. And he admits to grabbing my hair. And so he admitted it. And you could read in the deposition on our website, the transcript there. It's like, do you guys remember that the transcript that was submitted into evidence by Lemoyne was heavily redacted, and they had a highlight section where they would snippet out things so that they could use that to show it on Twitter and stuff to people who were against their side. And then like literally they would snip it and you'd have the ... in the quote. And then literally the very next thing was in almost every instance was a clarification or a reframing of the entire thing you just read that made it seem different from how they were portraying it. Like this was the strategy. They never expected the videos to come out. They were banking on being able to defame him further with the written transcript where you don't see the inflection, you don't see the body language, and exactly what they did on their podcast where they read from the deposition and do it in the most condescending way possible on purpose in order to further paint Vic to be something that he's not. Which, of course, is why I play what they say, and then I play the actual clip from the deposition. Because I think it's important to juxtapose the way they frame things versus the reality of the situation.
Response to this whole tweet that we talked about, with us being dedicated, the podcast being dedicated to him and all of that, and us being obsessed, this person says,
it'd be really interesting to see in the further episodes if there are any where they don't say the person who sued us or use Vic's name or refer to him at all. It'll be very interesting to see where it goes. It'd be very interesting.
So Vic can have a Twitch channel.
She said Vic.
Go on all these podcasts and streams and say whatever he wants about this, but Monica and Jamie doing a podcast trying to tell their side of the story after y'all lied on them so much is wrong? Also obsessed, they barely talk about him. And this is somebody who
was she quoting the Twitter account?
She was quoting a Twitter account. So yeah, I guess it was the same situation about being named.
I hate the term they lied on him. Or like it's lied about people. Like get in the grammar.
Well, you don't know where that person could be from a state in the United States where the terminology is.
That's one of the Russian bots. Don't worry about it.
I don't care. Lied on is not a grammatically correct thing.
Well, this is coming from the guy who says I seen a tweet that said
no. That's completely different.
It is not.
That's completely different. About and on are completely different words. Context completely different. Seen and saw, they're the same. They're practically the same word.
Sounds like a cherry picking right there.
Yeah. So again, and I'll just say, I am totally for them producing their podcast. I am totally for them talking. I am even more in favor of it going to court. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm really in favor of them talking. Keep talking more, please. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
I recognize, but this is somebody who knows us fairly well, I would say, that knows we don't talk about it.
No.
Ever.
No.
If you're on our
Twitter,
you'll see.
I just pictured them like talking in the mirror, like with the crazy, like the lipstick that's all over the face. Like, I don't think about Vic. I don't talk about Vic. Right? Like just trying to convince themselves,
That is not a thing.
Yeah, and like it's true. Like, how come this other dude gets to have videos like once a week?
And to be fair, let's just say, any person in their situation that constantly has people, tweeting at them and stuff or commenting on their tweets about this is going to be thinking about it, right? To be completely honest and fair to them, yeah, I fully expect you to be thinking about it on the side that you can't get away from it. And that's why I say, again, please, nobody interact with them on Twitter. I think...
Or in real life.
Or in real life, yes, especially in real life. Do not interact with them. And I would say that I think that if overnight everybody who was interacting with them on Twitter and in real life in a negative way disappeared, that all of a sudden there'd be this huge vacuuming in their life where a portion of their reason for being doesn't exist anymore, and it would probably be very depressing.
Well, honestly, I think that they are... I mean, this might be giving them too much credit, but I think they're doubling down because of the backlash that they're receiving as well. So right. I don't think the hate is actually helping Vic at all. I think it's just making them say like, oh, I'm getting flack for this. I'm going to dig my heels in and double down every time someone says some shit thing to me because I decided to say something. So
and the hate you're referring to is the hate that they are getting online.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think it's helping Vic at all. And I think it's extremely short-sighted for them to assume that the people who are doing that are fans of Vic. 90+% of the people on Kiwi Farms had never heard of Vic before this happened. That site doesn't exist specifically to help Vic. That site exists for lolcows, to track and make fun of lolcows, right? They're following the situation because it is humorous to watch. Thanks for the tweet. I screenshot and sent to my attorney and law enforcement. I will not be harassed. Have a nice night. Right. And to watch Rontoye spurg out constantly and go on other podcasts, the Knuckleheads and with Amish, and just watching him lose his shit and spill the beans on things and say things he thinks are smart. And I do not recall, blah, 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 all this. It's humorous as an outsider watching this. And I'll just say again, before any of this happened, I did not consider myself a fan of Vic. I knew he was Edward Elbert. I don't even know if I knew he was Broly at that point, right? And I've always stated on the podcast, I don't even like Broly. I think he's one of the worst characters in Dragon Ball. And actually, let me rephrase that. It's not that I think he's the worst character in Dragon Ball. It's just that I don't understand why people love him so much, the character. Versus Cooler or any of the other characters, BoJack, any of the other characters from the Dragon Ball movie series, right? And it's never been something that I cared about. Whereas with Monica, I actually did like Monica's performance in a lot of shows. I would have considered I don't consider myself like a quote unquote fan of any voice actor. I've never, except for Mark R. Kaufman, I've never actually gone out of my way to watch a show because somebody was a voice actor in it. That has never been something I've done, except with Mark R. Kaufman, who's only done like 5 shows. But I would say that when I heard Monica's voice, from the mid 2000s onward in anime that I was watching, I recognized her voice. I found out who she was, and it's like, oh, that's Monica Rial. Okay. Just like when I heard Chris Sabat in every fucking show that Funimation put out in the mid 2000s, and he did his goddamn Piccolo voice for every single role. I also, fuck Chris Sabat again. Actually, what I said, which one's Piccolo is what I used to say. I didn't even really know his name at the time. But the point is that before this, I would have considered myself a fan of Monica. But when this started to come out and the shit hit the fan and things just didn't seem to add up, and I read every single fucking post on the goddamn Tumblr, and I was able to refute half at least of the claims being made, because most of them were not allegations. They were just like, oh, he was mean at this panel. It's like, oh, here's the video of the panel. The thing you said he didn't happen. Amazing how that works. And constantly, I never once found one that said, oh shit, yeah, he really did do that. At best, I couldn't verify.
How many more minutes we got?
About 5.
Don't know how many interviews on the subject. Lots of interviews. Who knows what else? Comments about, oh, it's not doxing or something like that. I'm not sure. Someone told me this because it's all stuff you can find. Forget that you aggregate it all to one area so that it's easily findable.
I totally agree with her on this. Doxing is shitty. Sorry, I've accidentally done it to you guys.
Forget like all of the things that were said about us or implied and all of these things for 3 years now.
Yep.
But we're not allowed to say anything ever about our experience.
Ever.
We can't talk at all, but he can say whatever he wants. Mm-hmm. I mean, at least they're consistent. That's how they felt about the very beginning. But we're not going to do videos like this once a week.
No.
We're not going to do a podcast, right?
No.
Some people were confused that we were doing a video and a podcast isn't a video.
No.
The good ones are.
So, we don't have time. We're too busy.
Yeah.
To dedicate
goes on.
a once a week thing. We're both working and very, very busy right now. So, we're hoping for once a month.
Yeah.
With this.
That's
shit. Hoping for once.
I'm hoping there isn't an episode 2. That's what I'm hoping.
our goal.
But certainly not once a week.
No.
So, like, you can add up this podcast about our experience and it'll still be probably less time. Mm-hmm. And like after we're done, it'll be less time than other people have dedicated to us.
Yep.
And got us there.
Angry YouTubers,
including websites.
you know, that are just trash talking websites. Yeah. So that's our mean tweets. Yeah. we have plenty. We have plenty. So thank you for listening, everybody.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys.
Oh my goodness.
And we're hopeful that if you go on this journey with us, we'll get to know each other a little better and understand where we may have been coming from on everything. I don't know if, you know, there's always an opportunity to look back and say, I could have done this different or I could have done that different. Yeah. But this is just our experience. And it's, you know, in our words.
Right.
Again, you know, all opinions are strictly our own opinions.
And nobody else's.
Or any guests that may appear, right? We will be having guests.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But more than anything, I think it's just getting it out there and showing people that more than anything, this podcast, yes, we're setting the record straight. We're connecting with you guys, but also this needs to be a message to all of the other women out there or all of the other victims out there. I don't want to say just women because there's so many people that have been victimized. You have a voice and you have every right to speak your truth, and don't let trolls and people that want to tear you down, don't let them win. Like, it's absolutely ludicrous. Just go on with your life, block, report, don't let them get you down, but certainly don't let them keep you silent. I think that's the main thing that needs to change in our society in order for things to start to move forward, is that we have to be able to speak our truth and not be afraid of people bullying you for it.
I'll just say,
But
I
only
think
their
what
truth,
society
not the
needs,
truth.
right? I think what society needs, though, is for people to actually go to the fucking police. Go to the goddamn police. Create a paper trail. Have a rape kit. All of these things are so fucking important to get people to actually believe you and be on your side, right? And look, if you came out against somebody and in deposition they were a complete weasel like fucking Ron was, then yeah, maybe it's sway my opinion, but that is not what I fucking saw. And it is so demeaning for you to treat everybody, oh, it's a Russian bot, oh, it's this or that, and not realize that real people who did not have skin in this game before it all started and have just watched it unfold have chosen to side with somebody else because you have handled it like a fucking retard. That's why. And it's so goddamn annoying to listen to people constantly and they're like, oh, you're trying to size. I was like, no, I don't care if you speak. I just want things to go to court. That's all I want.
It's absolutely ludicrous. We're adults.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I guess that's it for this one. Yeah.
This has been fun. I mean, it's been my blood pressure has been a little.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the first one. And the convention thing and the timeline thing have been two things. Like, you know, even videos that have been supportive of us get it wrong.
Yeah.
Name one. I have not seen a single video in support. Actually, that's not true. Not in support of you, but against Vic, I have seen a couple of videos right at the beginning of everything, and they got so much wrong, and it was so obvious. Couldn't pronounce his name, which is something I always love when people talk about this, and they try to give it from the unbiased perspective, and then they talked about Minnesota lawyer.
It is a slightly harder name to pronounce than Tucker Carlson.
Well, I don't know. You can pronounce Mignogna a lot easier than Tucker Carlson.
Mignogna. That's
but the thing I always find it amazing when people.
It sounds like the Spanish word for tomorrow. That's what I always remember.
What's up?
It sounds like the Spanish word for tomorrow.
Right,
yeah.
Sounds like it rhymes with manana. But the thing is that I always find it so telling when people claim that they are providing you a video that is an unbiased look at the situation, presenting both sides of the story, and then they talk about Minnesota lawyer Nick Racchietta. Right? It's like, clearly you have watched a grand total of 0 of Nick's streams because he says his name at the beginning of literally all of them. And if you can't pronounce his name, it tells me you are not giving the unbiased, both sides of the story because you didn't do any fucking research at all.
Can't even learn how to read.
And, we have, and I've talked to some people at conventions. And
it's R-E-K.
Stuff.
Racchietta? How do you get an A in that?
In deposition.
It's R-I-E.
Is it R-I-E? I'm pretty sure it's...
R-E-K. No, sorry. It's I-E after
I'm
the K.
looking at it right now.
It's I-E after the K.
Yeah, it is I-E after the K. I love in the deposition with Vic. He's like, can you spell that name? R-E-K-E-I-T-A, I think. Like he couldn't spell it right because he still doesn't actually know. He didn't know Nick very well. He'd go off memory, and even he spelled it wrong. And he's like, oh, damn it, Nick or Vic. Right? Like, anyway.
We're doing, and I've talked about the timeline, and that drives me crazy. And a lot of people who are very supportive don't realize
this is the outro,
right? And so that was something that was always a problem. And I'll say this too, you know, like the harassment's online.
Yeah,
it's not real. You know, it's not real.
Claimed for this song.
It's made up because we still have lovely times at conventions. And a lot of people who've come up to us and have talked to us about some very private matters and have trusted us with that. And we just felt like we were making the right choice.
Yeah.
Doing this, coming forward, helping people, and now coming forward with the podcast to talk about yet another experience that people are starting to relate to. So yeah, here we are. Thank you guys for listening.
Yes, thank you all
I'm
so
Jamie.
much. And I'm Monica.
And I guess we'll be in touch.
We will be in touch. Bye, y'all. Bye.
That's it. We did it. Oh, finally.
All the while, poor Kathy and Christy, or the other one, I forget her name, has to like write all the shit down and like transcribe it and like take notes.
Who?
The one of the lawyers in Vic's team.
Carrie Christie?
Yeah, Carrie Christie, excuse me. Has to sit there and like watch this podcast.
On the off chance you happen to be listening to our stream, Carrie Christie, there is a program that you can download that will actually transcribe their podcast for you. I would recommend looking into that. I'd be happy to point you in that direction. All right, let's go over the chats. So Zedpool said, I would love it if one of those was Daman Mills. Oh, we already read that. Here we are. I meant for Daman to be one of them, wishing them luck. Why would they mention the thread not? The very thread that pushed out lies? Well, because it was favorable to them. Of course they're going to mention it. Of course they're going to thank them. Owning it is how Snowflake and Safe Space happened. That worked out well. Yeah, and that got canceled. I don't eat cake for breakfast. Press X to doubt. I don't know. She probably doesn't. I just thought it was funny. Anyway.
Oh, I forgot there was cake in the fridge. God damn it.
Ron argued with a therapist after he said he needed help, then threatened to sue them. You're talking about Ken Jennings? Username Ken Jennings. Ron needs to get over himself. He doxed the kid. Ron should worry more about himself. What's more likely, Your Honor? I can't wait till they use that in the court. To be fair, with the funny leaks, it's just pointing out the hypocrisy. I understand. And just to be clear, I understand what Nick was trying to do. I just am not on board with fighting cancel culture with cancel culture. That's just my opinion on the matter. If they hadn't started acting like self-righteous knobs, then I wouldn't care at all. I understand. And you're right. From that perspective, yes, I get it. But the point, the part where I drew the line was where Nick was attempting to get people to create a stir to try to gaslight Toei. Because as he said, Toei's in town right now. It's like they're sponsors at Crunchyroll Expo, which is going on right now. I doubt they're in town. It's probably one person at a local branch
who's like one of the people,
a
like
peon,
in the
some representative. Doesn't mean anything, and I didn't agree with that. I didn't agree with that take that Nick had. I didn't mind the leaks, but it did call out the hypocrisy in Funimation when Vic was let go from a jelly bean joke. Right, and again, it's always worth noting that Funimation's on the hook over the fact that being a at-will employer in Texas, they are bound to the Texas workforce provisions or whatever the thing is called about the investigation. And the investigation, in Monica's deposition, she claims that she provided Tammy with both of her stories. But when Tammy contacted Vic, the only story that she relayed to him, according to Vic at least, and I'm sure that there's probably email threads and things that could back up some of these claims. But according to Vic, she only provided the Jelly Bean, the Yost twins, and Sarah Bachmeyer kissing her in her office at Funimation. So she didn't even mention the story with Stan Dolan. And I think it's very likely that story did not go to Tammy Denbo until after they fired him. I think I would love to see the timeline on that.
You jumped over the comment while I was looking away, but what's more likely, Your Honor? That's in reference to their like, what's more likely?
Is more likely? Game?
Like, imagine they pull that in front of the judge. Like, what's more likely? I'm telling the truth, or they're telling the truth?
What's more likely? I'm telling my truth, or I'm lying. Right? Truth, right? Vic never ran around screaming, "I'm telling the truth." He just stated he was telling his story. There are 8 DBZ minutes.
You said we have 8 minutes left, and I said those are 8 DBZ minutes. Yeah. So clearly we've got 12 more episodes.
12 more hours. Yeah. I read Demon Wolf 1991 as Daman Mills. So that's his user confirmed. What's more likely, that he's watching the stream about him or that he's not? Got him. When has Vic made a vid talking trash about them? I didn't even know Vic had a Twitch. Does he have a Twitch? I've never watched any of his unlocked streams. I don't follow him anywhere other than Twitter, and I've seen maybe a grand total of 3 of his tweets. Many of them were things I didn't even see in my timeline. I saw them because they became relevant to this specific controversy. Let's see. Vic hardly wants to talk about this. He wants to move on. Oh, here. Sorry, I skipped a part. I went from reading it on the stream to reading it on the side panel thing. When has Vic made a vid talking trash about them? The only time I can think was from a Nick stream, and that was it. Vic hardly talks about this. He wants to move on. I don't even remember him talking badly about them on a stream. The only thing I remember, and it's very possible that I missed some things, but the only thing that I remember was Emish, I believe it was Emish, talking to Nick about a meeting he had at a convention with Vic, where he talked about the Funimation voice actors who were coming after him. And when he mentioned Sabbat, he said something like, Vic said Sabbat, like he was holding something back. Like he wanted to say something to Emish, but he didn't. But that's coming from Emish. That's he said, she said, or whatever. That's hearsay from Emish. I don't even know. Who knows if Vic even had opinions about Sabbat that he didn't voice in the deposition? I don't know. Now, in the deposition, he mentioned Sabbat's not an honest person and all those things. So clearly there's some animosity there between them, but I haven't seen him talk trash about them. Vic
did do a call with Nick once.
Was this the interview? The one they called The Interview? The year anniversary interview they did? After Nick got drunk and said Vic didn't remain a cop because he wouldn't shoot black people.
Maybe. I believe it was. So as far as I know, Vic was on the Yellow Flash podcast once.
Oh, really?
With
I don't follow Yellow Flash anymore for live streams.
With that Star Wars girl. After Vic. Or after Vic got canceled from that convention, that Star Wars girl helped him get.
Oh, the LA anime LA.
Yeah,
LA.
And so he went on that, and then I believe it was shortly after that Vic went on a podcast with Nick, and he kind of talked about it. I think it was the 2-year anniversary of. Mm-hmm. The thing happening.
This is why I would love to have people send me stuff for the Vic archive so I could put the timeline and be able to see and have chronologically at the time when they were posted all the streams Nick did, so that we could have a snippet that says in this podcast or in this video Nick said these things, he made these claims, right? And this is, if you read it sequentially, you'll see this is what they said, this is how Nick responded, and then this is where this idea popped out, right? And then you could see, I think that would be very beneficial, but who has the time for that and the resources to go through it, unfortunately?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something along the lines of like, something, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he disparaged them a little bit and was negative towards them, but in general terms, and basically,
this is news to me. I'd like to see it personally.
And basically just said like, he doesn't like that this had to happen, but he wanted to get his reputation back, so that's why he had to sue them.
So wait, if they quote never think about Vic, how do they know his regular Twitch schedule? Once again, that was actually them quoting a tweet about somebody defending their
upcoming podcast at the time. Vic isn't even talking about them on his stream, though, so that argument isn't valid. Again, I'd have to see it personally. What's this? Riddle, they have get roasted.
What did I get roasted on?
That was says the person who says I seen a tweet.
Oh.
Vic has stated personally that anyone who harasses someone else maliciously is no fan of his. He doesn't condone it and won't associate himself with it. Yeah, he disavowed the people harassing and all that. Alex Organ is pretty. What is this? Oh, hey, Billy the Kid Lawrence. How's it going? Said this in the comments already, but Monica's one key witness, Stan Dolan, that she claims saved her, came out and called her a liar. Yeah, we had him on the podcast last week. How anyone believes them after that alone is beyond me. Vic is innocent. It sure looks that way to me so far. Can't wait till it comes back on appeals. I really hope, they were so dying for all the evidence to come out. Ron Toye keeps hinting at recorded phone calls with Chris Slaytosh that he has. He can't wait to have that up. He wants to depose him, which, by the way, I think it's very funny that they sure blew their wad early with the depositions because they've already used up Vic's 6 hours, right? They might have like 5 minutes left if they didn't already use up all of his 6 hours of deposition. So it'll be interesting to see where things go if
yeah, but in the meantime, feel free to watch podcast number 186 to see our.
Stan Dolan was there for that last week.
Yeah, our Stan Dolan.
So what is this? Alex Organ is pretty good. I don't understand the reference to this. Boy, can't wait to see how they react to Daman Mills. Oh, this won't age well. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because from what I understand, they're pretty good friends. They consider themselves like besties almost. So Evil Angel says, I loved Broly because of Vic. Honestly, his ability to bring that character to life, however poorly written, was something to behold. So I'll say this. I was on a stream on Hero Hay's channel at one point when this was starting to fall out. And Hero Hay removed that video from his channel. I have it downloaded, and I've thought about uploading it to my own channel with some selective, like some cutting out, like him reading all of his chats and stuff that were just, stuff that was unnecessary. And for the record, I think it's very likely the reason he removed it wasn't because anything I said, because I challenged a lot of the things that the I Stand With Vic people were saying in that stream. But I don't think he removed it specifically because I challenged him, but because if you were able to see it, there were a lot of significant problems with the stream where he was trying to have me and Duo review in a Google Hangout call, and it was frozen on me for like I don't know, like the first hour of our conversation or whatever, and it was frozen with me in like a pose, like just so you could hear us, but it was frozen, and like there's at least 30 minutes of the chat talking to him about how they're frozen. He's like, oh, is this better? And just switch. So anyway, I've cut it up a little bit because I think it was an interesting conversation, but I haven't gone to the point. But anyway, the point is that in that stream, I talked to him because Duo, who was in the stream with me, we had, right before this all kicked off, we had gone on the premiere day to see Broly in IMAX and Dragon Ball Super Broly, the movie, right? And I hated it. I thought it was fucking awful. And largely it was because of the IMAX experience. I think that ruined the movie for me more than I realized. Like I knew it was awful and I knew I hated the IMAX experience, but it tinged the experience of the rest of the movie. And I talked in that stream with Hirohei about how much it hurts to for the fact that I recorded that video, and now it's like I couldn't even bring myself to work on it in terms of my first impression series, because it was like I couldn't put out this video that badmouthed this movie at the time, because I felt so bad for what I saw unfolding and how badly I thought Vic was being treated without merit, right? But eventually I did release that video. So if you're interested in seeing it, it's on the channel. And I, with that sentiment said, I looked after all this started. Again, I did not give a rip about Vic before this happened. I knew he was Edward Elric, and I thought he did a decent job as Edward Elric, but no more so than I would have given most other, voice actors, and being like, oh yeah, Stephen J. Bloom was an excellent Spike Spiegel, for example. But when I was editing that video, and I put a lot of effort into the videos that I
put out for that series now, not so much the initial videos I made for it, but I put a lot of effort into that specific video for the series because Dragon Ball is something that I care so much about. I watched the old videos, and I agree. I think Vic's performance as Broly is pretty phenomenal. Like you said, however poorly written, the crying Goku made him angry and all that bullshit. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But you're right. Like his performance and what he goes through to with the yelling and stuff that destroys his voice and everything. It's a commitment. It is. So anyway, moving on. That goes for Damon's victim. Vic isn't even talking about them on stream. I don't know what this is a reference to. You've done me dirty in starring them. Whoever starred them for me. So victims can be men. Monica, what about Duncan? Gonna reference that? It'll be interesting to see. I'm a firm believer of reasonable doubt, and 3 years later, I still have a ton of reasonable doubt about the allegations against Vic. Yeah, and the thing, this is the thing, is that all the voice actors. Neil Kaplan, Samantha Inoue Hart, whoever it was that claimed he forced Vic to not sit next to Mari Ejima, all of those people coming out to try to lend weight to Monica and Jamie's statements sure didn't help. They sure didn't help, as they were clearly found to be lying. This has been fun, said the traumatized Monica. Right? Everyone feel free to stick around for the absolute insanity of the later podcast section. Absolutely, please. I mean, it is pretty late, but check it out on the archive because it's pretty good. And I work really hard to get these timestamps in so that it'll be easy to pick up where you left off if you stuck around just for this point and had to go to bed. The Twitter account, I Stand With Vic Fails, just posted a picture of your podcast video like it's some sort of fail. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing is I said from the beginning.
The private chat.
Yeah, you sent me the thing, right?
Yep.
BTX Jackson. 19 hours, nearly an entire day spent analyzing the first fucking episode. Here, I'll show you guys. This is again, and this is once again, they didn't watch any of the streams, right? Because if they did, they would see, oh, first 2 hours here, and then the rest of it is our normal stuff, right? But you know, I can understand jumping to the conclusion because of the thumbnail and the title and everything. So I get it. I'm not gonna say it's wrong for them to have jumped to that conclusion. It's nearly an entire day spent analyzing the first fucking episode of a podcast that is half the length of most football and basketball games and WWE Raw. Hell, part 2 is just slightly shorter than WrestleMania 35. Okay. What about
it? That's such a weird way of measuring.
Right? That is such an autistic way of measuring. Did Og
half the length of a football game?
Oh, this is the thing, the I Stand With Vic Fails thing. I gotcha. Yeah, part 4. Can't wait for part 5. No, when their next podcast comes out.
We should, if they don't put out another episode, we should literally name the next podcast part 5 and just not talk about it. Just not talk about it at all.
Yeah, I'm sure that would go over great with potential audience. Yeah. And again, I just mentioned, I know that I Stand With Vic Fails is not actually watching this, but I will just say again that I do not consider myself I Stand With Vic or Kick Vic. As I've said from the beginning, I'm on the side of the truth. At the beginning of this podcast, I played a correction for you guys because I realized something I said when we first started covering their podcast was inaccurate. So I gave it back to Monica, something I said that was inaccurate and corrected on her behalf. So I just say, I don't consider myself I Stand With Vic. But of course they wouldn't know that. And it doesn't matter, just because you're going to call yourself I Stand With Vic Fails doesn't mean everybody you're going to talk about is I Stand With Vic. I get that.
It's the free publicity.
And I appreciate the free promotion because so many people have found our channel because of you. It's fairly nice, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually not joking. Like, call the next episode part 5.
So Vic does have a Twitch, and he's not at least the thumbnail until the podcast goes live, right? Vic does have a Twitch, and he's not even talking about these two. He's talking to his fans and about what conventions he'll be at. Yeah, Vic indeed has a Twitch. He has a Twitch thought. Oh, yes. All right, so you got here. Do we have another one? Oh no, this is from before. Did we do these out of order before? How are these? If you star these out of order, do they come in out of order? That's interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget to show my. Okay, so here's the thing. So yes, let's do that real quick. Let's go to.
I started those super chats so we can
out of order. Cool.
See them in like when the stream is over, because the starred comments are saved that way.
I want to remind you currently because they said that's the shirt in regard to the Don't Fuck M&Ms. There is Don't Fuck M&Ms,
right? That is a shirt you can buy. And if you don't want it to say that, you could also do I want his head and balls. And I'm open to other suggestions on what we can do. Now, I will say this. I have been working on the color version, and I'm actually updating the line art a little bit. I've redone Jamie's hair a little bit. So if you buy this one, just saying you're getting a exclusive limited edition version of it. Just throwing that out there. But if you want to stick around, I'm hoping to get it done in the next week or two. And then I'll get all the other versions. I'll get the other types of merch if you're interested. And I will provide you guys, people who watch the show live, I will provide you with a coupon code in order to get a reduced cost on there. So anyway, back to the comments. Let's see. Evil Angel says, want to say I'm new to this channel and stream, but I appreciate that you guys take the effort to interact with your audience. You've made a fan of me. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I will say that I have skipped at least half the new comments that have come in because I'm sticking with the starred ones just because the reason that the shows are getting super long is because we are covering all the topics and then all the comments. And then I find out as I keep reading, like stuff that I'm reading, we already answered without even realizing they were questions that came up and stuff. So this has been a new way we're trying things, but I do try to address as many chats as I can. Now let's get into the main show here. Actually, before we get into that,
insert South Park. What do you mean? Now we finally play the game meme.
Well, actually, let me show you guys. I've got another thing of merch I'm working on. I'll show you guys real quick. Let me see. It is working on Go Fund Yourself. That's another thing of merch that we'll have up. There's a little bit more work that goes into this because they've got a stroke around it that I'm trying to line up perfectly with the font that they use and everything. But that will be another thing that will come in the future. Anyway, so let's go into. I do like that we have Jamie in the backdrop. That is nice. Right. I thought that's specifically why I chose that from Interspecies Reviewers. I thought that was so funny. All right. And again, because I stand with Vic Fails and all those people don't actually watch our show, the titles, right? Erect for Gross. Direct quote from Interspecies Reviewer, the show we are watching for our watch club in this time. So that one that said I saw somebody had tickled me. Somebody was like, the end of their title, that's such a thing I stand with Vic would say. And it was the time for some girl on girl action, a literal quote from from Catwoman in Batman Ninja, the show we watched for that week. So, movie. Yeah. Anyway, the movie. All right. So if you are interested in supporting the OCA podcast, there is the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon, where you can support us at various levels and whatnot. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon. That is how you'll get me to actually watch Yuri on Ice again and edit that video. And then there's other ways to support us, which I don't have time to explain this. Watch previous podcasts where I've covered the Rapist Monthly thing. There's also our affiliate links and the merch and whatnot. So there's the things you can do. But more importantly, sharing the stream with your friends. That helps us more than anything. Liking the video and letting people know who might be into the kind of things that we cover, that we exist, that helps more than anything. Now, let's get into the next topic here. I wanted to talk to you guys about the Ukraine situation. So there's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, no, this is gonna be a quick one. So Japan is accepting Ukrainian refugees, and no, the Tokyo Skytree wasn't lit in colors of Ukraine for solidarity, but another landmark was. So this is the segment called "Simping for the Ukraine." Also, developers and companies
that's not worth simping for, by the way.
Developers and companies are refusing services to Russia over the government's war. Paramount joins Disney, Warner Brothers, and Sony in stopping theatrical releases in Russia, includes Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and The Lost City. Pokémon Company gets political again by donating $200,000 to the Ukrainian relief. Rakuten CEO donates 1 billion yen to Ukrainian humanitarian relief. Massive 992 works itch.io bundle on sale to support Ukraine. Doom 2 co-creator John Romero develops new level to support Ukraine.
Jesus Christ.
We were all. Is Putin one of the enemies now? That would be hilarious. Actually,
I'm assuming they'll just replace the
Hitler one with Putin.
No, but that's Wolfenstein, not.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Still, they could import the model and then just put Putin's head on.
Right. Same engine and everything. Also, Ukraine's ambassador to Japan criticizes Uniqlo for continuing to trade Russia. Wait, why haven't you canceled Russia with us? Right? They're literally all the shit that happened to Vic now happening to Russia, even though the people of Russia, and again, I've talked to you guys before about that one podcast where I explained what happened that led to the Holocaust in Germany. Wasn't just that Hitler had a bright idea. It was that people went along with it specifically because of the boycotting of German imported goods, which caused the people in Germany to immediately feel it and possibly could have caused a third of their population to starve, which caused them to start boycotting the Jewish stores and having animosity to the Jews in their country. This is all, we're repeating history here. Studio Ghibli anime artists to sell artwork to support Ukraine. Azure Lane disables player comments on Russian ship girls amidst the Ukraine conflict. Love this. Like so many others, I am sickened by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the gigantic humanitarian crisis it continues to create. Hashtag stand with Ukraine. At DuckDuckGo, we've been rolling out search updates that downrank sites associated with Russian disinformation.
DuckDuckGo, what the fuck are you doing? That was your one fucking thing.
There you go.
Just a fucking search engine.
I invite everybody to use Start Page. In addition to downranking sites associated with disinformation, we also often place news modules and information boxes at the top of DuckDuckGo search results where they are seen and clicked the most to highlight quality information for rapidly unfolding topics. When did Google buy DuckDuckGo?
Honestly, are they that was literally the whole thing with DuckDuckGo was like, we're the Google competitor
right?
that doesn't give you crap on your search. We just do the search. What are they? This is literally anti their model, right? Their whole business model. Fucking insane.
DuckDuckGo's mission is to make simple privacy protection accessible to all. Privacy is a human right and transcends politics, which is why we aren't letting Russians use it anymore, right? Which is why about 100 million people around the world use DuckDuckGo. We don't have an exact count since we don't track people. So there you go. DuckDuckGo is now Google 2.0. And this is just like the reason I'm showing all these is to show the sort of mass formation psychosis happening around the conflict in Ukraine and the jumping to conclusions about immediately, oh, everything Russia is evil. All the people in Russia, every single one of them is evil. They all support Putin. It's evil, right? Without having a brain cell and realizing that the people in Russia are being held captive just as much as everybody else in the situation, right? So here you go. Italy's main university.
More to it than that. There's honestly more to it. Not saying that Russia was 100% justified in its invasion, but if you really study the history and all the lead up to this and kind of the Russian mentality since the end of the Cold War, they're not 100% in the wrong either. And the Ukrainians were kind of pushing the bear's buttons, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was, but it just without getting into all the war gaming on the conflict, I just think it's important to realize and I've staggered them specifically because I think it's ridiculous how absurd they've become. But this one here, Italy's main university in Milan just banned teaching Fyodor Dostoevsky because he's a Russian writer. Dostoevsky was sent to a Siberian labor camp for reading banned books in Tsarist Russia. Update: the professor who was asked to suspend his course on Dostoevsky resigned. Good for you. The university told him that he could reinstate the course if he included Ukrainian authors. He said he wasn't an expert on Ukrainian literature, so he decided to teach Dostoevsky elsewhere. This is absurd. Also, we've got here a 70-year-old statue of Stalin that was in Poland has been destroyed.
Interesting that that's stayed up this long.
Yeah, actually, in Poland, that's true.
You're just gonna have to.
Gone a long time
You're
ago.
just gonna have to trust me that the video's not playing. But you just have to trust me.
Guys, let's get all the Russian books, put them in the center of the town square,
and burn
light them in fire. Let's do it, guys. Show Russia. Yay. Fucking stupid. It's literally like no one has taken a fucking history class ever.
Unbelievable, right? So then we've got also at Russian Embassy in DC, now located on President Zelensky Way. Amazing. Prodding the bear, right? Just poking it's fucking unbelievable, these people, right? It's like this conflict has nothing to do with us, but we're gonna make it about us, right? Let's anger the Russians that are currently on U.S. soil. That's a great idea.
You know, everyone talks about how like Zelensky, he's so brave and whatnot. Well, first of all, we really don't even know whether or not he's in Ukraine or not. I'm not saying he's not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's all some soundstage.
The last time I saw this amount of push propaganda for something, it was net neutrality, right? Where every single thing in their mom was coming out, we have to support net neutrality. And that didn't happen. Nothing that they said would happen because of net neutrality being repealed happened. And as I talked about on the podcast...
Well, I don't know, buddy. Netflix has gone from like $13 to almost $20 a month now.
Yeah, because
this is net neutrality.
The point of net neutrality, though, the reason that Netflix supported it and everything is because it fronted the cost onto the user instead of onto their user. It fronted the cost onto the ISP, so your internet service went up.
I don't care.
And then the people who weren't using Netflix,
my Netflix bill went up $4 a month.
Well, anyway, and as I said before,
or the opposite of net neutrality.
When net neutrality was come into the conversation before net neutrality, while net neutrality was still a thing, all the things they claimed would happen, the ISPs were literally already legally allowed to do, right? Creating internet fast lanes and all those things. So
I don't even know if net neutrality is in Canada. Like, I'm just joking.
So continuing though, Russian shop in Tokyo becomes target of vandalism after owner's controversial remarks. So
yeah, I'm surprised that as like insular as the Japanese are, I'm surprised that they're all getting all like spun up over this.
Right.
Over like the Ukraine situation. I can understand like North Korea and China; those are like literally right next to them. But why are they so concerned about freaking the Ukraine? I don't know. That's weird. I didn't think the Japanese would be going all in on this, but whatever.
I just want to address the starred comments real quick. NanoDerm says, quote, "ACCUSERS podcast stands for the truth." Right. Sure, Jan. Enough of this. I'm going to watch Nick Rekieta. Okay, go ahead. You spelled his name wrong, by the way. But the reason we chose to call it Vic Mignogna ACCUSERS podcast instead of Jamie and Monica's was literally just to mock them over the fact that they're jealous of his name recognition. So anyway, and then I also saw at least DuckDuckGo is being transparent about screwing your results. More as hell. 25 likes and 0 dislikes. Where do you see, like, how could you even see the dislikes anyway? I don't even know how to check them anymore.
There's definitely dislike. That Twitter account posted a dislike.
Oh yeah, you would have seen it from theirs, right? Yeah. And honestly, the thing I love about the like and dislike thing is that it actually doesn't do anything for a channel, and by disliking it, you actually help because YouTube sees the video as more controversial and shares it differently in the algorithm. The multitudes of the Russian population have opposed the invasion of Ukraine. Plus, I hate to say it, this was a good 7 or so years in the making. It wasn't something that happened out of nowhere. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, they're censoring was it Spike Lee's documentary on what happened in Ukraine, in Crimea, and all that shit. It's like unbelievable. Like the knee-jerk reaction to this is literally the reason why people get spun up into the propaganda. War never changes. I mean, I think it's going to change a lot in this one. First time we've had a war on this scale, potentially with nukes involved. Random Loan suggested book burning, like suggesting to smash that like button. Okay. Bring back net hostility. Okay, I'm on the live, not the start. One of the top figures of NASCAR also donated something like 100,000 rounds of ammunition to Ukraine. Hurrah! Hurrah for war, I suppose. Yeah. Bring back Modern Warfare 2 hobbies. Right. Yeah. All right, cool. So I've got another one here that I think is even more ridiculous. The International Cat Federation bans Russian felines from competitions. It's the funniest thing in this whole thing. But I read this one a little bit at Dan's house when I was there today, and I thought it would be worth it to read both of these. So, Russian shop in Tokyo becomes target of vandalism after owner's controversial remarks. I didn't get far enough to find the controversial remarks. This isn't an endorsement of whatever the remarks are, but the article itself is pretty funny. So, workers at the store send out a plea to the public. Russian shop Akano Hirobo Red Square opened in Tokyo in February last year, and since then, they've been introducing locals to popular Russian delicacies and products, including a selection of Vladimir Putin t-shirts and chocolates. I mean, can you imagine walking into like a chocolatier in Sweden and buying like Saddam Hussein chocolates? Or like Kim Jong-un chocolates in the US, right? Like, I find that quite hilarious. Back then, nobody blinked an eye at these goods, especially as Putin calendars have been a bit of a joke gift here for a number of years, even outselling Japanese celebrity calendars at one major retail chain. However, nobody's joking now after Putin put everyone's lives in peril with his decision to invade Ukraine last week. With the world on edge and anti-Russian sentiment swelling around the globe, some people are now taking their anger out on ordinary Russians. Even those, and you got to remember that Japan is literally a stone's throw from Russia, right? We've talked about that guy who swam from Russia to the Kunashir Islands, right, in Japan, in order to seek asylum and put them in that, like, sort of diplomatic jujitsu over whether or not they would grant him asylum, which would assume that the place he left, that there's a dispute between Russia and Japan over who owns that territory, that by granting him asylum, they would be saying that that land is part of Russia and not part of Japan. But by not granting him asylum, that they are having to finally decide whether or not it's Russia or Japan, and it puts them on Putin's radar. So back then, nobody blinked an eye. However, nobody's joking now. After Putin put everybody's life in peril with his decision to invade Ukraine last week, with the world on edge and anti-Russian sentiment swelling around the globe, some people are now taking their anger out on ordinary Russians, even those who are proponents for peace. That's what happened in Tokyo recently at Akano Hiroba. Again, this is the craziest thing to me. It's like I hear all these people who are constantly shaming about like, we put Japanese in internment camps. It's like, well, you're about to put Russians in internment camp the way you guys are fucking acting. I can't fucking believe it, right? It's like, it's okay though, they're white. Like, although they sell Russian goods, the store, which is the brick and mortar branch of import food company Victoria Foods Market, has been clear about their wish for peace in the region. The tweet above, posted the day after the invasion, reads, quote, "We will offer flowers every day until the end of the battle in the hopes that Russia and Ukraine will regain peace as soon as possible. Single long-stemmed flowers like these, like the ones seen above, are often placed at memorial ceremonies for the deceased in Japan. So the makeshift stand that they've set up acts as a way to pay respects to those who have lost their lives during the conflict. Customers have been adding their own flowers as offerings as well." Wow. Despite the peace offering, the store discovered they've been the target of vandalism on the night of the 20th of November when a signboard outside the store had been broken in two. Fuck your sign. The tweet above reads, quote, "Thank you for your continued patronage. We'd like to talk about a sad event that occurred at our shop. Our store signboard was broken and destroyed on the evening of the 20th of February. Is it because we deal with Russian food? Is it because of the store name? Actually, our store representative is Ukrainian. The staff is also Ukrainian, Uzbek, Japanese. Within our staff, 5 are single mothers working to support their families. No matter what country we are from, there is no connection between the shop and politics. We work with the desire to act as a bridge between Japan and Ukraine, Russia, and other countries. It is our sincere hope that peace will come to both countries and they will form a better relationship. And we hope that smiles will return to the people of our homelands. While the damage might appear minor, respect for others and their belongings, no matter how large or small, is paramount in Japan. The news quickly went viral, eliciting comments like, quote, "This makes me feel awful. I'm so sorry this happened to you. This is a hurtful hate crime. This is no good. What's bad is Putin, not the Russians. There you go. The hate should be directed at Putin and his entourage, who have begun an unreasonable war, not Russians or Russia. There is no sin in the delicious food of Russia. The bad thing is this meaningless war. In amongst all the words of encouragement for the store, a signboard shop called Plus Market in Sagamihara City stepped up with the offer to supply Aka no Hiroba with a new signboard for free. What is it, Red Square? Oh, because that they were saying, is it the name of our store? Is it because the word red, meaning communist or whatever? I'd have to see the kanji they use, because there's that one kanji that they use specifically for the red of communism. Although the Russian store declined the free offer, insisting to pay instead, the signboard makers refused to accept any payment, saying they hoped the board would act as a symbol of the new bonds formed between the store and the people who support it. Well, you're just painting a target on your back there. Actually, I think that is. Is that the kanji? I think that might actually be the kanji. One moment. I have it on hand, weirdly enough, from Stealth Weeb. No, it is not. That is not. That is just a regular Aka kanji for red. Anyway, the deluge of goods, wishes, and support from the community has been a welcome salve for the sad event, and it suggests that the store owner's apology for remarks made to a television station about the invasion have been well received by the public. According to the television report, owner Victoria Miyabe, who was born in Donetsk, which is currently in Ukraine, until Russia occupies and takes it over, was quoted as saying, quote, "Yesterday, I heard my relatives who live there say, with the Ukrainian army gone, it was the quietest night in 8 years. Yikes. And most residents of Donetsk welcome Russia." That is kind of true from what I've seen. Miyabe's quotes appear alongside a photo of her in the TV report.
Yeah, Donetsk, that was one of the provinces, one of the two provinces that broke away in 2014 that Russia kind of claimed as
right,
their puppets.
Oh, so they have already officially.
Yeah. Donetsk was the Ukrainians have been shelling. They've been shelling that city for the last 8 years to try to get it back. But though the people in that city are very pro-Russian, so they're
because I remember when they annexed Crimea that Russian news was showing, like, for their weather and stuff, they were showing on their map the weather for these places that were in Ukraine, seen as Ukrainian territories, and they had the weather there and the border drawn around, like cutting it out as part of Russia instead of the Ukraine. I think Donetsk was one of them. So Miyabe responded to the report with this tweet on 26th of February, 2 days before the damage to the store signboard occurred. I love how literally what they did was they just snapped the signboard from the top. Like they didn't deface it. Like they didn't light it on fire. They literally just broke this part at the top. Like that'll send a message, right? Like it literally could just be a kid ran up and kicked it and it broke when it fell and he just kept running, right? But it's like that'll send a message. Okay. So the tweet above reads, regarding my remarks on the TV station, first of all, I deeply apologize for making everyone misunderstand and feel uncomfortable with the very unpleasant remarks. That remark was conveying to the TV station what I had heard from my relatives living in Donetsk. But without being able to accurately convey my feelings in my poor Japanese, I made everyone who is hurting over the current situation in Ukraine feel uncomfortable, and I sincerely apologize. Both Ukraine and Russia are my beloved hometowns, and we also carry a large number of Ukrainian products. You think they're going to start having Zelensky chocolates? More than likely.
That guy can do no wrong, apparently.
All right. I sincerely hope that peace will come soon and everyone's smiles will return as soon as possible. The store's currently pinned tweet includes the following statement, which reinforces the owner's wish for peace in the region. I am from Donetsk, Ukraine, and from the former Soviet Union. Ukraine and Russia are my beloved hometowns, and I hope peace will come as soon as possible. I just will say for the record, I think all of us agree. We feel the same way. None of us want war. I think that
I think that the propaganda coming out of Ukraine is so ridiculous that it makes me skeptical of what I'm being told, with like the ghost of Kiev and all that kind of stuff. But none of us here, I think I can speak for all of us, actually want war. Like, I think, especially myself, I'm very staunchly anti-war.
I don't have an electric vehicle like
AOC?
Comedian. What was it? Stephen Colbert? I don't have an I don't have a Tesla like Stephen Colbert, so I actually do mind that the gas prices have gone insane.
Oh yeah, but I mean, like, we want the conflict to end, right? So that things can't settle out.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't care.
Oh, so okay. I see. I didn't catch the reference.
Oh, he made a video like on his show.
It's like $4. I'll pay to spend a couple extra bucks for a clean conscience or whatever.
Yeah,
I was like,
and then
fuck you, dude. You're like worth $100 million.
Yeah,
you could spend
I literally
50
saw
bucks a gallon.
And that's the thing, is that this is going to hurt the middle and lower class so much, because when the cost of fuel increases, the cost of literally everything increases, because everything is transported on a truck. And I saw a video on Reddit today of a guy, he was a truck driver, and he was at the pump, and $5 a gallon for diesel, his total came up to over $1,000.
Yeah.
And it's just like, the hyperinflation that we are going to experience in the coming months is going to be so catastrophic. First of all, I hope everybody here, I hope you have a garden and you're growing your own food to at least alleviate one thing that you can't live without. That is one piece of advice I will give everybody.
Can the tomatoes, get cucumbers, tomatoes and cucumbers, easy. So easy to do.
And tomatoes, when you plant them, make sure that if you plant a couple, that you plant them a week apart so that they don't all harvest at the same time. And so that you have, a handful each week rather than, the entire thing.
But the thing, you can can those and they'll last for years.
So I'm just saying, like, this is not looking like it's going in a good direction. And the one thing you can do, if you're able to, is to start trying to grow your own food, because it will, at the very least, it will save you some cash at the grocery store. But
so just for complete context, the quote from Stephen Colbert was like, I don't mind the gas prices going up to whatever. It's a small price to pay for a clean conscience, because I drive a Tesla.
See, and this is the thing. Like, it is so amazing to me how small-minded people are about war. Like, thinking that war can't happen, and aren't we beyond petty conflicts? Like, you don't understand. War has always ever been about one thing: resources. That's it. People go to war when they need things, when they're starving, and it will happen domestically when everybody can't pay for it. Literally right now, people are in my state are drilling holes in cars to get to their gas tanks to drain the gas into a bucket so that they don't have to siphon it, or because they can't get the gas cap off, the gas panel.
Right? Locking gas cap.
My boss's brother parked his car at the place where we work, and when he came back, somebody had tried to pry open his gas flap. Right? Like, that is how desperate people already are. It is going to get so much worse in the next couple of months. So I just want to say again, nobody here actually wants war, but understanding specifically why Russia is doing this is important, because of the gas lines that they're trying to produce, and the fact that we're in this mess with our gas prices and everything, because we've shut down all the domestic production of oil that we had going, right? And there's other things beyond that. I don't want to get into a whole thing about it, but it's just like the easiest thing you can do is try to start growing your own food, right? It's going to be important. Anyway.
And if it wasn't, did I say $2 for gas? $2 a liter Canadian. So trying to, if that sounded cheap to you, that's expensive.
That's a half gallon, roughly.
Yes. Well, one thing everyone talks about is the fuel and whatnot.
No, that's a quart. That's a quart. A liter is like a quart, isn't it?
I have no clue what the conversion to a gallon is.
What are you saying, Dan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, one thing everyone talks about is, the price of oil is skyrocketing, and that's true. But another thing people forget is that Russia is like the world's #1 exporter of fertilizer.
Yes, and that is, again, that's why I say, like, if you can grow your own food, you should, right? Because the farms, you know, the factory farming that we have, they have to get that fertilizer from somewhere else. Food is going to skyrocket regardless of the fact that the gas prices to transport the food to your local grocery store is going to increase, right?
And the tractors and all the farm equipment to harvest the stuff.
Yeah, and so, like...
But guys, the important thing is my anime will cost more because it will cost more to ship from Japan.
The important thing is that you donate to Ukraine and that you change your Facebook profile pic to be the Ukrainian flag. Those are the important things in the country. Right?
Ignore the fact that Ukraine is an extraordinarily corrupt nation that really are not. It's not worth the time, honestly, and money that we are investing into them.
But guys, don't worry.
Literally almost like a civil war between.
Effectively,
Russia
that is
and
what
Ukraine.
is going on.
So,
yes, but
like, this is none of our business.
The important thing is knowing that 1 gallon is 3.7 liters.
Thank you for clarifying.
There you go. But guys, don't worry. Sony has come out and also said, I don't think you covered this, but Sony has also come out and said they will not be shipping PS5s to Russia, and Russia will not get Gran Turismo 7.
Russia's going to invade Japan for that alone.
And Pokemon Go has come out.
Come on.
Pokemon Go has also come out and said no Pokemon Go in Russia anymore.
Oh shit! They just rolled out Gen 7 too.
All right, again, I just want to point out what happened. First of all, let me finish reading this. While it's unclear what prompted the damage to the store signboard, the people of Japan are hoping there will be no animosity towards Russians in Tokyo, because the wounds from the animosity towards Asians over the coronavirus pandemic are still taking their time to heal. Also, real quick, I wanted to address something that I should have mentioned earlier when it came to this one right here. So I just want to state, I mentioned that I didn't agree with Nick's stance on the funny leaks, but just for the record, that doesn't mean I don't like Nick Rekieta. I was on his 25-hour stream. And you know, I genuinely like the guy. I think most of what he has done has been a tremendous benefit to this, you know, being forcing the hand of the defendants to actually put up or shut up, getting it into the court. I'm ever so grateful to Nick, because I just want to be clear that just because I didn't agree with his take on the funny leaks, that doesn't mean that I dislike the guy. Just to be abundantly clear on that. Anyway, so
to finish my point just quickly. Yeah. Now that Putin can't catch his Pokemon and he doesn't get his PS5s anymore. He's clearly
in Ukraine right now. He doesn't even. He's playing over there.
He's going home now. He can't catch his Pokemon. He can't get his PS5.
He can't get that Alolan Sandshrew because that community day is this weekend. Son of a bitch, that's his favorite.
It just seems to me like such a dumb idea to cut Russia off from the SWIFT payments and all these things. Literally,
and McDonald's pulled out as well.
You are giving them. You are telling them, well, you've got nothing else to lose. It's like, all right, fire the nukes, right? Like, that's effectively what we're doing. Is that all these
nothing to lose and everything to gain?
Well, that's what people lead up to this to push them to invade in the first place. Like
the other
all
thing
this, like, oh, Russia's going to invade any minute now. Oh, they're going to invade any minute now. Like that's what we were doing. That's what NATO was doing. We were poking and prodding them, hoping they would invade.
The other thing that I don't understand is, so Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is the state that is currently under war. So you're telling me McDonald's is operating in Ukraine right now? Can you order a Big Mac with a bomb going off behind you?
Probably in parts, yeah, sure. Why not?
I mean, I guess
that'd be pretty fucking lit to do that. But
I mean,
let's be honest. Let's go through the drive-through while getting shot up.
I would have
I wanted to go to Anime Expo during the pandemic because I thought it would be hilarious to go to an empty convention center where they were literally storing cots with people with COVID.
I would have went to Fan Expo, but they wanted because they didn't cancel the last Fan Expo that happened last year, but they wanted to allow distancing, so they took away the chairs from all the panels, and I was like, I'm not standing during every panel, so I didn't go. But all of these announcements where they're like, well, we're not going to ship this to Russia, we're not going to do this in Russia. How many of these are like, well, we're also not going to do this in Ukraine because it's a war-torn country right now, but they don't say that part out loud because that would look bad. But in reality, they're doing it to both of the countries. Like, I don't know if that's happening, but I want to know if that's happening.
Right. So, yeah, and I'll just say again, I want to remind everybody what happened to Germany in World War II is that stuff like this escalated the animosity between the Jews that were in Germany, who previously had Germany was one of the few nations that had the highest in the German constitution, they guaranteed Jews the same rights to their citizens that they had for the German citizens. And this exact behavior is what escalated that conflict and spun it way out of control. And so I'm very not looking forward to, the outcomes of how all of this will play out, because I think it is engineered intentionally to make things worse. With that said,
but Random 11 did make a funny point. If all these companies are still running in Ukraine, Pokemon Go is still running. No, Olaf, don't go over there. I don't care if it's a Firo. There's a landmine. No, Olaf, no.
Hey, some things are worth risking your life for, I guess.
Olaf has left the server. All right, so I thought this was too funny. Now, if you're new to the show, and I haven't done this for a long time. When I put the stuff in the link dump, which you can get to in the description at ocapodcast.com/OCA-187 for podcast 187, if I have a archive, it is going to be the little dash or whatever. So the hyperlink here is the one we're looking at because they took out one of the funniest lines out of this. So International Cat Federation bans Russian felines from competitions. So the Federation Internationale Feline, which hosts over 700 cat shows a year, said it cannot just witness these atrocities and do nothing.
Okay.
We swung our weight around the only way we knew how. So the International Cat Federation has banned Russian cats from international competitions, condemning the invasion of Ukraine as an unprecedented act of aggression. Unprecedented. There are many European countries I think would like to disagree with you as recently as World War II. Right? Unprecedented act of aggression. Federation Internationale Feline, or FIFE, a group which considers itself the United Nations of Cat Federations, with members from over 40 countries, said in a statement on its website that, quote, it cannot just witness these atrocities and do nothing. Starting this week, no cat bred in Russia can be imported or registered in any FIFE pedigree book outside Russia, and no cat belonging to exhibitors living in Russia may be entered at any FIFE show outside of the country.
You know what's hilarious about all of this? Like freaking Iran, right? Like state-sponsored terrorism, man. Like they're doing all kinds of crap all over. They've never been sanctioned as hard as Russia has been.
I can't wait to see these kamikaze cats in action.
This is ridiculous.
Well, see, it'd be so funny. Okay, well, we'll let the cats back in. They have one cat in the show, and it's actually a tactical nuke lodged in its ass.
I mean, there are like countries out there that have done way worse crap than the Russians are doing, and they have not been sanctioned.
Yeah, and it's like, again, it's like if you actually know history and study this sort of conflict and stuff, it's like you would recognize how absurd this is. But every single piece of information, every news organization is directing your opinion one specific direction, exactly as they did with net neutrality and all that. And it's all obviously orchestrated. It's so absurd that what I mean by orchestrated is that the push for simping for Ukraine. And again, I hope Ukraine gets through this. I hope Russia backs down. I hope the war ends. I hope for all of these things. But ignoring, for example, them talking about Trump calling Putin a genius. Oh, is it responsible to say he's as dumb as Joe Biden? I don't think so. Honestly, that's absurd, right? But like they came after Tucker Carlson or whatever for talking about Putin's strategy, and it's like you should know your fucking enemy. That's like the literal #1 rule of war, right? And instead we're gonna just say, no, he's a dumb. He's a mean dumb, right? That's the way that they take it. It's like this is not going to win. This is not going to win you the war.
Anyway, I like how you got over your cold mid-podcast, AC.
Oh, it's still there. It's the sinuses they're coming and going. So starting this week, no cat. The group said the new regulations will last through May 31st, just through May 31st, and will be reviewed as and when necessary. FIFA said it is, quote, shocked and horrified by the war launched in Ukraine. Quote, many innocent people died. Many more are wounded, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians are forced to flee their homes to save their lives. Unquote. The group said in a statement, quote, on top of that, our Ukrainian fellow feline fanciers, oh fucking hell, are desperately trying to take care of their cats and other animals in these trying circumstances. Right, that is definitely their main concern. Those cats left when the first bomb dropped. It's like the freaking cats in Ottawa that were shitting everywhere. Like these cats stayed. The board of FIFA said it will dedicate part of its budget to support cat breeders and fanciers in Ukraine. The federation was created over 70 years ago and holds over 700 shows a year with more than 200,000 cats exhibited, according to its website. This is the reason that I had to show you the archive version. The announcement is the latest blow to Russia. Dude, Putin is reeling right now from this blow, right? Like,
no Pikachu and no cat in his
he named his cat Meowth too. He's really pissed.
I mean,
he had such a prized cat too. He was gonna win that competition, but now he can't.
There might be some like organizations
and he really likes Lytton. That just came out.
I mean, what if it turns out that all the Russian oligarchs that are funding Putin and all that shit, what if they had cats that like they were using in these competitions stuff? Are there like
actually, you know what? That's honestly
that's probably likely,
possible,
right?
To be honest,
at least like, the mistresses of all these oligarchs that are funding Putin. That's very possible.
That actually is a legit possibility. Like we joke, but that actually is a possibility.
I missed this story at the beginning. Did they say that they're banning cats from Russia or cat breeds from Russia?
I think it was cats that were bred in Russia.
Starting this week, no cat bred in Russia can be imported or registered in any FIFA pedigree book outside Russia. And no cat belonging to exhibitors living in Russia may be entered at any FIFA show outside of the country.
So both.
They're still letting it happen inside Russia, but you're only going to be competing with other people who want to compete. Like literally it's going to be gold medals all around for all the cats in the ones in Russia, because nobody is going to go to Russia to compete against the Russians who are still having these competitions in Russia.
The Iron Curtain is up. Russia wins again.
That'd be so funny. Well, you know the meme. Hold on. Let me pull this up. This would be a perfect. This one, yes. This is exactly what came to mind. Right here. That's gonna be them. Like, yes, like that'd be so funny. Russia starts touting, like, we won all the gold medals, right? Like the catch-up. All right, so the announcement is the latest blow to Russia, which has been hit with sanctions by a number of countries, including the U.S., and excluded from a slew of high-profile organizations in sports, including FIFA and UEFA competitions. The International Olympic Committee has also recommended athletes from Russia and Belarus be banned from international competition. So far, over 1 million Ukrainians have fled amid the invasion. It'd be funny if Japan is letting them come in for the what are they called? Asylum? What was it? Refugees? They let the refugees in, but you had to come over from, like, you had to pass all the way through Russia and come through the Kunashir Islands, so that like instead of going all the way around the other way. Oh, gallows humor.
Do they let Russian defectors have asylum?
Not if they come from the Kunashir Islands. We've covered this. All right, so you guys have any pickups you want to go over?
Oh, Jesus. Is that time already?
It is, and I do.
I have a pickup. I have an extremely rare pickup I want to show it to you guys. This is a manga. No logos on the side. It is in English.
It was printed in Japan published by Headquarters for the Abduction Issue, Government of Japan. There's also an anime of it. Also in English. All of it's in Japanese on the back.
I beg your pardon? What?
Japanese government produced this. It is a story about a real girl who was abducted by the North Koreans. So the story follows and chronicles like how she got abducted and how she escaped and everything or whatever. And so they made this as a documentary of sorts in order to promote the issue and help people be more aware of how to avoid getting abducted by North Korea or something, right? So that's my pickup. It's one of the rarest, most obscure things I own. And if anybody knows of any other stuff like this that was made and produced in English by the Japanese government, I would absolutely love to know about it so I can try to get my hands on it.
I have 2 questions.
There goes my soda. What's up?
First question. Do you know who drew it?
Authors and editors, illustrator, Soichi Moto.
Do you know if he did anything else?
I don't. You want me to look it up? Oh, because that might help me find other things if he was contracted by the Japanese government. Is that why you're saying that?
I mean, you could say that, but I was saying it because the page you opened to looked familiar.
Oh,
art style
it looked like Takeshi Obata's renditions of Trump.
Yes, actually. Actually.
That is precisely what I thought, actually.
I thought it was the Death Note guy. I was like,
no, it's not Takeshi Obata. In fact, when I look up Soichi Moto, actually, I can look up Megumi, the title of this. I saw that on AMN. I could do it that way.
And
Not
my
Megumi
second
Ogata.
question.
Yeah.
My second question is, how does all that thick paper fit onto a tiny disc?
Good question. Well, the disc is an anime, though, right? Like, they condensed that shit. Oh, and I didn't show you guys this, but I've been so fortunate because, believe it or not, it's a press disc, right? And it came with an authentic, I don't know if you guys can see it, an authentic Japanese pube right there in that. there's a slightly curly, extremely thin hair attached to the back. More rare collector's item. Anyway, who wants to go next?
I guess me, because since nobody else is like volunteering.
I found hold on real quick before I end this. I pulled up the artist, and this is the only other thing that they've done.
Which is what?
Daman manga.
Never heard of it.
When who was abducted by North Korean agents. Oh my god! Okay, I gotta look this one up. Maybe I can find that one too. Like the fucking Kim Il Sung or whoever. Anyway, all right. So go ahead, Greenline.
Alrighty. I've got for my first
step out for a second.
Pickups is I want to say this is 1/7, the 1/8 scale Aqua from.
That looks
what is this? What is the is it Fat Company? I believe. It's mildly uncomfortable. I mean, sure, why not? But they always are twisting and turning in awkward ways. So, yeah, big hairpiece that she's got. That I'm very. She came with a staff. I refused to put the staff through her hair. I was like, yeah, that's not a good idea. Let's not do that. And then for my Ami pickups, because I got some stuff from Ami, is I wish Vidnum was here, but.
Well, he is here technically. He's watching.
Well, technically, yes. I got the Colin Documakara cover from Code Geass. Who's the company that did this? Hobby Stock, I believe, did this. And Ami released a Colin and a C2 Documakara cover. So, and then that's for Ami, and then I got some stuff from Bai. Biggest mistake of my life was finding Bai was a thing. And I got more production sheets for Code Geass. More production sheets. Oh, holy shit. Like, I can barely hold these up. Do you see how thick these are?
Huh.
Fuck. Like, it's like 30 or... It's like, I can't even... Like, this is hundreds of pages.
So somebody might question, do you like Code Geass at all?
Oh, you think?
But they fit all of those onto a perfectly good DVD that's a lot smaller.
Apparently so.
Random 11, you gotta realize manga can be adapted in several different ways. Like, 3 volumes of My Hero Academia is the first season, whereas, like, Attack on Titan, you could have 8 volumes for the entire 25 episode first season. So, I mean, that 2-volume book that looks like 2 volumes that AC has, that could be like a 2-hour movie. Easy.
Yeah. So,
Are you taking my jokes like super seriously?
Possibly. I got that poster and a couple other ones too. But
I did notice the new poster. Or
Yeah,
well, I don't know if
I thought too. I was like, do you always have that Bakudan?
it used to be the girl with her panties half down.
yeah, that was Yamada's first time.
The name of the pose is like a Bakudan, I think, if I remember right.
And then I've got season 1 or collection, season 1 collection from Sentai. My first, my next life as a Jamie Markey. I mean Monica. I mean Willis. And then from Viz, I got Yashihime, the standard Blu-ray.
So FD&M was asking, do you have enough pillows to use those cases on?
I don't. I need to buy. And then I got another sleeveless copy of Fairy Tail, so I need to obviously go somewhere else to pick up Fairy Tail.
Also, do you have every frame of the show yet?
I don't. I wish I did. And then I picked up. Let's see. This is volume 8.
I wonder how much space that would take.
Of Sailor Moon.
A lot.
The Deke Dub ADV.
I have that.
This
I have
is
multiple copies of that.
So I'm learning new things about Green Line based on his backdrop today.
Is that right? I was like, what do you mean? Oh, yeah. Volume, I believe this is volume 9. The previous one was volume 8. Excuse me.
He likes strong women.
So now all you need is that Dragon Ball Sailor Moon crappy hentai cartoon looking
right thing. And then season 1 part 2 or season 2 part 2 of Black Clover. That came with a sleeve. This is just as old as Fairy Tail part fucking 26 or 27, and they're like, no, you don't get a sleeve, Green Line
I'm gonna step out for 1 second real quick, throw away this food.
And then finally, to finish off my pickups, I bought Persona 5 animation. Shut up. Who the hell's talking on Discord?
Wasn't me.
That's your Discord? Now I know.
Sure.
Every time you make a noise.
FDN wants to know if you can verify if they redubbed the guy who died IRL for the Yashihime dub.
Oh, the guy who I don't know.
Kirby Morrow?
Possibly. I haven't gotten to that part yet, but I will let him know when I watch it. And that's
Rest in peace, Kirby Morrow, Canadian voice actor.
Well,
what's up?
R.I.P. I was gonna say I agree with the comment above with the Evil Angel, the Juvia poster, and they're in his room.
Oh, what was their comment? I didn't get to read it.
He just said it was nice, and I agree. It's a nice poster.
Yeah, it's a nice poster. And
Greenland likes those dominating women.
No, I just think it's a funny little poster.
Sure.
All right, so on the Discord, we've got Lance's. Oh, that's right, Lance isn't here. Where's Lance? We've got Lance, got Kaze-san and Morning Glories.
I don't believe it because these are stock photos.
Oh, called out, Lance. Real pics are going to happen. I need a timestamp with your face holding a sign. All right. And then what's this, Random 11?
That is from One Piece. It is a Gashapon Yeah, an eternal log pose, eternal pose, whatever you call
You
it.
got it from a Gachapon?
Well, I got it from eBay, but it is a Bandai Gachapon.
Oh, okay.
There's like a set of them.
Because we were wondering in Discord, like, okay, no, I know what it is. I just wanted to know why you got it. Because you're like, it's an eternal pose, and it's like, yeah, but why?
Yeah. So, well, I seen it online. I seen it online, and I was like,
I seen it online.
I've seen it.
I want that.
I've seen it.
I looked up on eBay how much they were. I couldn't find them anywhere. Like, actually, that's a lie. They were on Hobby Link Japan, I think, but they were sold out. So I looked up online on eBay, and it was like they wanted like 50 Canadian dollars for one, and I was like, that's stupid. And then I seen another listing, and then like I was sorting by like cheapest plus shipping. So like these were the cheapest plus shipping. It was like, you know, $50 for one, and then right below that it was like $55 for set of 6. Yeah, 6 set of 6. And I was like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll do that. And so I bought a set of 6. I only really wanted one, but fuck paying $50 for one. So now I have 6 of them. They're all different islands. Like it was random what island, but I don't know how they guaranteed it, but I got all the different, like, of the set, the volume. This is set 2, so I have the complete set 2. And yeah, I think it's a pretty decent little trinket. It goes with the rest of my One Piece collection of figures.
Right on. You also got these?
Yep. I just had a bug in my wallet that said spend money, so I was like, fuck it, okay, I'll buy this stupid Transformers movie for the 12th time. And Flip Flappers has always been, I've never watched it, but like fully, but I've seen little clips, and like the animation looks really good, so I was like, okay, I'll buy it.
We covered this on a podcast, actually, as a watch club. And we also did Transformers the movie. That was podcast 72.
There you go.
Yeah.
Did you like Flip Flappers?
I did not.
No.
Augie did. So the thing is that, you know, it's like with me, it's real hit or miss on whether I want to like something, because in order to put on the show, especially with all the production value I try to add to it, I have less and less time to actually sit down and enjoy the watch club.
Well, it looked like it was animated really well, so whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, it might have been great, and there are aspects of it that I liked, but overall, I was like, I didn't give a shit about the characters. This is actually the podcast where I accidentally asked Augie if he was autistic, and it got real awkward because the answer was yes, but he didn't come out and say it, and it was like, oh god, like, and the reason I asked is because I thought it was interesting because I have friends who are high functioning autistic that I grew up around. One of my best friends, Andrew, and he's dissociative. Like it's hard for him to empathize and attach with people in real life and in stuff. And I always found it funny that if Augie was autistic, which I highly suspected he was, and he effectively said yes on that podcast, but I always thought it was funny that he, for some reason, has the ability to get connected with every single character in every anime we watch and act like it's some super meaningful thing. Whereas I'm like, I don't give a fuck about you. You didn't give me any reason to, right? When I'm watching the shows. So anyway, you have to
as long as it looks nice, maybe it'll be worth just watching for the visuals.
As long as the opening song is good.
I haven't watched the opening. I mean, I should just watch the ostening and then it'll tell me if the anime's good.
You don't even have to watch anime anymore. You just got to watch the openings on YouTube to know if they're good.
There's no steelbook for Transformers?
No, the steelbook cover looks shit. So I like the non-steelbook cover better. Also, steelbooks in general are shit. They're oddly misshapen and they don't fit in your collection properly. Fuck steelbooks.
I'm sorry, that High School of the Dead steelbook is fucking kick ass right there. If you're looking at
there are the occasional steelbook covers that look really good, and occasionally I have bought one or two of them because of the cover.
Blasphemy.
But if the cover art was on a standard edition, I would be just as happy with the standard edition. I'd be more happy because I hate steelbooks.
Well, I picked up.
But you get more of the artwork.
I
if
picked
you
up
have
the Matrix
extra.
Resurrections and Samurai 7 today after going to the dentist.
I don't know
And
why
then-
you wasted your money on Matrix.
Because I haven't seen it and I have all the others. And
I could.
I don't
Let
know,
me just
I'll-
save you some time. It's
I'll-
not. It's
I'll
not worth it.
judge for myself when I watch it tomorrow. I don't know.
He waves his
Biggest waste of my
hands.
time.
That's the
Biggest
entire
waste
movie.
of my time ever.
And I
his
got
hand.
My Hero Academia Volume
And it was free on my account. And I was still a waste.
and Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1 Standard Edition, and High School of the Dead Steelbook Limited Edition, which I will say again looks fucking awesome because
Isn't
the
it
character,
Of
the
the
character.
Dead?
The art for the cover and the wrap. The characters are solid ink, but the background, blood and grime, is like a transparent, so it shines through the steelbook. It looks really fucking cool.
Cool.
What's the edition of the Seven Samurai? What collection is that?
Is that the DVD or the Blu-ray?
This is the Blu-ray. This is the one that just came out.
Nice.
Got
Did you get it during the sale?
The Blu-ray, the series, and the OVA in one set. So.
What?
The
We're talking about
series.
Seven Samurai.
No. Samurai. I thought you were talking about High School. Seven Samurai is the Blu-ray. Yeah.
Okay, the one that just came out. Like it has
I
the
thought-
OVA.
I thought I was talking
Hold on.
about. I was talking about High School of the Dead. That's what I was thinking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I just like you said it has an OVA. I'm like seven. That's not Samurai 7. There's no OVA for Samurai 7.
Sorry. I got the Seven Samurai is the Criterion Blu-ray.
Right. Cool. Did you get it during the sale? They recently had a major sale for Criterion.
No, actually, because the sale was the same price as it was on Amazon. So,
there you go.
guess who I bought it from?
Right on. Okay, and Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1.
Yep, standard edition.
At least it's
Which
not
has a slipcover.
Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1, Part 1. Right. Effing Anime Addict picked up Yakuza Princess. Revenge is her destiny. You have to tell me how it is. Jonathan Rhys Meyers. I read that as John Rhys Davis. I'm like, oh my god! No. And look, Rhys, you're in it. You're in it. Is Jonathan Rhys Meyers? Is that the guy who was in From Paris with Love? With John Travolta?
I don't know. I know John Rhys Davies is Gimli.
Right, of course. I think it might be. Why do I know this guy? I don't recognize any of these movies. Anyway, let me just. Yes, From Paris with Love. It is him. Okay, confirmed. So that's a fun movie if you've never seen it. Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1 also picked up by Effie Animax.
How you get them without a slipcover though? That's bizarre. Or are you taking the slipcovers off?
Yeah, we're dying to know. There was
I know
a
you're
pre-stream
there.
debate. All right, cool. So what are we on? Podcast 187 right now?
Yep.
Seems like it.
There we go. That'll be for next week. All right, let's get out of pickups and on to the news. So I probably should have grabbed some Kickstarter stuff from the last podcast, but I'm not going to. So Yatogame-chan Kansatsu Nikki anime launched a crowdfunding for its production costs. I thought this was interesting because this is like the 4th season, the much-awaited 4th season. So it says here, as a broadcaster in Aichi Prefecture, we felt it was our duty to produce this anime. And together with the production committee, the people who fund it, we have produced and broadcast until its 3rd season. In April of this year, the 4th season will finally start. Everyone is working hard to make the most of the small budget. On the other hand, the cost of producing anime is a heavy burden for a local station like us. And even for a short anime series, the situation is not always smooth. So you funded 3 seasons previously. Why all of a sudden do you need to crowdfund it? Just to steal from the fan. No, just kidding. That's cool. Hopefully the production hopefully the increased value going into production will bring it. So this is the crazy thing here. Thankfully, the campaign's goal of $2,607 US. Is it a
minute long episodes. You kind of like that seems extremely low, right? But it was achieved within a day, and as of this writing, it has received $5,902 from 125 supporters. By the way, this was written on March 1st, so it's been some time. It's probably even higher than that, which is 226% of its initial goal. The campaign will run until March 17th. So, I mean, maybe they'll have enough to do the next, 8 seasons. Let's see, right? Now, do you guys remember Tentacle Grape?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the name.
Yeah.
So there's a
right?
Yeah, there's a soda that this niche anime themed soda called Tentacle Grape instead of Tentacle Rape, right? That has an anime girl with tentacles.
I couldn't put that together. Wow, it makes sense now.
Yeah, so they are
Your mind has
working.
been opened to the possibilities.
Hold on, I think it's worth having the picture here. Tentacle Grape. There is some not safe for work versions of their product that I will make sure not to show by accident.
Really? I wouldn't imagine.
Is this one of them?
On this podcast, we are advocates of free speech and non-censorship. So, AC, where do your loyalties lie?
My loyalties lie with not getting banned off YouTube. So this is Tentacle Grape. This is one of the many covers that they have. There was also the AX one. I showed this. I have this in my storage unit. Oh, that is a really tiny image. That was the AX one for when AX turned 21. They had the 21 and over lounge. All right. So anyway, and then this is the more common. This is the more common one. I'll just show you this last one. This is just a printout of. Oh God, it's enormous. Printout of the.
Holy shit! Is that Inosuke?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That looks like female Inosuke. What the fuck?
This came out way before Demon Slayer. Anyway, so this is the normal thing. Anyway, so they are doing a crowdfunding for a new product called Fruitanari Punch.
Oh no. Animated. It's winking. Oh no, it just splooshed.
She's blowing her juice all over your face.
It just splooshed.
I love the comment. Also, I deserve jail time for accidentally doxing you again after you. All right, so that's the Kickstarter news. Let's go to live action news. I want to show you.
Did anyone add any add-on items to their Dirty Pair orders?
Dan got the extra light.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't want to risk us getting the same one, even though I said you could just have mine. I don't fucking care.
Well, you didn't have to risk it. You could have went and looked for the specific one that you're getting.
Oh, really? Do they let you know?
Yeah, if you go to your Right Stuff order, it tells you the exact one that you're getting.
Oh, Right Stuff. Okay. Right, because they're fulfilling it through there.
I don't.
Oh, I'm looking it up. What's up? So you brought it up.
How did you order the one that you didn't get if you didn't know which one you got?
No, when it came to the Kickstarter thing, the tier that I got came with one, even though I don't want it.
Yeah.
So, and they said in the thing that they don't tell you what.
That is correct.
Which one you're getting. So
it was
when you order it
random. Yes.
So I can tell you right now, I got Yuri, who I think is the better of the two, anyways.
So no, not you're incorrect, sir.
Yuri is the long-haired one, right?
The blue long-haired one.
Yeah, not
incorrect.
Not
incorrect.
I'm saying I've never seen the show, and I will agree with AC. So that's.
I've never seen the show either. I'm just going based off the image. Dan, what one did you get?
Well, I ended up getting both of them. So
he bought the other one, so he wouldn't.
I bought the other one, so I have Yuri
just to make sure. Even though I bet you're just going to stick that in a garage somewhere, you're not even going to put it up.
When you say you got the other one, did you get the other one when you originally pledged, or did you get it as an item?
I think
the add-on.
The Yuri one is in the middle, and the K one is listed at the end. So I think the
Yuri one must have been the one you got. I think you're right. That's probably true. Yeah.
So
Okay,
so see, I think it was actually smart for me to have
There you
gotten
go.
the other
You're
one
right.
because
So you didn't go to the right stuff page and add an item from there.
No,
You did, like,
I added it from the
page-
Kickstarter.
Or the Kickstarter.
before the Kickstarter
Yeah,
was
yeah,
even
yeah.
over. Yeah.
Okay, because I was talking about they added their right stuff.
Yeah, they added the
add-on
items, but they're like super expensive, like the Ario ones were.
They're
really?
super expensive, but they give you a coupon and knock it down to the same price that they offered it to the Kickstarter.
Oh,
So,
really? Oh,
Yeah.
that seems bullshit.
It was kind of a dumb thing. They're like, we do it this way so that people will be discouraged from buying it themselves.
So how do
on
you
the
look
store.
for the add-on stuff, like to be able to purchase it?
Go to their. You should have got an email saying these are all the extra items. You can buy them on Right Stuff now, and it'll include your coupon
So
code.
it's a link to it. I couldn't just pull it up easily. Okay.
Can you give that coupon code to somebody else, or does it only work for your
Maybe.
account?
They said that what if you give the coupon code to someone else, and their answer was, well, you could give it to someone else, but the coupon code only works on an account that has backed
That has
the
the
Kickstarter
stuff. Yeah. that makes sense.
So, and I was like, well, if that's the case, then why
What's the
did you have to
point?
do the whole coupon? If the system's smart enough to know you backed the Kickstarter, just block all orders from non-Kickstarter people, and make it the normal price. Like, it seems
Because
dumb.
they want to
but
shaft the non-Kickstarter people before the standard edition comes out.
I don't think they want to shaft the non. Well, yeah, I guess they want to milk them for extra money for the randos that will pay the $150 for a light.
I just saw this unstarred comment from Effie Anime Addict. So, did Russians give their pussycats banned drugs? But unfortunately, they have to pay the consequences. like they supposedly they give the steroids to their athletes when they compete, but the cats walk up on stage and rip. Just
farts and just white dust comes out.
Oh,
That's
here,
hilarious.
AC, I posted the link to the Right Stuff page in private chat.
All right. Since we're talking about this, we might as well
I'm
cover
gonna
it
step
right
out for a second to get something to
All right.
drink.
Holy shit, these are expensive. Yeah. You better not be able to buy the stupid exclusive art box.
You cannot.
Good.
So yeah, the
So what makes K better than Yuri? Is it the design?
pull up the picture.
or is-
Share the fucking picture.
I got it. Oh, I'm not sorry. I thought I was screen sharing. Sorry.
Look at that. Look at that. It's red, first of all. Red's better than blue. I'm sorry. And well, for lights anyway. Just look at that body, the hair, like she just looks like plain Jane. Like just not good. That one better. But
This
I got
one
stuck
has
with
no
Yuri
ass.
too, so I'm
Actually, neither of them have an asking for it. Okay.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if like everyone got Yuri and K was the add-on. Like I know they said it was random, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. The lamp, each lamp is $40. So it's 160 on the thing, but if you use the coupon code, it's 40.
Just a friendly reminder that they raped us into getting it, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, the stupid thing is, if I had have known this was a thing, we could have got the one tier below the one we got.
Oh yeah.
And then use this.
But I think in order to get the art box, which is specifically why I backed the tier that I did, you had to get the stupid fucking lamp.
Okay, I don't know about you. Did you? So there was two tiers. There was one tier that said, it was like $130, but it didn't come with the TV shows and the series, and they were like, you could buy those later. And then the next tier said it came with everything, all of the TV shows, all the OVAs and stuff. I backed that one, and so I had to pay like 200 and something, whatever. So technically, I could have backed the one below it. That was the first one that came with the art box, and then bought these through Right Stuff. Although these all say US only,
So I would have had to do some weird workaround. It says in the email, if you're outside of the US, you can do this weird workaround and email them and tell them you want whatever. I don't know. The art book is $70. The OVA series is $45. The TV series is $65. The Flash series is $45. And the features Blu-ray is $45.
I'm asking Mirage Leonardo if he's watching right now, which I could just do on the stream, I suppose. But yeah, I'm curious where we haven't seen Mirage Leonardo in the chat lately, and we have a viewer on Twitch, but I don't. Viewer on Twitch, please comment. I'm wondering if our comments are not coming in from Twitch anymore. So please, if you're out there watching on Twitch, please comment so I can see. Anyway.
Well, this seems like a silly. Like a simple solution. I
could just go there, I suppose. Yeah. I just don't want if that is the
just
issue.
Continue. I will go comment.
I'm sending a message. All right. Oh, great. Oh. I spelled it wrong because.
And now I'm echoing. Oh, it's because I didn't mute the thing. There you go.
Good job. That's on you.
Yep, that's on me.
All right, cool. All right, yeah. Anyway, so what else are we saying about this? Dirty Pair Kickstarter exclusive art book.
Kie's best girl.
First of all, it's K.
Whatever.
Right.
Freaking Canadians can't even spell right.
Can't even pronounce the name of the best girl, quote unquote.
I haven't fucking watched the show. I don't know how to.
We need to go back to school, Mr. Seen It.
Yeah, I have seen it. And I will say that Kay is kind of annoying, and Yuri is the better girl.
Well, maybe if I watch the show, it'll change my
they're both
attitude.
Pretty mediocre for my taste.
Yeah, my comment didn't show up.
Okay, yeah, so that's. So
hold on, no, I was on the wrong thing.
Sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay,
yeah, there you
go. Mirage Leonardo, I guess I'm going to have to take it personally now that you're not commenting. Anyway, all right. So, anyway, do you guys have anything more you want to say? So they have the. These are the movies feature. I thought I'd read this as like special features. It is going phenomenally. Thank you, snarky person who is messaging from my account. Right.
That looks like an FDM comment.
That looks like a Gundam comment.
Who said we were speedrunning?
I can't be on the stream because I've got gonorrhea in my throat from sucking so many dicks.
We're long playing, okay? That's the original name for these things. Long playing.
Anyway, so I saw this. So there's a menacing, unused Godzilla design that was meant for Godzilla Final Wars, the best Godzilla film, by the way, because fucking Gordon, Captain Gordon, is in it. So yeah, there's a design here. Mirage Leonardo, you would love this. Apparently, it's this thing that reminds me of Guyver. Like maybe there's a Guyver cancer growing on Godzilla's chest. It's pretty gross.
No, he probably got like beamed in the chest. And that's probably his chest after he's gotten nuked.
It'd be funny if he got nuked in the crotch and he just had the red crotches. Anyway, in Netflix live action One Piece news, they've revealed some new cast members, and Japanese fans think one choice is perfect. Guess which one it is. Guess which one it is based just on the image.
Which one's perfect? Sorry?
Top left.
Guess which one
I'm thinking top left.
Hold on. What's the question?
Japanese fans think so these are the new actors that have been announced for the live action One Piece. Japanese fans think one of them is perfect. Guess which one? I don't watch One Piece. Let me hold on a second. Hold on a second while I get you a higher resolution version of this image.
I don't think we need a higher resolution.
Alvida is perfect.
So somebody was asking, do you think that they're going to have the actress lose weight for skinny
That was
Alvida?
me. I said that. Because later on in the story, she comes back as a thin person.
So this is a much
later.
higher resolution version of the image here. You can see that this actor is a they them. So
hopefully the character is not a they them.
Hopefully Kobe is a normal whatever they are in the show. I don't know. Can't tell. So Alvida, so which one do you think Japan has? So we've got
it's got to be Alvida.
Garp
is too built. like in the show, he's kind of a thick old guy. Helmeppo, I mean, he doesn't have the weird hair, so it's kind of hard to say.
Okay.
He seems, I don't know. I'd have to see him with the weird hair. Kobe, I guess he's okay. Buggy looks okay. I could picture Buggy. Arlong, I don't know. I have to see it. I hope they're not going to go where I think they're going to go, but we'll see. And Alvida, I mean, she looks pretty much like the character. So
is it me or does Garp look a lot like John McAfee?
I don't know who John McAfee is, but
you don't know who John McAfee is?
He looks like the
candidate John McAfee.
He looks like the other actor.
McAfee,
oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay. He looks like the other actor from what's the movie? He's in Avatar. The general guy from Avatar. He looks like
that guy. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know. I can't remember his name.
Oh, that's a dog. Okay. I was gonna say I can't show this. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Hold on.
I hope they are.
You don't think he looks like John McAfee?
Not really. John McAfee looks way more wrinkly. Maybe John McAfee.
This is the actor they're gonna hire to play John. I think John McAfee died, didn't he? Wasn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah.
He died in jail.
This is the actor they're gonna hire to play him. I can't wait till this saga of his life comes out. This is what happened right after he murdered that guy. Anyway, yeah,
Stephen Lang is the Stephen Lang is the actor from Avatar.
Yeah, Stephen Lang.
Okay. So anyway, spoiler, it's Garp. That's who for some reason
really
is perfect.
That's what I was gonna say.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe that you guys were like, oh, it's definitely this. Oh, you guys are really
Garp is like, he's a lot thicker. Like
holy, I didn't even look at this before. Like spot on Arlong. Was that what people said? Like,
Arlong. Yeah.
Spot
Arlong. Arlong is a blue fishman.
I looked up Kobe, right? And what he looked like when I searched him didn't look anything like that picture that they
after the 2 years time gap, both Kobe and Helmeppo aged up obviously and changed quite a bit.
All right.
Alvida lost 250 pounds. And
that's not gonna work out in live
I find it funny when I search Kobe, it's because of the spelling. It's all like One Piece. When I go to images, right?
Kobe.
Yeah. Anyway, so this character. So I guess this is the version that they're showcasing there. Right? Yeah. Okay. Well, they've got to be doing pre-time skip, right? Because
definitely.
Because they've got Alvida as.
I mean, Arlong isn't even in the story.
There you go. Yeah. Skip. Well, that makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't they do the pre-time skip?
Now, the question. So, just to finish my thought is, Arlong is a blue fishman, and slavery is a big factor in Arlong's storyline, and that is why it is a little. I'm curious to see where they go with that in casting a black person.
So I would just like to say that I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I have not seen any One Piece, and I am so fucking hype for this. Like, I think the casting so far has been outstanding. And all the actors that we've seen so far seem like they're really into it, and I am eager and giddy at the prospect of getting to see it.
You know,
they all look really close.
We had the same feeling before Cowboy Bebop too, though.
No, not true. I didn't think what's his name, John Cho. I did not think he was a good pick. I also didn't think Mustafa Shakur was a good pick because I don't think Jet is actually black. I think, as we talked about, he's maybe Puerto Rican. Although in actually watching it, I did think that he was one of the actors I felt actually cared the most about his performance, right? And I thought he was a likable character in the show. So I don't know. Just saying, I'm way more hype about this than I was for any of the other live action Netflixes.
The actor for Buggy looks like he's like actually a cool dude to hang out with. Like that's like the face he's got going on there. Like he looks like he'd be a cool friend to have. But the odd thing that I noticed was I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I remember. Oh shit! There's a fucking giant spider on my wall. I remember that there was.
If I don't hear for you, you want me to send help?
No, I got it. I'm Spider-Man after all, right?
Okay. Hold on. Okay, as somebody who hasn't watched any One Piece, I realized it was probably a good idea for me to pull up a picture of Garp, and now I see it.
Yeah.
He picked a terrible fucking image to demonstrate.
He is a thick guy.
I see it.
So yeah, that's the one that's like not really that perfect. Like obviously Arlong with makeup, like he can look like anything, and he'd need makeup for Arlong.
He's gonna be CG'd to fuck.
Garp can put on some pillows, I guess, to bulk him up a bit, but
is that significantly important to his character that he has to be massively big?
No,
so why
just
does it
to be
matter?
perfect, just to be perfect in a perfect representation. They don't need to make him bigger.
Dude, I'm so fucking hyped for this.
Just make him
so fucking hyped. So here's Arlong. I don't know why people say Arlong is perfect. He doesn't have a massive chin. He's got almost no chin compared to the rest of his.
Yeah, like that'll heavily rely on prosthetics and makeup.
I have a problem with webbed fingers. No. That's gonna be a little weird.
But the story was supposed to take place in the Bartier arc, where Sanji is first introduced.
Yeah.
And
actually, did we ever confirm that, or was that just a rumor?
Okay, well, that's what I was going to say, because I remember you saying it on the show.
Yeah,
that's where it was going to start.
That might have just been a rumor. Who knows?
And the fact
but the
that
thing is
Alvida,
that they're because of the characters and the casting, they're clearly jumping all over the place. Is that correct?
Well, so with Alvida was in the first few episodes.
Mm-hmm.
She comes back a little later when they get to the Grand Line, and then Arlong, he's also not in the Grand Line.
Alvida, you're not kidding. Goes from this to this.
Yeah.
No stretch marks. Damn, girl.
I can't remember when she shows up as skinny Alvida, but definitely she comes back.
So you know how she got so skinny is she stopped using the. Oh no, she has it here too. She stopped using the gun and went for the giant mallet and got.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think it was at the island just before the Grand Line that Alvida comes back as skinny Alvida. So that would mean that she'd need to lose some weight fast, if that's the case, because that happens basically right after Arlong.
You know, I'll be honest. She doesn't look like she's probably nearly as enormous as this. Not even close.
Not close.
You know, yeah. She's carrying a lot of weight. Like she's got a round face. It might be mostly just bone structure and a little bit of fat. You know, she doesn't look. She's not like quadruple necks floating out around. Like she doesn't look like super obese. So they might have picked somebody. They might have picked somebody.
Jason's house said it. Yeah, it's Logtown. Sorry, go ahead.
They might have picked a person specifically that can that they can digitally manipulate to look bigger, right? So that when that happens, they even could just revert to how she looks here, and maybe a little bit of touch up in post, or maybe the actress, you know, loses. I don't know, but they might have strategically done it that way on purpose. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll get that far in the show, but clearly they're going from Kobe and El Meppo. That's like that's the beginning of the series. So it seems like they're going to start at the beginning of the series, and then they're going to get all the way to Arlong, which is in the show episode 35-ish, something like that. And then I think that arc finishes around episode 40, episode 45. So, you know, there's a significant amount of content there that they're probably going to be skimming through a lot of stuff fairly quick paced.
And what's the current?
I'd imagine they'd skip the whole thing with Usopp. They just passed episode 1000 like a month ago.
Oh,
Yeah, and they're probably gonna skip that episode where they are a couple.
Well, they're gonna cut out all the
to
filler, right?
Where they go
There's
to
not a lot of filler. Well, okay.
Really?
to the
There's
one-
not a lot of
entire arcs that are filler. They're at episode 1013. I just looked it up.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 filler arcs, and they're all relatively short. One of them is worth watching, but all of the rest are skippable.
Yeah, the demon base.
The
But
most
they're trying to skip Goemon or whatever his name is, the treasure chest guy.
Yeah, I think that episode was that a filler episode? Nope. I don't remember. Okay, but either way, yeah, they'll probably skip that. I could see that. But in the show, around episode, it gets gradually worse. Around episode like 350 ish during the war arc, they start dragging out chapters and like padding episodes with just like establishing shots drawn out way too long.
Yeah, and recap, like fucking like 5-10 minute recap.
Yeah, the Bleach and Naruto issue, they definitely pull that. And then all the way, and then after the time skip, it gets even worse, and then it gets even worse, and then by the time you get to the new world and like the Zoe arc and shit, you got like literally they dropped the animation quality, so it's really shit. But you have episodes of like just nothing happening because they have to have like a 6-panel manga last 22 minutes, and it's really bad. So it's not like a filler arc that they can cut, but it would be a shorter episode count if they just don't fucking have 20-minute establishing shots. So
also, why did they make the racist fishman a black guy?
That's what I said.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. I'm sorry. Did you also talk about the they?
I didn't really talk about the fact that he's racist, but he was a former slave, right? So
yeah. Well, he's a former slave, and then he did the enslaving.
Yeah.
So are you saying they typecast?
He is a former slave and a racist at the same time, because of his enslavement.
Yes. Which doesn't make it okay, but we'd like to point out.
And we did touch on the fact that that actor is they them, and hopefully the character is not.
Yeah. But but given Netflix's trial with Cowboy Bebop, I fucking doubt it.
You know what? I mean, Cowboy Bebop never said anything about.
Okay, fair enough. I never finished it.
What's the character's name now? It's fucking gone in my head.
Character?
Gren? Or not Gren?
Gren?
No, the other one.
Faye?
No, the kid.
The kid?
Oh, Cody?
Ed?
Oh, Ed.
They didn't say anything about Ed, right?
Probably never will.
They didn't say that she was a she or he was a he or they were a they.
They never got to it.
Well, they never got to it. They just got like 3 lines and that was it.
I know, but maybe they'll take the same. Like, they don't really have to say with Kobe.
Yeah.
Like, he's not in the story enough to really matter. So even if they did make them
He's in a decent chunk at the beginning, but he's not enough in it. I don't think.
Like, the amount of they could get away with them not really ever using any pronouns with him. Like, they talk to him that little. Right? This, like, address him by his name once or twice, and that's it. They don't talk about him much. So anyway, we'll see what they do.
So since somebody is skimping on their starring the chats for me, I'm going through and I wanted to address a bunch of them real quick. So and I'm not in any way, shape, or form done with going through them. So real quick, effing anime addict said, "Liar, we all love war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Sing it again, y'all." That's by Edwin Starr. Hoo-yah, good guy, y'all. All right, anyway.
Rush Hour was a good movie.
Yeah, my dad worked on
I remember that song from
There is
Small
no third.
Soldiers.
That doesn't exist. Actually, my dad is in Rush Hour 2. You can see him. Come to think of it, you know this. You know the part when they're in the casino and Chris Tucker gets up on the craps table or whatever, and he's swinging the stick at the casino people. My dad is one of the guys. When you see him, you'll be that's definitely him because he looks just like me. Who ducks his head out of the way while he's swinging the thing. Danny said, hello, everybody. And apparently I said, dude, Danny, you're late. You know the rules. Bend over. Jason South said, pickups messed me up this week. I don't know if you guys addressed these during pickups. That he said he watched Haibane Renmei for the first time. So Haibane, Kino's Journey, Psychopath Season 2, and Death Parade. All I'll say is don't watch Haibane at 3 a.m. I have
Haibane. That's how it's pronounced.
It's not.
Haibane.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Is it Haibane Renmei?
It's pronounced Haibane in the series.
Okay, in the dub?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going off. Was it dubbed?
Haibane.
The Genie on box set, I don't remember it. Anyway, all I will say about Haibane Renmei.
Haibane.
Haibane bondage.
All I will say about that is that
drama, we mini bong.
I don't remember anything about the series, but I remember the one tweet I said about it was, I just watched Haibane Renmei. I would not consider it an edifying experience. So I remember it being depressing or something. So I don't really remember what all went into that though. Evil Angel said, I know nothing about pickups, LMAO, but one of the rarest things I own is probably an authentic replica of Corvo Atano's mask from the Dishonored series. And then the anime collector, me, actually probably FD&M, said, Evil Angel, join our Discord and you can share any pickups in upcoming podcasts. That's true. And chat about other things / take bets on the Vic appeals. So I would just like to state officially real quick, yes, people are taking bets on which Thursday the appeals will be ruled on and we'll get the verdict. But in no way am I organizing or anything these bets. Just to be clear, I am casting off all responsibility. Take with these bets on your own.
These are hypothetical bets.
Yeah, I am not. Shit, I almost knocked over the whole desk. I am not taking any. I am not taking any responsibility for you getting paid or paying other. I'm not. It's just for the record there. Anyway, Evil Angel said,
FBI. It's not me. Flip table over.
This guy right here. This guy right here.
So Evil Angel also said, I probably will. Yeah, I've been joining the Discord, and I just realized that the rarest thing I have would actually be the picture I took with Stan Lee at an old Comic-Con years back. Man, that has got to be an extremely sentimental piece, I'm sure. That's
very fortunate.
That probably means more to you than most of the things I own mean to me, and I'm really happy you got that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like a dumbass here, but are steelbooks just the metal disc cases? Yes. I just wanted to. You have been seen. I know somebody else answered for you. But
I do like steelbooks.
Not all metal steel cases are steelbooks. Steelbooks are a trademark.
Yes, that specific style of metal case is a steelbook. That's a good point. There are other types of metal cases like tins.
Akira BD Blu-ray steel case.
Who owns the trademark for steelbook?
I'm not sure. The company that makes the
it's got steelbook stamped on the inside cover.
It is patented. Anyway, also, I think this is from FDM, said, pretty sure his answer, meaning effing anime addicts, is the same as last time with Yashahime, etc. He got them cheaper secondhand. That's why they don't have...
Yep. FDM addicts sent me a message. He got Attack on Titan final season part 1 for like $15.
Good job, man.
Like, that just fucking came out. How is that secondhand without a...
Somebody might have bought it for the
ripped it and
code. Does it have a digital code? Is it Blu-ray and digital?
What happened to the slipcover though?
Reese, is it Blu-ray? Is it Blu-ray and digital code?
Yeah, Blu-ray DVD.
Yeah, so maybe they bought it to get the code, and then got rid of the disc. So anyway, FDM also said, as me, is it lewd if your tentacle grape explodes on your collection during transit? So I will say I did have a mishap with, I've got 2 of the tentacle grapes that are the 21-year anniversary for Anime Expo 1.
and I drank one of them. It's all right. It's not the greatest soda in the world. You buy it for the product, right? Or you buy it for the packaging, not the product. But the one that I had that hasn't been drank yet, I accidentally tore the label on. Yeah, but also I don't keep it anywhere near my anime that's in the storage unit for the time being. Look out! It's the Grapist from Whitest Kids You Know. Yes, that is why it is so great. It makes me think of. I just love when that skit just gets off the rails. And it's like, I'm gonna tie you to the radiator and grape you for decades and decades and decades. Right? Like, look what she's wearing. Look what she's wearing. She's asking for it. She's asking for it. Yeah, it's purple. Right? that is their best skit, hands down.
I still like sex robot. I don't care who you are.
Elaine said, I'm so glad I wasn't the one who thought Inosuke. So there you go. And then this is going to be merch, apparently. Fruit Ninja Scroll. Somebody mentioned they used the Fruit Ninja font for the Fruitanari. Next flavor is NTR Raspberry.
Netto Raspberry.
Netto Raspberry. That's great. Evil Angel said, I'm just at work, so this is entertaining me in the meantime. Hey, I'm glad to be entertaining people. And I'll just say, this is just something pro tip from me. If you watch the archive version, I actually really like how the pacing of the stream, if you watch it at 1.5 times speed. I think, I'm just saying, legitimately, it's crazy to me because it's weird when I listen to it and catch up or like get to a point where, like, let's say my app crashes and I pull it back up and then I hear it at normal speed. Like, it doesn't sound like I'm talking faster. It just feels like the gaps between what we're saying is cut shorter, and I like it better that way. Just throwing that out there. If anybody watches the archive versions of our shows. And also, Helmeppo isn't ugly enough. So Evil Angel has the hots for this actor confirmed. No, just kidding. Anyway, there's more. I'm sure there's more chats here. Just go through them quickly then. With all these bots, the final episode of the podcast, when want it to die, go explore the bots. You're saying that the bots are trying to kill our stream? Fox King Jim says Zao. Is that a One Piece thing? He more resembles Nathan Drake than Spoderman. What? What? Oh, who are we talking? Oh, we're talking about Buggy? The actor for Buggy? Yeah, I'll give him that. Kickstarter's confused the living Crayola out of me. Sorry about that, Danny. They experienced the ultimate glow-ups. I don't know. Oh, is that for the time skip? That's a good one. They forgot Don Krieg. Did they announce Don Krieg as the actor for that? So. I'm already giving One Piece an Oscar, likely using the same process to determine that as well. Yeah, definitely. I'm a simple man. I see anime live action. I call it an L. I don't know. I liked the. I did a first impressions with Duo review on the live action Death Note that they did, and I think that there are things to like about it. And it's really easy to enjoy it if you headcanon shift it up and change the characters' names to not be Light and L, and just experience it as like this is happening now in America with a completely different group of people, which is what I think they should have done. Giant spider on your wall. Quit bitching.
Yo, I killed that motherfucker.
Jason South says from Australia.
He did.
Like we got another porn bot. Be gone, thought bot. Wait till you see his webbed dong. Gross. So you guys got this part.
Wasn't that in that R-rated cut of Spider-Man or something?
Logtown is right before the New World or the Grand Line, so that is not the time skip. So she gets skinny like really quickly. That's pretty much right after Arlong Park. They go to Logtown. So
he says they also forgot about Kuro from the Black. If they're going to be in there, they might just not have announced them yet. I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
Kuro and the Black Cat Pirates is where they go to. Is on the island where Usopp is from. By the sounds of it, like I would not be surprised if they skip that entire arc.
Right. So is Jason South bringing up the filler? Is that what this is?
No. I had said I was talking about what
when it was okay.
what episode Arlong Park was.
Got you. So Evil Angel says Foxy was skippable. I'm assuming this is a skippable arc and all that.
Foxy was an arc.
Supposedly gets better.
But Foxy is in the Grand Line, so that's like way down the line. That's
So I'll just say the reason I'm looking forward to this is because
something like that.
Everything that they've done a live action for on Netflix so far, I had already seen the source material. And with this, not only have the actors seemed really enthusiastic, and I have seen absolutely nothing from One Piece. I haven't even seen the old 4Kids dub. So I'm looking forward to finally getting to experience a Netflix live action property from the perspective of knowing absolutely nothing about what they're butchering. Although I do fully expect to hear all the things and just assume that they changed it to be woke, right? Like the slave bit. I'm glad you guys brought up, the slave bit with Arlong. Oh, that's cringe. We'll see.
Also, while we're just on the topic real quickly, during the show, I read this week's issue of One Piece. The last panel in that fucking comic, fucking golden. Best panel of One Piece in the last probably 2 years at least. Hype fucking panel. And I am sad that next week is a break and we have to wait 2 weeks for the next issue.
Jason South says, not with Aokiji at the end of the arc. At least Bleach's filler wasn't absolute shit like Naruto's. Honestly, I enjoyed every. Okay, hold on. I have only seen Naruto. I have not watched all of Shippuden. I've only seen like the first 10.
No. I'm freaking out on Evil Angel's comment. Bleach's filler is disgusting.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
Disgusting.
I enjoyed the. So this is something that should be said with filler. If you're watching a show week to week, filler is so fucking insufferable. But if you're binging it, it's extremely easy to get through.
No, it's not.
For most shows. Right?
It's easy to get through because you skip it. That's how you get through.
I love watching Dragon Ball Z has a lot of filler. I don't mind watching it. The only part of Dragon Ball Z that's truly is suffering that is filler is Garlic Jr. Right?
I like that one because of the movie.
That's the only part but I don't remember there being any part of Naruto that I didn't at least have a good time watching it. Bleach, I have not finished. I haven't even gotten out of the Soul Society arc. Okay. But I hear the filler is insufferable.
My biggest problem with Bleach's filler is that they literally there's an arc where they go to the world of the Hollows. I forget what it's called. It's like it's a
Hueco
Latin,
Mundo.
Yeah, it's a Spanish word for hell or something like that. And there's like this hype battle, and like halfway through the battle, like mid battle, like imagine mid Frieza battle, they literally cut, like the episode starts and it's like, today we're gonna be doing not that. We're gonna go do a different story, and like they completely go away from the battle.
Yeah.
They cut to they're back in high school. It makes zero sense logically. Like canonically, they don't even fucking
Naruto never really did this until like later. Like,
Naruto never did that. They always kept it within canon. Like
I feel like when you get to the Third Great Ninja War, that's when the filler started getting like when it did.
To be fair, I didn't watch that one in the anime, but
that's only when it did it.
This is something I'll say about Naruto. I think the big misstep with Naruto is they continually keep going forward with the story to do Naruto Shippuden and then Boruto, right? And it seems to me if you just wanted to print money easily, all you have to do is reanimate Naruto from the beginning from the perspective of one of the other teams. Show what they were doing during that part and then have it converge. People would lose their shit about seeing the people like what they just got through before they come to the exams and all that. It would be a great way to just print money, right?
Yeah,
I feel like they should have done that. The only problem is you're going to watch Naruto, the actual main show, in 4:3, and then you're going to watch all this shit that I'm proposing in 16:9 with higher fidelity.
That's really nice animation.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So now,
table.
However, I do agree.
Let me finish my thing about Bleach because it really pissed me off back in the day when I was watching this week to week. Okay, they go to break and they're like, "We're gonna put that story on pause and we're gonna go do this meaningless filler arc." They finish that filler arc. Okay, then they come back, and you're like, thank fucking Lord, we're done the filler arc. Finally, thank God. It's been like, I think it was a year. It was so long. It felt like forever. They play 2 episodes of in-canon fight.
Yep. And we're back to filler, baby.
Then the episode comes back the next week. You're like, all right, 3rd episode fight. Let's keep going with the fight. Filler again. Sorry, we're gonna put that story on pause. We're going back to another meaningless fucking filler arc.
And then when you get
Mind
back
blown.
to canon next week,
All of this
it's
talk,
half a recap.
all of this talk about what you're describing. I really want to move up our watch club of Tenjo Tenge because I am dying to go back to watching that because, as I've said numerous times, I swear there are so many flashbacks in Tenjo Tenge that
there's just one really long one.
No, yeah, you're so sucked into the story. The flashback happens, and you literally forget what's happening, and then all of a sudden it cuts back to the moment you're like, "Oh, I totally forgot they were fighting." Holy shit!
They would. That anime, all you have to do is cut the filler out so that it's not a flashback and it's just the beginning of the anime, and then play it as if that wasn't a flashback. And
Okay,
it's all pretty
seen
much
it.
one
Somebody,
cut.
like write down in the private chat what episodes I should view.
If you guys are saying something, I'm getting no audio for some reason.
Oh, Lance is here.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
hey,
we can hear
Lance.
you. I was waiting to say hi. We can hear you.
Barely.
But you can't hear us. So me saying that has no I'm an idiot. Okay. All right. So let's go. Let's keep through. Okay. So even with Aokiji at the end of the arc, he literally doesn't do anything beyond a show of power. You can experience the same thing later and get the gist. Yeah. Well, no, I agree. I think, there are aspects of filler that totally ruin a series, right? The fucking Hunter x Hunter movies are goddamn awful. Just terrible. The show is phenomenal. The movies are horrible. Same with the the Dragon Ball Super movies.
At the end of what arc? Sorry.
Aokiji?
Yeah. Aokiji is a character from One Piece.
Yeah. This is that we're talking about. Oh, well, I think they're just talking about the One Piece arcs, and then this was a quick tangent. Dragon Ball Super in general is terrible.
Oh. I was
So,
gonna say you could just watch the movies instead of like the first 20
Oh,
episodes.
no. Okay, so they're
Who
saying
lose just now.
Dan.
Oh,
The
Dan
Foxy.
Good night, Dan.
The Foxy arc.
Thanks for joining me.
Sorry.
The Foxy arc. The
Did Dan?
Foxy
Yeah.
fights.
He said goodnight in private chat. So yeah, at the end of the Foxy arc, Aokiji comes in and does a show of power, and it is skippable. You're right. You can give it unless there's a theory that island that they're on is going to come into play in the future. So there may be a reason to have that.
That's a good one.
Literally,
literally that he said that's where the One Piece. Turns out that's where the One Piece is at. That'd be so funny. Turns out the secret to defeating freaking Morrow is Garlic Jr. Right? All right, so
no, that arc is not filler.
Okay,
there's like 2 episodes of filler where basically they're playing this game with the Foxy Pirates, and it's like a couple rounds, and they do like an extra 2 rounds of whatever games they're playing. But
so Demon Wolf 1991 says Death Parade is amazing. The opening's amazing, and therefore the show is amazing. Nekavolt says, "Wow, I never got my notification. I am just getting off from work. Gonna get food. Happy birthday to a certain member of this podcast, Reese. I didn't say it on. I'm so sorry. Happy birthday."
Wow.
I didn't even fucking know. Damn.
Also, Tim Pool's birthday is like the day after yours, apparently.
So what are you now? 6, Reese?
Yes.
Who did we? Lance is gone. Okay. Definitely a lost classic of the streaming era. I don't know what we're talking about in that regard.
But no, I'm
Death
31.
Parade? Also, 31, growing up.
Oh, he's 3.5.
Oh, he's finally catching up.
Literally, all the new viewers is like 31. Like,
I've been 31 for a year already. God damn it!
13 going on 30. Right? Like, I know better than to legitimately bet on our court system. That picture with Stan Lee was taken less than 5 years before his passing, so it's definitely something I hold dear. Yeah, definitely. A gallon of PCP and moon bears are. Oh, right, they're the whitest casino. Yeah. AC watch One Piece after. Yeah, totally. I'll get right on it. That's gonna be our next watch club after Interspecies Reviewers.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about.
Me too. Dude, I watched that on Netflix. The first fight is like fucking 6 episodes long, and then the like next 6 fight are like 1 episode each, right? I just watched it for a big titty Aphrodite with the slaves that hold up her enormous boobs. Right?
I love that. That's what I walk in on.
DBZ did filler, right? I'm still waiting for the next Hunter x Hunter chapter. Rip.
So am I. Come on.
I maintain my opinion that the Bleach filler wasn't as painful as Naruto's. The Bount arc wasn't great, but
the first half was fine. It's when they continued the Bount arc that it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Bleach filler was painful, and Naruto filler was just disgusting. All right, I have to watch it. I would very much like to rewatch Naruto, but I have so little time.
I mean,
I'm suffering to just even try to get through Interspecies.
Not all of it, but a lot of the original.
I have to wait till my kids go to bed.
was decent because it showed us the other characters. I meant to include that when we were talking about
Bleach filler had this thing where it's like it just slapped you, like it just bitch slapped you just out of the blue. You'd be watching the episode, you'd be in the middle of a fight, and there's also, hey motherfucker, we're going on here for some time. I'm like, no.
Yeah, we already talked about that, Lance.
Yeah, Random 11 went in detail.
Okay, fine.
Jason Sal says, "Damn, the podcast is going long enough that I need to charge my laptop."
Okay, just quickly, there is a Kai cut of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden.
Oh yeah,
that you can watch.
Yeah, there is.
If you can find it.
I would still rather experience the original length, but that does exist in it, and it's probably a good way to watch the show.
Yeah.
Now Naruto spammed filler after the initial fight with Sasuke.
They did, but I enjoyed that particular length of filler. Like it really fleshed out some of the other characters.
So one of the things that I like,
I'd rather the filler arcs, like a full filler arc, than what One Piece is doing, where they're stretching one chapter to one episode, even if it's like 6 panels long.
Yeah,
you get 20 minutes of like nothing happening.
Because at least then you can know with filler you can skip it and then move on to the next one. But it's just like I have to sit through like 10-15 minutes of content that's not even.
The only thing is they have to make sure that they plan it out right, so they don't pull a Bleach and put filler mid arc.
So the thing I like about filler is that they focus on the characters because they can't further the plot, so you get a lot of character moments. And so when I watched Naruto, I didn't mind any of the filler because I don't even recall. Like I couldn't. It's been years. It's been.
There's so many characters in Naruto that get shafted in the canon content.
And it's like I get to experience a lot of the characters. I think most of the characters aren't insufferable in Naruto, and it's nice to get to see these character moments between Rock Lee and Gai Sensei and Shikamaru doing his thing with his powers, which are fucking badass. And so there's a lot of stuff like that I enjoyed the ride of watching Naruto from beginning to end. For the series, I have not watched beyond like episode 5 or 10 of Shippuden, although I would like to, just don't have any time. But and I'll get to Boruto when I'm dead. And then continuing, there is one filler arc that feels canon in Naruto Shippuden is the power arc. Best filler arc. I haven't gotten there, unfortunately. Death Parade gave FTM Death Parades. Okay, there's more Death Parades.
I like Death Parade.
More merch.
I
liked it too.
I will be the dissenting view on this podcast.
I liked it. I thought the music in the opening is very fun. We did do it for a watch club, right?
Yeah,
we did. We did it. Duo came on for that one too. There's also one pace for One Piece. Is that the Kai version? Okay, AC is just saying why people enjoy 90 Sailor Moon over Crystal. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I haven't watched Crystal, but I would probably enjoy it.
Well, Crystal looks ugly as fuck in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how you fucking cheap out on the transformation scene. Like you make that CG of all the fucking things.
Right. Okay, so with that, we're caught up on chat. And let's jump into the next thing. So
I almost want to say, can we just call it here. And
Let's just get through. I've got a couple things in the highlights that I want to at least get to. We can push through here. So G Kids and Fathom Events have revealed their lineup for Studio Ghibli Fest. So if you're interested, these different, once again, they're coming back to theaters again. You can watch Ponyo, Princess Mononoke, Cat Returns, Kiki's Delivery Service, Only Yesterday, Howl's Moving Castle, and Spirited Away. I might as well go see Only Yesterday. I still haven't seen it. I can do a video on that.
They only put these in the fucking main city cineplexes.
Well, I just happen to live in a main city. So That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Films trailer reveals the title, story, and November opening. So the title is That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, Scarlet Bonds. Reese, did you have anything you wanted to say about this?
This is basically going to be a non-canon movie.
Which have never been terrible in the history of anime.
Yeah.
They're always the best.
All anime movies are non-canon.
It's written by the author.
Disappearance of Haru
Mugen
Suzumiya.
Train.
That's
Mugen Train was non-canon, and then it became canon when they put it in the anime.
All
It's
I have
not
to say is I'm excited.
Mugen Train is canon, though. That's in the
Then
manga.
why'd they redo it for the anime?
Moving on, in the new Dragon Ball Super Superhero synopsis is hinting at the return of a classic. So I'm only bringing this up because I
Is
mentioned
that
this
hit
before.
Beerus in a different light?
No, thank you for being blind. No, it's Red Ribbon Army characters that are new to the thing. So I talked about this previously that I had seen. I think because it's the Red Ribbon Army. And if you watch the trailer thingy, you see like they kidnap Pan and Gohan goes all apeshit and whatever in the trailer. So why would they do that? Like, what does Gohan have significance with? Well, it's Cell, right? So that's what I speculated on. And
Cell comes back.
they're saying, yeah, it seems like perhaps Cell's going to come back, which is directly in line with Dragon Ball Super so far. Don't give us anything good. Just try to rekindle the things we already liked about the good series, which is why I've hated the series, Dragon Ball Super. Also, so Random 11, you know about WordPress. Do you see how this is crossed out as though it is a broken link? And
I
yet
do.
when I click on it, it takes me directly where I want it to go. You get on the phone with WordPress and you tell them I'm unhappy, right? Anyway, so
remove
so this
the
is just,
style.
The style?
Anyway, doesn't matter. I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay, yeah. You mean the line through it? That's automatically generated by the broken link thing. Anyway, so anime fans win as Funimation Global Group content moves to Crunchyroll. So we covered this last podcast. The news had just dropped, so we weren't really up on it, and we kind of speculated because we didn't have time to get up.
You
on
all
it, but-
speculated. I didn't. I knew for a fact.
So we had said last podcast that we did not think it was astronomically out there. We did not think that they were gonna like outright just delete Funimation from the distribution side of things, right? In terms of the name and branding.
You all said that.
It would be stupid for them to do that. So
I was the one that said that they would.
All right,
do that.
everybody, you need to stop and suck Random 11's dick for like 10 minutes so that he can stop. Make sure he climaxes.
I refuse. I will bite down on that dick so fucking hard.
You gotta get him. And wait, hold on. How do I phrase this to make it sound like he's buddying up with FD&M with gonorrhea?
Okay. Anyway, you work on that, all right?
Get the fucking Crunchyroll logo on all of our Blu-ray discs from here on out.
Yeah, so real quick.
Red 11's on the wrong side of the dick for this joke.
Hold on. AC, you're being insensitive. He wants foot jobs.
And in the pre-show, I did tell you that they were going to be changing their name of the legal corporation to
Guys,
Crunchyroll.
We wanted
Funimation
proof
already-
in the pudding.
Oh my God, can I just address it?
It was in the article.
First of all, Ronan Jaw said, have you heard Daman Mills has been accused of sexual misconduct? We talked about it for a good 2.5 hours at the beginning of the podcast. I'm sure you will enjoy our discussion on it when you watch the archive version of this. So real quick, they said here, in addition to, it's extremely hard to read on there. I hope you guys can see it. In addition to consolidation of SVOD, that's streaming video on demand services, Sony-owned Funimation Global Group LLC will now operate as Crunchyroll LLC and has initiated rebranding across its global footprint to solidify Crunchyroll as the single global brand for anime. So previously it was Funimation Global Group.
Now that's getting yeeted and being replaced by Crunchyroll LLC, which seems like a downgrade in terms of corporation status. But yeah, so just to clarify, it seems like, yes, Funimation, the brand is now so toxic that Sony is just getting rid of it altogether. Right?
Well, again, that doesn't mean that they're getting rid of the facing brand, right? Like,
so now the guy who just made us suck his dick for a good 10 minutes is gonna walk back the exact statement.
Listen, I told you this last week. I told you this exact thing would happen because they announced this last week. And so just like Wendy's operates the Wendy's brand under like Restaurant Inc. or LLC or whatever, they can operate the Funimation brand forward facing and behind
Under
the scenes
Crunchyroll LLC, yes.
Be Crunchyroll LLC.
Yes, but the additional things that have come out, and that is just the statement I'm highlighting here.
But
additional
I still
things
maintain
seem like they are getting rid of it.
But I still maintain that yes, they will eventually get rid of it, and that was always my stance, and I have not changed
both sides of the fence here.
I'm not playing both sides of the fence. I'm saying that they will keep it. They will keep it until I'm going to repeat what I said last week. They will keep the Funimation brand until this deal goes through, and then they will slowly kill it over a little bit of time.
So real quick, I just want to say, Fox King JM said the My Hero Academia movies are canon and awful.
They are definitely not canon. 100% not canon.
Second one was trash. Ending
dissenting opinion.
Unbelievable. Unfucking unbelievable ending. The greatest, the single greatest anime moment in the history of anime. And then they cuck you at the very last scene.
I actually enjoyed the second one.
Third movie.
The saying is, I want to eat the cake and have it too. Get it right, Nekovolts.
So I have a question. With regards to the Vic case and Vic suing Funimation, how is that going to go forward?
It doesn't change.
It's gonna go up
Sony.
to Sony. It'll go up to the parent company. They can't just like, haha, we don't exist anymore. We're out of the lawsuit, right? It's just literally just going to become a Vic Mignogna v Sony et al. Instead of v Funimation.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and that was always
Sony was already on the hook when they sued
already
Funimation. Like nothing changes.
Yeah, so nothing that they do is going to make a difference. So anyway,
the only thing that might affect it is if they fire a bunch of people, some documents might go missing that they didn't, and then it's like,
and it's so unfortunate how fucking long the Court of Appeals has decided to take on this, because there are a lot of things that are probably that would have had TCPA not stayed discovery. Had they gone forward, there'd probably be a very different set of facts. Although maybe it's possible that so much time has gone by that when appeals come over, people literally have just forgotten the shit that they should have deleted, right? Because I don't have to worry about it now because things like, oh shit, now they're asking for this stuff, and then they forget and stuff seeps through. Maybe that would be an interesting play if that ended up going that way. But anyway, back to this. So I just want to say, this is hilarious. Femboy Films had tweeted this out. Funimation derogatory, right? Right. So Crunchyroll, this is the logo since 2022 for Funimation, formerly Funimation Productions, for right. So they said that guy says, why does a Twitter account called Femboy Films know more about properly restoring Dragon Ball than Funimation? To be fair, it's not a high bar. So they said, guess these tweets ended Funimation's entire career.
The clip of that segment that we did had a few downvotes. I was like, why is this getting downvoted so much?
I have no idea. The big DNR hates us, right?
Do not resuscitate. FDM is dead. He wants to stay dead.
All right.
Shit.
Further. What's up?
Did you get my private message, or not my private message, just my message from that I sent you like a week ago?
Where did you send it to me from?
To you directly.
Discord, Facebook.
He checks his messages like once every 3 months when it comes to people.
Yeah, apparently so. Because I had a theory. Like after the podcast.
You need to say where it is that he needs to look.
I got it. I'm looking at Discord.
Before we...
Yeah. you want me to read it?
I assume it's.
I could just, tell. It's essentially what I think is going to happen, or what might happen. What might is that Funimation is just taking Crunchyroll's name, and they might get rid of the Crunchyroll entity that exists in California.
I don't think so.
A chunk of it.
They might.
They might. How many people are running Crunchyroll? Like I said, I'm not talking about execs.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
So you said
people.
you said that you think Crunchyroll was absorbed by Funimation, and Funimation has just stolen the name.
Yeah.
Honestly, so Christopher Barker actually sent me a message that I thought was really interesting. He said people are panicking because of the fact that Crunchyroll is taking over as the streaming platform, right? So real quick, Funimation titles are now available on Crunchyroll, right? So all these titles, Attack on Titan Junior High, all these are now available on Crunchyroll, right?
I want to see the list of the Funimation titles that aren't on Crunchyroll.
Right? Yeah. So all these are now on Crunchyroll, and Christopher Barker was stating that because I don't use Crunchyroll or Funimation. I haven't ever used them. I don't know how this works because I buy everything physical. But he was saying that I guess Crunchyroll doesn't update the broadcast versions to the Blu-ray releases.
That is correct.
Right. So I guess on Funimation they have the broadcast stream, like for the broadcast version of the stream. Yeah. And then when the Blu-rays come out with the better improved animation quality, they have an option where you can play either one. And apparently people are panicking now because it looks like with Crunchyroll taking over, you might lose that. Now, what I think, if Sony is smart, now granted, Sony's not smart. Let's just start with that. Sony's not very smart. So it's highly likely that they are literally going to do whatever it takes to just cut costs. And so we aren't going to, they're just not, just fucking leave the broadcast. Nobody gives a damn about Blu-rays, right? It's highly likely that Sony would screw up this badly. But if Sony is smart, what they'll do is they'll, as you said, Funimation will be absorbed by Crunchyroll, but really it'd be the other way around. They'll just steal the Crunchyroll name, right? And then they'll do is they'll upgrade the Crunchyroll web player, and they'll basically just take the best of both worlds, right? And hopefully that's how it goes. They integrate the technology together and utilize the best aspect of both. Even though, from what I've heard, nothing but bad things of both.
You live in fantasy land. This is what's going to happen.
As I said, Sony is not smart.
This is what's going to happen, okay? The way Crunchyroll handles dubs is the most idiotic way of handling dubs ever. So when you go to a show like My Hero Academia, whatever, they'll say like season 1, season 2, season 3, and they'll all be like little subheadings that you can click on, and all the episodes will be in the little subheadings. For the dubs, they'll have season 1 dub English. Season 2, dub, English. So you'll have to, as you're looking through the list,
Portuguese, Spanish, Russian, German. Oh,
literally,
are all those Russian dubs going to get yeeted off of Crunchyroll now?
Yeah. Literally, it'll be like season 1. It's in reverse chronological order, so it'll be like season 4, English dub. Season 4, Portuguese dub. Season 4, Japanese dub. Season 3.
You're right, they do handle it retardedly.
Okay, that's how they'll do it. So now what'll happen is, because Crunchyroll probably didn't have the Blu-ray, the rights to the Blu-ray, that's probably why they never put up the Blu-ray releases, and they only left up the broadcast releases. Funimation's probably going to pull those licenses over because they work on the Blu-rays. So what I imagine is going to happen is you're going to have another row on that list of fucking seasons that'll say season 1, English dub, Blu-ray release, and it'll just be another fucking column or row or whatever.
What gets me is I had when FDM started watching March Comes in Like a Lion, we were trying to pinpoint whether to watch like Netflix or the Crunchyroll or the Funimation version of March Comes in Like a Lion. Crunchyroll has the first season dubbed for March Comes in Like a Lion, but not the second season. And Netflix has both, but both of them had the broadcast version of the video. Funimation Funimation had the Blu-ray options because, like, the one shot you always complain about in My Hero Academia, where it dims because of a lot of it. So something like that happens in the last ending. And that
goddamn kids in Japan had to get fucking seizures because of Pikachu, and
I was using that.
You gotta blame Pokemon. You have to blame Pokemon for taking it
you,
a step too far.
Porygon.
Yeah.
Like fuck you, Pokemon. You have to push the line.
I was using that as my tell for I'm just going straight to that last episode just to check the ending, whether that's And
I'm gonna check right now.
Funimation was the only one that had the Blu-ray release for that final episode at least for season 2.
So another way to deal with this problem is to sail the 7 seas, or just buy the physical release, which is mondo expensive.
But the thing is, Crunchyroll had the dub for season 1. Which is and this is an Aniplex show.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. That is
not a Funimation show.
Yeah.
So how is that going to work? Because I mean, Funimation doesn't work on much.
Sony
how do they have
Aniplex and Funimation and Crunchyroll?
Yeah,
so now hopefully it all gets consolidated.
Aniplex has to
have
supplied
Madman and all this.
Aniplex has to have supplied Funimation with the Blu-ray rips for like Much Comes in Like a Lion, Kill a Kill, Sword Art Online.
Weird. It's gonna be weird. They have to consolidate all of their stuff. It's like, do we update? It's like, it's too many man hours. Don't even put the Blu-ray rips on there. Just use the stupid broadcast. Like, it's just, I totally see that happen.
Sorry, due to licensing limitations, videos aren't available in your region.
Also, all of these are no longer up to
season 4 Russian dub.
So what? Yeah,
I'm not joking. That's on
Does it
my
really
screen
say
right
that?
now.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious. So, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Damn, it's lost. Okay, anyway, Nekavolt says, LOL, so do stockings help or hurt your situation condition, Random Weapon? We've covered this many times. They help.
They help.
Anything that covers the feet is better.
They are condoms for the feet.
Do you stick your feet up their ass or what? That brings new meaning and knee deep in your asshole.
Evil Angel says, firmly planting that fence up his ass so he could be one with both sides.
There is no fence sitting here. I took a firm stance. They are getting rid of the Funimation brand. It's just going to take a second, and it's not literally right now.
Jason Sal says, maybe the Bakemonogatari streams will be better. I don't know what's wrong with them. I haven't tried to watch them on either platform.
Yeah, I'm still convinced that they're going to get rid of one of the 2 teams that they've got working on the streaming service.
Look, it would. As Stan Don was mentioning, I guarantee they're going to get rid of the fucking ones in San Francisco. Why would you? You know how fucking expensive it is there? They're absolutely getting rid of that. And the thing is that Eric Roland was talking to Nick Ricada about the fact that Funimation just renovated a new office.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Thank you.
And they renovated it with Funimation branding. It says Funimation on the side of the building and everything. So it just seems like a huge waste of money if they have this planned. I don't know. Maybe they didn't even have this planned. Who knows? I don't know what would have caused them to all of a sudden decide, it's a bad toxic brand. Let's get the fuck out of here.
The Crunchyroll team, the LA or San Francisco team or whatever the hell
I don't know.
Are based in.
So Jason said they also don't update the simulcast subs with so many errors. Right. They have a lot of issues that they never fix them. You're right. That's what I've heard. If you repeatedly bitch about it to them, you get 14 free days of premium. Wow. Apparently, Crunchyroll operates on lunatic logic. Bitch about it long enough and get rewarded. Also, Nekavolt says, I do not like Crunchyroll's layout. I believe that the HTML player thing is the thing that they don't have that people want, but there's actually like a Chrome extension that'll let you use it. So maybe that'll help. I'm not sure. Oh, but then the thing you don't like about the layout is like the English, Japanese, like the different things that you've been talking about randomly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just confirmed so far they haven't added anything like broadcast version or whatever to
free Crunchyroll for life. The Bakemonogatari streams on Crunchyroll are 480p and missing final 3 episodes. Wow. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yes. When Funimation and when they bought Crunchyroll, people were commenting at Funimation about that. Maybe you guys will finally get the last couple episodes or whatever. Or something about, I forgot why that came up. Maybe when they officially bought Aniplex. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, and funny subs are shit. Oh, well, there you go. They are a dubbing company. So, all right. Yeah. So let's move on from here. We got a bunch more news to come through. Let's speed run some of these.
But that's what I was saying originally. Like, if they get rid of that office in is in San Francisco, like it's gonna be Funimation wearing Crunchyroll as their face mask. It's like
for
True.
shows
Yeah.
dubbed by both, aren't they? Don't they use the same dub?
Well, yeah, they're not gonna. They never went out of their way to make another dub, but that was back when they had the partnership.
Sorry, subbed.
Oh, okay. I don't know. So, Clash of the Elite TV Anime's video announced 2 more seasons in July 2022 and 2023. So, they're getting the Rising of the Shield Hero treatment, where seasons 2 and 3 are simultaneously being worked on, apparently. That's the news. Moving on. Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation gets a 2nd season. Did this also get a 3rd? Was that another?
That was a rumored rumored 3rd season.
Rumored 3rd season, but there's also the OVA, which focuses on Pretty Redhead Heiress, and the animation is quite stellar. Let me scroll down really fast.
This is like every single episode looks like this.
You said Studio Wit works on.
No, not Studio Wit. This is Studio Bind.
I have never heard of them before.
This is a brand new studio made specifically just to do this series.
Wow.
Wit does Ranking of Kings.
Yeah, Ranking of Kings.
And Attack on Titan
seasons 1 to 3, and Vinland
but
Saga.
they don't do that anymore. They are currently working on
Rankings. Yes. Also, science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. R equals 1 minus sine times 0 releases a new PV introducing
Great
the
fucking
opening.
name.
Okay, here's the reason why they named it that. This is the formula that when you graph it out makes a heart. It makes this exact heart shape on a graph.
Go down to the promo image. It should have it on the, right there.
Like if you literally type in,
I get it.
R equals
I was good at
1
math.
minus sine 0. You can see the graph. It looks like this. So that's why they named it that. And I will agree with you. It's not clever enough to not be a stupid name. So there you do have a point. Also, both sides of the Forges are revealed in the new Spy X Family TV anime.
This is also by Studio Wit.
There you go. Looking forward
and I
to
think
it.
they fucked up too, because it should be sine theta is the formula.
Oh really? Well, I literally just I see what you're saying. I typed in sine 0 and that's what came up.
Yeah, the theta symbol looks like a 0
looks like
with
a
a
0
slash
with a line
through
through
it.
it. Yeah. Okay. But maybe.
Yeah, I still gotta wait for the dub. I'm gonna say I'm waiting for an announcement on that. In like 10 months after it airs.
Someone on TikTok said it was really like the manga was getting good reviews and stuff.
We talking about
Spy-
Spy
yeah,
Family or
Spy
Science
Family? Yes.
Okay.
Spy Family.
I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Yeah,
too.
I've heard nothing but good things.
All right, continuing. Trapped in a dating sim. So yeah, this is it premieres on April 3rd, and I just it's such a bizarre. Wasn't this the one with the guy that had maybe I'm thinking of a different show. What was the one with the guy that it looked like trapped in post-apocalyptic medieval?
Hold on, scroll up to the title again.
Is that
It's
main
this guy,
character
right?
a guy?
The one in the middle? No.
I think that's a guy.
You don't know
That's a guy I'd fuck.
No, I 100% guarantee you it's a guy playing a female character.
That could be.
That's
the
not
thing about
not knowing the show.
Trapped in a dating sim, it's like it's a guy trapped as the girl that all the guys are coming after.
Correct. That is the plot of the show. Just by looking at that poster, that's the plot of the show.
That's the premise.
Someone tell me if I'm right. I'm usually right.
You're wrong.
Clearly.
Pokémon Legends Arceus anime is teased for summer 2022. So they're making an anime about Arceus. That's I guess that's all there is to see. Skeleton Knight in Another World TV anime comes to our world on April 7th. So coming pretty soon. We're gonna finally get to see this. It looks fucking awesome. I can't wait to see it.
It's just a clone. It's just a clone.
I don't care. I want to see it.
A clone of what?
Overlord.
Not Overlord.
Yeah.
Mobile Suit
Can't be
Gundam
Overlord.
Iron-Blooded Orphans get special edition rebroadcast in Japan. So Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans will be condensed from 50 episodes down to 9 episodes, focusing mostly on the Tekadon mercenary company.
That's a lot of filler.
That's insane.
That's
Are they double length episodes or regular length episodes?
That's a good question. I didn't read enough to find out. And I'm gonna just keep moving on because this is about Japan. Anyway,
that bloody nose thing.
This is for you. Terrible. This is for you, Green Line. Kisaku Reiwa edition, planning to humiliate more. A new Kisaku the Letch. Ito Kisaku, a legendary lecher in eroge known for blackmail and rape, is making a return courtesy of Kisaku Reiwa edition.
Did you randomly find this and be like, what the fuck? Wait a minute, Green Light. Oh shit, I have to.
A game that will hopefully be teeming with the aforementioned fetishes as the reviled wretch makes his mark on a brand new era. Ito Kisaku has appeared in several eroge and has almost always utilized blackmail to rape and humiliate women he desires, and the individual has even made it into a few ero anime in addition. For the upcoming Kisaku Reiwa edition, the dastardly villain has finished humiliating another married woman in broad daylight, and after uploading footage to GetTube, great name, he has already chosen his next target via camera setup in the city, a young Ojo-sama. Kisaku deftly follows the woman on her way home from a part-time job, but ends up saving her from delinquents who manage to get in the way, earning both trust and gratitude from her father. I hope he rapes the father too. That'd be hilarious. Naturally, Kisaku uses his vulnerability as a chance to drug and put the father to sleep and rape him, allowing him to do whatever he pleases with the now exposed daughter. Kisaku Reiwa edition and all its sexual blasphemy will occur on May 27th. All right. Well, I didn't previously know the premise of this, and I'm a little creeped out.
I'm just amazed you just completely sensed it. You're just like, I know.
All right. Also, Anime Studio Mappa is going to open an Osaka-based CGI studio. So they are known for producing hits such as Attack on Titan, final season, Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuri on Ice, and so many more.
They need yesterday to finish final season.
Yeah, this is the CGI so far in all of these things hasn't been phenomenal, has it?
Have you seen the latest?
Pretty fucking good in Attack on Titan and Jujutsu Kaisen.
I'm glad to hear that. Is it better than the shitty ass CG that they had in seasons 2 and 3 of Attack on Titan?
Season 2 and 3 of Attack on Titan CG is good if you look at it. The one downside is the Colossal Titan. The Colossal Titan is absolute garbage.
That is entirely what I'm talking about.
It is so far. There has been no huge, no close-ups or extended shots. Huge things.
Now that I think about it, the CG is not what's bad about Yuri on Ice. Because they use CG to do sweeping camera moves reminiscent of how you film ice skaters for the Olympics and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the problem is that they rotoscope over the 3D model that they're tracking with the 3D background camera move, and the fucking midriff line of where their shirt ends and their pants, it just moves up and down constantly, and it's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, so
the CG Titans in the Mappa's final season part 2 get better than part 1. So they're slowly getting better.
I'm glad to hear that. So that maybe it's good that they're finally having
and probably even improved on the Blu-ray.
It's good to and it's good to see that they are taking it seriously enough to have their own entire studio for it. Also, just catching up with that real quick. Oh dear, this Kisaku just sounds like Leisure Suit Larry tiled up to the
Yeah, it does. You're not wrong.
Demon Wolf says the CG is better. Map of the way. That's good to hear. I haven't watched final season yet. I want to. I'm waiting for it to fully come out, and I'm expecting now it's going to have final season part 3 at some point. I don't think they're going to finish the series.
At the most,
or a movie.
3, it's going to be a movie. At most.
So I'm very much looking forward. I marathon Attack on Titan. I wait for the Blu-ray. Watch the nice Blu-ray quality. Not the broadcast version. So Kisaku Reiwa Watch Club when it's an erotic game and not an anime.
It's if we were to watch the OVAs, we're not watching the OVAs. I mean, Interspecies Reviewers is pushing it, guys.
Interspecies Reviewers is just a very lewd anime series. It's not an actual hentai.
It's not an off-brand, guys. It's not an off-brand.
All right. Anyway, moving on from here. Toei Animation's website got hacked, and the studio shut down their online shop. So, Toei Animation, the anime studio behind hits like Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, One Piece, and Digimon Adventure, revealed in a statement yesterday that their website was the target of an online hack that was discovered on March 6th. It's currently not known what was accessed, how much was accessed, or if it concerns the Toei Animation online shop or not. Though, as a precaution, the studio has closed down the shop. Alongside a special security company, Toei Animation is investigating the hack to see if anyone's personal data were taken, alongside internal documentation about current works and relationships with business partners, as well as the shop. The studio has also limited any outside access to internal systems and closing down those same internal systems temporarily while investigations continue. So I hope that the intrusion was noticed first discovered on March 6th. So I'll be interested to see if anything comes of it.
Totally not. Mark got his payback.
Right? Also, Studio White Fox apologizes for gender discrimination.
Oh, no.
Wait till you hear this story. So, Animation Studio White Fox has delivered the usual Twitter apology that many have come to accept as the norm in the current day and age, as they've apparently been discriminating against certain people by specifically hiring only women. A practice some Westerners no doubt wish they now kept. In a series of tweets, Representative Director Gaku Iwasa apologized for making any individual feel uncomfortable with the revelation of their discriminatory hiring practices, and clarified that the company has been recruiting in such a way ever since they come into existence. Isn't Clamp entirely female? The art team? Can't wait
Yes.
for them.
Yes, they're an entirely female art team.
And I believe they're all bi or gay as well.
Wouldn't surprise me. You see their body at work, and it's like, okay.
Iwasa also noted that he only just learned about Japan's equal employment opportunity. Excuse me. About Japan's Japan's equal employment opportunity law,
like me.
which came into being back in 1972 and demanded equal employment for both men and women. Damn it, Clamp. Somebody tell Clamp before they get in trouble. Archives of White Fox's recruitment page indeed have a requirement requesting the individual to be a woman under the age of 26, which was said to have been written that way from at least June 2019 to October 2019. The page now requests the person under the age of 30. Ooh, ageist and sexist, I see. So White Fox is known for animating such hits as Akame ga Kill, terrible. ReZero, that's pretty good.
Oh,
Jormungand, fucking awful. Steins Gate, excellent. Okay.
Kamiga kills the shit.
I want to maintain that. I think
they also did Goblin Player.
Skill is the better thing to look for when you're hiring people than gender. But
gender, of course. So does that mean a girl drew all the Geldanas in Steins Gate?
I mean, that's one like that's one like cop out that you can say like, well, we're not being sexist or whatever in the lewd anime we're drawing because women all drew it.
Right. But there's like, no, you made women draw these lewd things. Anyway. Also, Toshihiko Tsukiji's Isekai Reincarnation spin-off novel set in the Gundam world is now available in 2 volumes. So Mobile Suit Gundam Isekai Universal Century 24-year-old office worker. I'm playing Cassilia in a reincarnated world. So this is it features an ordinary female office worker who is reincarnated as Cassilia Zabi from the Principality of Zeon, I assume. So that's a thing. And I am now going to move on because I don't want to spend any more time talking about anything. Blend S manga is also ending in 2 more chapters. Last chapter to release in April. I love this super sad sayonara.
Oh yeah, it's like Miles.
Yeah, sadistic, right?
Shut up.
Elden Ring is overflowing. Elden Ring is overflowing with Berserk references.
Oh, dude. Oh my god, yeah. No, it's amazing.
I just thought it would be cool to show these side by side.
Well, From Software usually puts like Berserk references in all their games, most of their games, don't they? Like,
I mean, they hint at it at least.
Like it's you look at Dark Souls. Oh look, there's the Berserk references. Oh look, like in
this one seems like a lot though.
Yeah, but if you've seen like the other references in the other games, you'd be like, oh, this is also a lot.
I mean, the whole lit up tree is like the main thing in the.
You can take a ultra great sword and put the fucking dagger quick step on it. It's the most bullshit thing. And you're just fucking busting around the map and you're just hitting like a truck.
Critics find these references to be natural, given director Hidetaka Miyazaki's love for the Dark Berserk series, though more skeptical individuals might feel inclined to think George R. R. Martin might have wanted to claim these ideas as his own in true Western Bear. I doubt it.
Who
I
cares?
very much doubt it.
Who cares? They're paying homage to something they love. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's awesome. Let's move on. Also, Sony censored a Sankaku Complex article over Horizon Forbidden West nip slip. Now, unfortunately, they seem to have changed the article that previously had it. It says Horizon Forbidden West developer modeled Aloy with nipples, but the image that would normally be here, they have changed to some stupid Love Live thing or whatever. And the video is also some like Love Live type thing.
There's a conspiracy.
That's it. Well, it seems like whatever we read here, they decided to change those so we don't get to see those nipples. Which we couldn't show on podcast anyway, of course. But Sony's censorship crusade has finally led it down the route of demanding the removal of a Sankaku Complex article, one that merely pointed out that Guerrilla Games' decision to model the nipples of main heroine Aloy in the newly released Horizon Forbidden West, no doubt in an attempt to scrub knowledge of the fact from the net before troublesome pearl clutchers or ratings boards got wind of it and upset the AAA title's development cost, dwarfing marketing spend. I mean, does anybody actually want to see Aloy's nipples?
They specifically made her ugly to avoid people sexualizing her.
All right, it's fapping time.
Damn it.
Hey, random.
And then they
random.
I was trying.
Do you understand what world we live in?
Don't scare me like that, sweet.
All right, it's fapping time.
There's some deep podcast lore. It would take way too long to explain to the newcomers. Anyway, yeah. Does anybody actually want to see Aloy's nips? I mean, come on. Anyway,
and they made her uglier in the second one because they were like, she's not ugly enough in the first one. We're gonna make her even more ugly.
And then you see her modeling like real life, and it's like she's pretty. What the?
I hope the nips were like deformed.
Yeah, the actor that plays the facial mocap or whatever looks fine. It's like some people are like, oh well, it's because they're trying to make her look close to the actor. No.
Isn't it funny how the facial mocap actors are often better looking than the CGI thing they did?
Yeah.
Except for Andy Serkis. That guy's a troll. No, just kidding.
I'll take Golem every day over Andy Serkis.
I don't know. He looked. Andy Serkis kind of seems to have a glow up for. And was as Alfred in the new Batman.
Yeah, Andrew Serkis isn't as bad as Golem.
Again,
these are the jokes.
I did not recognize him at all as Claw in Age of Ultron and Black Panther. I did not recognize that was Andy Serkis.
Just because he was missing an arm?
Yeah, no, just his face. I don't know, just like his beard, and I don't know what it was about him. It's like I didn't even realize it was Andy Serkis until
that arm. Then you'd get it.
As soon as the arm pops on, there's I see it.
See the light.
Devon Chambers says about that Daman Mills though, giving hand jobs to minors. Not only giving hand jobs to minors, but requesting on his birthday that you suck him off. Right, like fucking creep. Also, Nekavol says I love a Comic Got Killed too. It just is not Satan's gift to Earth like Lance feels. There you go. Called out, Lance.
Greenline would like it.
Double themed.
Greenline must like a Kamega kill because there's that ice, like blue-haired girl that's like a sadist.
I actually don't like a Kamega kill at all, but yeah. As death is a bit. So.
Once again, the reason I hate a Kamega kill is because I saw a decal on a car of Rory Mercury from Gate, and I thought when I was looking for the anime I was going to buy that it was a Kame from a Kamega kill, and I bought it, and that show sucked ass. And Rory Mercury is fucking great in Gate. Watch that instead.
Yeah.
Or like if it says, Lance, I need your eye patch. Hashtag doxed. It's a redhead. That's good enough for the hormones, I guess. Okay. Yeah. At least it's like this is for once we are the cause of the what do they call it? The redhead genocide or whatever they call it? The ginger genocide. The ginger genocide. Yeah, again, I do not have time to go into the lore about this, but
it was instant though. As soon as I seen that picture of Alloy, it was like
you're like
instantly. Why?
Like,
why?
You heard the helicopters and the gunfire and the explosions.
That moment in that podcast was so fucking funny.
I wish I had said it out loud just so that you realize like how quick that was between me seeing the picture and like thinking it.
Okay, I don't really want to spend a lot of time talking about it, but that was so fucking funny because I didn't think about it at all. It did not even cross my mind. And then as soon as that image came up, I saw private chat and I saw your thing and I laughed my fucking ass off. I didn't say anything about it. And they're like, let's all agree we don't need to slag on you about this. Like, kind of like, we was like, that's very funny, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody in the chat, in the non-private chat,
it was Greenline. It was Greenline. He saw the private chat and then he posted it in the.
I don't think Greenline was there for that. I think it was Seb.
No,
I think Seb is the one.
What did I do?
Oh,
I'm confused.
So
I swear it was Greenline.
No, it was.
Maybe I'm
misremembering. I remember you saying,
"Is that
Augie?"
And it was so funny because we were all trying to hold it back. Like, let's not, like, we kicked Augie off the show, like, I don't know, 4 months ago at that point. As soon as I'm like, that's hilarious, but let's not drag
Greenline, check your DM.
And then FDM did the
hilarious observation, Seth. Like, then we had the thing with
FDM. What do you have to say for yourself? Never mind.
That was hilarious. Yeah, he put it. Okay, yeah. There's if you go back and look for the podcast where Aloy is on the thumbnail, that's where it happened. That's fucking hilarious. Anyway, but you'd have to, if you're new to the podcast, you'd have to watch a lot of previous podcasts to understand the lore behind Augie, our previous co-host, and why all that. You won't get it. You won't get it without it. I'm sorry. Don't even go on it. Like, anyway. So,
oh yeah, no, I remember this. I remember that too.
It's a good time.
Just you answer in our chat because I'm like all right, fine. People want to talk shit about the show. Let's go.
What chat? What?
Nothing.
Well, are you more of a fan of how the front lawn is structured or how the backyard is structured?
The top one's kind of the one I want.
Guys, have the private chat in the private chat.
Yeah,
no, this is our private chat. Because you guys
have it exclusively in the private chat. Don't be talking to each other about the chat you're having that the rest of us can't even see. All right. Anyway, so it was learned that Aloy's model in game. What?
You're missing out.
Okay. It was learned that Aloy's model in game possessed nipples after a curious individual used photo mode to clip through her top. And after
nipple time, pal.
Fuck. God bless you. God bless you. I completely forgot we had that clip.
That was FDM. That wasn't me.
Good on you. It was learned that Aloy's model in-game possessed nipples after a curious individual used photo mode to clip through her top. And after the dirty secret was uncovered, it seems Sony issued DMCAs to anyone sharing videos and screenshots. Now I gotta see it now.
It's for science.
The Streisand effect is too. It's just too big now. I want to see it.
IGN. Nope, no image on IGN. Google Images. Don't fail me now.
Should say so, Josh.
Oof! Oof! I see them. They are misshapen. Oh, because she's got a tattoo on top.
Yeah.
She's got her body is tattooed over her breast or whatever. Or I don't know if. Huh. Anyway, I wish I could show you guys, but I can't. In fact, no.
You can send us the results.
Send it in the chat.
Send it to the finer things.
Oh, fuck it. Okay, that's a good point. I'm putting it on the Discord. Wow, this is an extremely high resolution image. Those nips are hideous. They're
AC,
like
look-
an excruciating.
Look in private chat. There's a Reddit picture. Click that picture and share it. I just want to focus on how they altered her model over the years. And this picture shows it really good as I was looking for other pictures.
I like the one on the bottom right. Or on the bottom left. Bottom left. Sorry. I like the one on the bottom left.
I think they are all pretty hideous, actually. I mean, 2017 one is significantly better.
Share the picture.
I'm sorry, I thought I was screen sharing it. 2017 one is definitely better, but it's still not. I mean, if you told me that was a guy's face, I would believe you, right? Like it looks like one of the fancy elves from Lord of the Rings, right? But the one in the bottom right is that guy again, but after gaining a lot of weight, after too many burgers. The one on the bottom left, I don't even know what to think about that. Anyway, let me just stall for a brief second while I go to the Finer Things Club and upload these Aloy nips.
Are we sure they're not modified to be jokingly big?
No. When you see it, the image is extremely high resolution, and you can see the texture warping and stuff. It's
I'm gonna come.
Thanks, FBD&M. If you don't talk on the podcast, I'm not putting you in the spreadsheet though.
You got muted, and it's made it sound like you said it was hot, like the picture of the nipples was hot.
Definitely.
Oh wow!
All right, back to I clicked the wrong thing to get rid of that.
Why would they do that?
Finer things. Oh God.
He's looking at the.
Don't sexualize our character. No, excuse us while we sexualize our character.
That's weird.
You know these guys had this fucking model taken home. Like
no,
you don't think they went to the trouble of fucking modeling that? You don't think they took
dude?
that
It's a photo scan. I guarantee you, that's a photo scan of a person's body that they literally just threw the texture on top of. They could have smoothed it out. They didn't. They should have.
They took that home.
I all of a sudden have forgotten how to bring back.
What? Oh my god!
The fuck was that?
I think that's FDM.
What happened?
The comment you put in the chat.
I can't. Hold on.
That one.
Oh my god.
Okay. I literally, the thing that I'm screen sharing right now, I don't know where that went. I legitimately lost the thing that I'm screen sharing right now. I can't find that window anymore.
We're looking at Sonicon.
I know you're looking at Sonic Hockey Complex, but I lost the window that's from. I clicked a button. All of a sudden, my muscle memory on how to undo close tab just completely out the window. I lost it, and I'm like, was it this? And then now it's gone, and I don't know where the hell it went.
Well, we're still looking at it.
Are
you on Mac? Yeah, you're on Mac, right?
Okay, hold on. It would be significantly easier to just stop screen sharing.
Alt F4.
Are you on Mac or Windows?
I'm on a Mac.
Okay. Because on Windows, you can do window key and then like the arrow keys and move the window around.
I'm just going to open up a new tab real quick and screen share that. OCApodcast.com. .com/OCA-187.
That's .com, not .com.
No, unfortunately, I didn't want to also pay for that URL and link it all back. No, I don't want it. That doesn't sound like a good use of my money.
How much more would that cost?
I don't know, like $6 a year. All right, here we go. Back to this. So anyway, yeah,
it's weird. Sorry,
when you said, I was going to make a joke when you said that. Hold on, I got to. Can I? So what was the comment that was?
Random 11 speaks from experience.
About what? Was
about taking it home.
I think that was so when you said that, I was trying to undo close tab and get the image from the private chat back up, which I guess I could have just done fucking this like a goddamn idiot. I could have literally just pulled it back from there. I was gonna say when they took it home, they had to first model a paper bag over the head.
No, they probably just scan of the original actor.
Oh, maybe swap it back to the old model.
The image though, like it's got this, like they were dumb and well, not dumb, but like they wanted to like show their chops and they put like weird, like super detailed textures in the game. So you can see like her peach fuzz on her face and shit. And in this picture, you can see like the little skin cells on her chest. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But then they don't do the same for the nipple. It's like it's got weird skin cells on the nipple. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
I hate that we can't show people. but if you were to zoom in, I'll post a link to the actual image because it's enormous, but you can't see it on the.
I don't think you should do that.
Don't post it.
I'm posting it in the Discord.
Yeah, go to the Discord. Join our Discord.
I sent the link to the image, and instead it just posted the image.
Yeah, if you right click on it and you say open link, it'll open the image in a browser.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the
so
link.
So if you do that, you can see the full size one. I'll just delete this one. Yeah. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Okay, so yeah, open it. Go to. Well, actually, I shouldn't do that because it might pop up under the window that I'm screen sharing right now. But yeah, if you look at it up close and you zoom into the nipple, you can clearly see that the texture is warped and stretching because they weren't actually. I don't know that.
I mean, they should have taken the 2 seconds it would have taken to turn off the bump map for that section.
Right.
Here's the question on everyone's mind: will this character be getting a booby mouse pad?
I mean, unofficial, probably. Like, I don't really want to see that. Again, back to the article here. Let's hear about how Sony censored.
Okay, we're done with our nipple review, as FTDM says.
Oh, okay. The face of the head was zooming on it. Okay. The entire takedown request, as received from Sony's UK copyright enforcement lackeys. So this is what they said: DMCA/EUCD notice of copyright infringement. Dear Sir or Madam, I, Muso TNT Ltd. Okay, I'm gonna need everybody to join our Patreon and fund us on a regular basis so that I can produce this merch.
In the ugly kitty mouse pad.
I was gonna do other things, but yes. A Muso TNT Ltd. I Muso TNT Ltd. certify under penalty of perjury that I am an agent authorized to act on behalf of Sony Interactive Entertainment Europe Limited or the owner of certain intellectual property rights. I have a good faith belief that the items or materials listed below are not authorized by law for use by the above named domain name owner and their agents, and therefore infringes the copyright owner's rights. It's going to be funny if we get our entire fucking Discord nuked over the fact that I just posted that. It's from Google.
Isn't it fair use? What the fuck?
Well, here's the thing about, isn't it true that when a Discord channel gets nuked, every account in it also gets nuked?
Depends on what the new
I'd delete that image right now then if I were you.
But yes, I've known someone that was in a Discord of mine, and their account got deleted. And the first time it happened, they didn't know why. And then the second time they happened, they figured out why. And then the third time it happened, they said "fuck it" and they stopped creating
Discord. Well, if that happens, we'll move to that other thing that what is the quartering uses or whatever.
I believe it's only for certain infractions. I don't think it's all infractions.
All right. Well, Sony, you can send me a cease and desist, and I will take it down.
I think the main one that they were hitting people for was like white nationalism and Nazi shit.
Well,
as
shit,
long,
we're
as
fucked
long
already.
as it's not these blue ass nips.
Some child porn stuff, and
of course, for sure.
Although
I would say you should be holding on to those accounts and not deleting them. I mean, I guess you would delete them because they're spreading it maybe to other servers and stuff. You don't want them to create a new server and stuff. But that's the thing though, is that when you delete an account, the person running the account, they still exist.
Yeah.
Like,
and the other
all they
thing
do is create a new fucking account, and now it's harder to track them.
Was for servers that are specific, like vastly doing copyright infringement. People just share links to like movies and shit.
Of course, or images of Aloy's nips. So I have a good faith belief that the items or materials listed below are not authorized by law for use by the above named domain name owner or their agents, and therefore infringes the copyright owner's rights. I hereby demand that you act expeditiously to remove or disable access to the material or items claimed to be infringing. Contact information: Sony Interactive Entertainment Europe Limited, C/Muso TNT Ltd, 7175 Shelton Street, blah, 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 blah. Here's the allegedly infringing items or materials. The infringing items are the works of Horizon Forbidden West. For more like Horizon Forbidden Breast, am I right?
You mean Forbidden Chest?
This is the Open Chest Anime Podcast after all.
Harassment for forbidden breast.
Infringing material that I request be disabled or removed in consideration of the above. So it's the link to the article. This content has not been authorized for distribution by the uploader. I very much doubt that you uploaded the nip picture originally. We appreciate your swift response and action in removing the above link. Kind regards. I like how Sankaku Complex doesn't mention at all the fact that like they changed the thing or any like.
Well, they did say that they had to take down whatever it was.
When did they say that they had to take it down?
Other than Sony the fact that they just said Sony censored Sonic, whatever is Tucker Carlson Complex.
A curious individual checking out Horizon Forbidden West managed to successfully peer under the clothes of the main hero and Aloy, learning the woman's nipples have been
this story might not say anything.
A concept that is sometimes, I'm just curious if it does, sometimes practiced amongst developers and will surely earn praise from many. If you mod it so she has the paper bag, maybe.
All right, I'll come.
You need to texture it though. Weirdly textured is just gross. It's like fuzzy nipples. It's gross.
The detail might surprise some people, especially in light of the accusations of racism and considering Aloy was deemed a paragon of non-sexualized female characters.
Unsexualized. Not non-sexualized. Yeah, desexualized.
The player used photo mode's camera to clip under the fact that you have that in the game, that it's photo mode. I thought this is like Boundary Break or something. This is literally built into the game. You guys are so fucking dumb. This is why Sony is trying to hide this. This is like, oh fuck, now it's gonna be ranked AO. Like, the rating is gonna go. Is it T rated or M rated?
I don't know.
I know you're playing it. I know you're playing it. Take the dick out of your mouth and tell us.
I mean,
so the player. Good.
No. Please ignore that thought. I'll let that one die alone.
Okay. The player used photo mode's camera to clip under Aloy's top, and some might agree that it is yet again hypocritical for Sony to allow nudity in such Western developed titles whilst disallowing ecchi and fan service in Japanese titles. Okay. Well.
Oh, wait a minute.
Excuse me while I fucking Google it because I'm going to do everything myself.
What are you Googling?
Horizon Forbidden West rating. No, I don't need to know what the audience score is. I need to know the fucking maturity rating, you dumb idiots.
Jason Sal says it's
ESRB ratings. Is it T? So I wonder if this is why they're chimping out about this.
One ugly set of nips can't make the rating go up.
Because it's nudity that's not on the rating.
Yeah, because the rating lists the rating for Horizon Forbidden West says. Also, it's on PlayStation 4. You stupid whore! It says blood, language, use of alcohol, and violence.
Okay, so it would say suggestive themes if it was accounting for nip.
I don't have a PS5, you whores! Sorry, I had to do that.
I don't have one either.
Yes.
All right, so the video was quickly expunged from YouTube by Sony, but some were deft in downloading it. No, you're not even going to address it. This is absolutely fuck all to do with it. Anyway, all right. All right. Okay. So, let's continue. We're into release news, and we will probably skip some of the news or speed run some stuff. But so Yen Press announced a short and sweet slate of acquisitions. Good, it's short. So they've got Josei the Tiger and the Fish. This won't make it, of course, but they might make it from teen to mature. Anyway,
but it's still a designation that's not on the thing.
Right.
That should be.
Unnamed Memory. Heroin No More. They're getting off the drugs. And The Infernal Devices Omnibus Edition. And Seven Seas changes up Twitter announcements and announces Spriggan acquisition. So they've got the Spriggan manga. They've also got Kijin Gentosho, the light novel and the manga. Classmate Volume 6 Blanc. Lazy Dungeon Master manga. Cats and Sugar Bowls. Since Filmworks acquires I'm Quitting Heroing.
Now, is that Heroin No More? Or
yes. Also, thank you, Mirage Leonardo, for this news tip. This was really interesting to see. So, Dawn of the Discs on Facebook is announcing that Unearthed Films is going to be releasing the Guyver live-action movie R-rated cut on Blu-ray. This is the first time that it has ever been released on disc, including the DVD director's cut, with the R-rated uncut version. Apparently, I had to do some research on this to figure it out, but it was really interesting. Apparently, in the DVD release, they actually have, once again, sorry for doxing everybody, they actually have digital zooms at certain scenes in order to zoom into something innocuous in order to avoid showing you some of the gore. So for the first time ever, Arrow has this on Blu-ray already. Their version is the censored version. So for the first time ever, we're actually going to get a Blu-ray from Unearthed Films of this that is actually going to be R-rated. So that's really awesome. The question on everybody's mind, are you also going to get Dark Hero or whatever the second one was called? Oh, called it, yes.
The question on my mind is, give us the original OVAs.
On Blu-ray? Yeah, there we go, too. Anyway, they're talking a lot about...
Discotheque Days on Monday.
Yes.
Are we doing a live watch stream again?
If we do, it won't be associated with the podcast. It'll just be another one of those things. Which, by the way, the last one got copyright struck and blocked worldwide. And also, apparently, some idiot forgot to share it on the Discord, so it was nobody saw it. Right? Because it was an unlisted video. For those asking, no, the Bell Steelbook is not sold out for good. So the Steelbook on for Bell that is exclusive to Target
they are back up for sale again. They're up for sale
are.
again.
I checked it literally today.
They were. They went up again.
The link is right there. You can click it.
Yeah, click the link.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
Look for the gray box. Go back up. back up. Gray
Oh,
box.
you might dox yourself again.
We'll wait for the gray box
You
to
think
load.
I have an account on Target.com?
I mean, it might show
There
your
it is.
postal
Okay,
code
cool.
or
We
your
already
zip
know.
code.
My wife wants this, so I'll just put this in my cart. Keep this over here.
The steel looks like ass though.
Oh, cool. There's no right stuff. So
No new stuff on right stuff.
Awesome. Let's power through this. Okay. Our second segment of grifting. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you can buy merch on stealthweave.com for all your otaku hiding in plain sight needs. And if you have any suggestions for things you'd like to see made, you
I
can
want that
send-
crimson shirt from Slime made. That came out like last summer.
Oh, you talking about this one that's been up there for months?
That hasn't been up there for months.
Yes, it has.
Are you sure?
Are you on crack?
I did just have liquid crack, yes.
There's a couple shirts from Ranma that are kind of fun that I need to show you. I don't know.
So
Does Reese get a child size discount?
I mean, I can put extra smalls on.
I think I wear a large.
Oh, he's a
Fat confirmed. By the way, when I was looking up that Russian red square thing, this is I quickly jumped on the Stealth Weave to see this kanji because this is the kanji used in red for like communist in Japan. Can we stop with the hand farts? All right. Anyway, so these are all available. Newest edition right here, drop kicks from Space Dandy.
Okay, that's better.
Or you can buy all the sweet ass merch from the OCA podcast store. Much more on the way. I am working on Studio Ghibli. It is getting made, but you can get Bed Bath
Brad
&
Bing's
Beyond
win.
One frame at a time.
straight out of Chungus, right? And of course, once again, a reminder that I am working on updated artwork for this. So if you want the super rare edition, you can get this one. But I'm going to be trying to get this out as soon as possible. So we have a nice clean line art with varying width and all that fun stuff. So that's coming, and a color version as well. All right, moving on from our grifting segment. So I saw this embroidered Laputa Castle in the Sky clock catches the attention of Studio Ghibli. So this was pretty fucking funny. I like how
She's gonna break her arm.
I like how Muska has an empty bowl because he's the villain. Right, so that's pretty funny. Clever idea.
So this is an official thing or a
no? I think
non-official?
it's a fan made one. That's why it's titled "Catches the Attention of Studio Ghibli."
Yeah. Okay.
Right, so it's just a fan thing that somebody made.
Take that down.
Studio
You're
Ghibli-
not
Studio
supposed-
Ghibli
Because
says,
the fans
"Arigato,
usually make
thank
something
you."
awesome, and then they're just like, "Oh, hey, fuck you."
They say arigato in public. In private, they say, "Gee,
Well, but the person's not selling it or anything. They made it for their own,
Yeah.
They're
just showing it off.
It's literally just fan art. Yeah.
Yeah.
My brain is getting fried with no sleep.
Yeah, mine too.
Cease and
I was up for
desist.
40 I was
Cease
up
and
for 40
desist.
I-
Cease and
I was up
desist.
for 48 hours a few days ago. I feel you.
7 hours and 15 minutes in.
I have the biggest route of the month tomorrow and the next day. I am making such wise decisions in my life. Freakishly, and I went to bed at 3 last night. Freakishly muscular life-size statues of grappler Baki anime/manga cast intimidate and amaze. So it's kind of scary. Naturally. This is Baki's brother, I think. Jack Hanma. Canadian.
I didn't even know he
half-brother.
had a brother.
Yeah, so his brother got limb lengthening surgery. I know this because I saw a YouTube video about it that was recommended to me. And it's pretty freaky, right? So
That guy looks like he's like fucking 10 feet tall and
yeah, he had limb
15
lengthening
feet across.
surgery.
Yeah, it's good thing you noticed that.
So
'cause,
here's the problem with limb lengthening surgery. You have to. It costs like $20,000, I think, maybe $60,000. I can't remember. But the dick lengthening surgery, you're gonna look so weird with your tiny little dick with this extremely huge body. You have to skip for the $100,000 dick lengthening surgery too.
They can't lengthen your dick though.
It's like it's not actually $60,000. You need to get the add-on.
The way limb lengthening works is you break the bone, you separate it by a millimeter or two, you let that bone heal. The bone then is now longer. And then
not according to the video I saw.
You do it over and over and over again.
They said it's an outpatient, one visit. You walk out a foot taller than you walk in. Right?
Well, that's not real.
The guy who put up the video was a surgeon. Anyway, just saying.
I mean, okay, maybe now they have ways where you break your leg and they graft new skin onto your leg.
They put
like a splint in.
It was pretty crazy when I heard him talking about it, and I was very skeptical.
And they like stretch the muscle.
I imagine most people don't go an entire foot taller though. You know?
But then you'd have some weird.
Hey, you remember what Frieza said? Any taller would be unnatural.
Right, and the thing is, you can only lengthen some of the joint. Like you can only theoretically do this bone, you know, and like your femur and all. Like you couldn't do you're not gonna add vertebrae or anything. You're gonna look proportionally weird anyway, as he definitely does, right? But continuing down here, this is kind of crazy. So in this section, they went so far to recreate all this stuff that the person they sent, Hironeko, the reporter that was sent to report on this, the series calling card is the brutality of its fight scenes. And sure enough, when Hironeko looked down at the dirt floor of the arena, he found some fake teeth and fingernails serving as a testament to the ferocity of the fights in the underground arena.
Those are real.
Right. And then there's Baki Hanma. This is so fucking amazing. Oh, I can't wait for this watch club. What? Oh, yeah, we never covered that shit. The girl who said short men don't have human rights or something. Yamaha designed a brass mouse. So I thought, Rain 11, I thought you might enjoy this. I thought it was pretty sick.
What is this?
It's a mouse.
I have no clue what that is.
It's like a mouse.
It's a computer
mouse.
mouse.
A mouse. I thought you kept saying malice. Okay. You're saying it weird.
That's cool.
It's cool, right? It looks extremely uncomfortable.
It does.
It looks extremely expensive too.
I just bought a.
It's got like a USB-C charging port or whatever.
Oh, okay.
It looks like it should play like.
My brain. I seen the logo and I'm like, that logo is the same logo that's on my drum set. And then I put two and two together. I'm like, okay,
Yamaha.
It's fucking Yamaha.
Play the drums.
I do.
Oh, apparently, they also made this mouse that looks even worse.
That looks.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? A fucking cage for you to beat the other mouse in?
It looks like it could
transform.
transform.
That?
That looks like
to keep your fingers cool. Like,
you were just looking at the Baki thing of the guy all grappled up into a ball.
Yeah.
Like that's what it looks like.
It does. Anyway, this mouse unfolds into an equally useless mouse. Anyway, so Twitter users are hysterical over the new.
I'm not any good. I
I'm
play
sorry,
the drums.
this is the
I'm
highlights.
not
We have
good
to
at
cover this.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Twitter users are hysterical over new, unfortunately named Ducati bike. Ducati, an Italian brand name in the bicycle industry, has unveiled their new line of e-bikes, the Futa. And the name naturally spurred nonstop ribbing on social media as the name resembles a fetish involving a female with both sets of genitals, known as Fruitanari. Potentially named after Italy's Futa Pass, Ducati's Futa bike promises to be high performance with a motor system that provides 5 levels of assistance controlled by a Garmin head. The motor does not fully disengage when not in use, and the frame employs a sport endurance geometry that is certain to keep both the regular Futa and the Futa Limited Edition in perfect working order, no matter how roughly they are ridden.
That is one hell of a fucking dick description.
Ducati posted a tweet advertising their new firm Futa, Presenting the new Ducati E-Road bike, the Fuda is a high-performance E-Road ready to go long distances and ride the most challenging climbs with you.
Is this a men's, women's, or a unisex bike?
It's an aero bike.
An aero bike?
We also introduced the Fuda LE, only 50 numbered, limited models crafted for the most serious riders.
Only experienced Fuda riders.
What was that thing I showed you? It's like, I ride my Fuda all night long.
I ride my bicycle.
Oh, I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. Bicycle.
Replies to the tweet and comments on social media poked fun at the bike's name similarity to female-centric hermaphrodites, causing Ducati's Fuda to begin trending. I'm putting together a team. The 18,632 electric e-bussy can turn into 10 different vehicles by using different modular attachments. See how. For more information, Google riding on a Fuda. Fuda bike with a little extra. First got it right. The first Ducati racing bicycle with a little extra. E-girl new Fuda. The Fuda is receiving praise for being the best of both worlds and is an unforgettable ride. My disappointment is immeasurable after seeing Fuda trending. It's because me seeing Fuda trending. Oh, so it was a bike. Saying that he casually threw aside a large rock. Fuda fans, when they find out they can finally ride Fudas, but it turns out it's just a bike. We've been tricked, we've been backstabbed, and we've been quite possibly bamboozled.
Well, I mean, you can get an attachment.
You ride a Fuda or drive an e-bussy. Ducati rolls out to electromicro race grade Fuda. Oh God. Oh, I don't get this e-bussy joke. Is this a reference to something I don't know? Need me a Fuda to put into my bussy.
I think maybe just the closeness of pussy.
E-bussy.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Bussy galore. Pussy galore.
Random, your screech when you were, I forgot precisely what it was. Nekavol says it scared her girlfriend.
My screech? I don't know which screech that was.
Back when Footnam's taking speaking from experience.
Really
when I was doing it, like, take that dick out of your mouth. Like, something like, this is the face of a man who was zooming on to what about?
I didn't screech, I laughed. That's a laugh.
Instead of being an opie mouse pad, it would be an oh no mouse pad. Oh, Random 11's 3D model with nipples Discord that he used.
FTDM says, I think Bussy is boy pussy.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Oh, dear God, I did not know that.
That's disgusting.
That's a search term I won't be using.
Cool. Now that Muso TNT has said they're an agent of Sony, people can go after them for the Last of Us 2 BS. What is this in reference to? Gilded?
I think the Discord.
I'm already banned from Discord. Oh, that's unfortunate. FDM just came in the podcast and say yee. Yeah, just come in the podcast. Sorry.
So that he gets his name in the list.
Right, in the list, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, I keep a spreadsheet of
He's got a list.
I keep a spreadsheet of everybody's involvement on the podcast when it comes to payouts that I haven't given anybody.
And FDM still hasn't made his cut yet.
The amount he pays out is zero.
Metaphorical payouts. But we all get on
technically,
the list.
I've paid out FDM because I bought him Evangelion Collector's Edition in exchange for his payout for that up to that point. So he has been paid out. Horizon Forbidden Wheat, more like my eyes are seeing less. What? Okay. Oh, so okay. Horizon Forbidden West, more like my eyes are seeing less. Okay.
9 shots in. Gotcha. I don't have a PS5, you horse. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up so we can go over here. And I'd boycott it anyway. I already covered these. Okay. It'd be so great if you were actually starring these for them. So Nips won't make it adult only though. Yeah. Okay. And then the teen copies are going to be collector's items. Then it would become my Santa. All right. AC has not been reading my comments. I'm so sorry. Unsubscribe. Love you, fucks. By the way, who is jacking off? That is a sound to remember. That would be Reese, I'm sure.
Oh God. Did you get a photo?
In other news, who the fuck cares? These are all from like a previous article. Can you masturbate for us briefly? That streaming girl was right. Men do need limb lengthening surgery. Okay, where was there? 50 should get neck. No, he needs a neck reduction. Put it in his dick. Right? Use the bones properly. Break your bone or let it heal.
Doesn't work like that. Do not do that, otherwise you'll be peeing around corners.
Yeah.
If I pulled that surgery shit, I'd be even more freaky to people. I'm already off-putting to people for my voice. Don't need extra help. You don't want to be Slender Man? Come on. Neckermole says, I need sleep. Sorry to blow the load early, but I have had two 12-hour shifts in the past 2 days. Bye, my bitches. Oh, well, thank you for stopping in. Well, then Randall needs to become Footnum's drummer. Oh, okay. So this is what all that was about. Ciao. I didn't say I was a good drummer. Evil Angel, I told you this would be insanity, and I did not take responsibility. This is literally the Vi joke from Glenad. Okay. All right, here we are. Too bad. Going to force you to shred the drums one way or another. Okay, well, apparently I'm going to force you to do these things. Damon looks like the actor drummer from Julie and the Phantoms. Okay. All right, cool. We're all caught up. Okay. All right. Probably should have finished this before I... Avengers Assemble. Periodic reminder that there's a 69 reg mega bus named Bussy Galore. Fuda is optimal. Pose Law. Ducati's new e-bike, the Fuda, has automatic tire inflation. You should really look it up. Just Google image search Fuda inflation.
Oh, no.
That's what I saw earlier. Like, that's so fucking funny.
My wife just texted me. She wants me to let the dog out. I'll get through this article.
Let the dogs out. Oh God, we had the same idea.
Okay. Gator Respecter says, did you know the Japanese Minister of Transportation Fujihiro Futanari has artificially inflated the price to export R39 Skyline GTRs? To learn more, Google Rule 34 Futanari inflation. What a cool bike. Look up riding a Fuda for more images of this bike. Wow, I want to know more. I'm just going to Google Fuda. The Federal Unemployment Tax Act is a payroll tax paid by employees on employee wages. The tax is 6% on the first $7,000 an employee earns. Any earnings beyond that are not taxed. Wow, not the result I was expecting. The Fuda looks fantastic, Ducati. This will rise up behind the competition, push them down, and dominate them. They've got a lot of custom tires for this new bike. To see them, just have to Google Fuda
it's pretty up top, long and hard down low.
Hey guys, this bike is so awesome. I got 2 of them just
one
to show off at the
hand.
outdoor family barbecue, and it looks like I'm not the only one. Just Google Fuda spit roast to see all the people enjoying themselves. And Google, oh, that just comes up with the bike. New warranty options are interesting. Oh, sure. When cis people ride a Fuda in public, it's good exercise. But when I do it, I'm engaging in public obscenity and banned for life from my local Tesco. Don't buy one of these. The tires are terrible. Just look up Fuda inflation to find out more. So
no one is riding one of these expecting a smooth ride.
So does the Fuda inflate? Do they inflate them through the dick? I don't want to actually Google this.
It's like,
yes, you do.
It's called conflation. You're
Gross.
coming so much the belly expands.
Gross.
Someone's educated in the topic.
This is our resident Fuda connoisseur. The Fuda trending on a Saturday afternoon. Let's go. I apologize to everyone who checked why Fuda is trending. The Fuda, that's a ridiculous name for a bike. Everyone will mix it up with the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. Sees the word Fuda trending, but it's about a freaking bicycle. Choose your weapon, Bussy versus Fuda. Thank God the Fuda can fit inside my e-Bussy. As someone who is tall, sometimes I find it useful to find ways to customize my bikes. I have to find the shafts to not be big enough. Luckily, it looks like this new e-bike already has some good options. Just Google Big Shaft Fuda for more information.
Oh my God.
I just want one of these to say something like just Google dick bigger than you. This new e-bike is so popular that it caused stocks to rise in its.
I'm waiting for somebody to say just search up Fuda Club or something. Fuda
Sanokanku Complex could have just like taken one or two of the same fucking joke instead of literally every version of the same joke.
They didn't do mine that I posted, did they?
They had to beat this joke off, dude. Come on.
Let me pull up.
Oh, that's Fuda Boo. I see Fuda Boo.
I should stop. Maybe I should stop scrolling at this moment.
You're probably safe. It's just her face. I recognize.
Yeah, I recognize that artwork.
I don't know. Actually,
I recognize that artwork.
Reese drew that himself.
I think this is a good time. This is a good time to stop.
I recognize that artwork.
Me too, Reese. Me too.
Let me wait. Where was your tweet?
It was on.
Oh, I got it. Right, I got it. Oh, apparently I just clicked the link to these. Okay, yeah, this was Reese's tweet in honor of Fuda trending because he likes this show. It's always funny. It's my senpai is annoying.
Oh, okay.
I'm always so good. Isn't it weird how many times when I see the stuff that I cover on the podcast, I'm like, this show looks like it's gonna be interesting, and then Reese is like, it was amazing. It's so fucking good. Sales at Work is the best show ever. Like, anyway,
Reese, to say you fanboy at times, man, I respect it.
Dude, if you could see the chats that I keep sending them about like screenshots, yeah, see, there's nothing there.
You're right. I'm just gonna scroll and just see if there's anything. Oh, I like this one.
What's that? Oh God.
Well then, but this.
I'm confused.
I mean, yeah, she's not a Fuda though. Like, yeah.
Are you sure? How do you know?
How do you know?
Is it a magic dick?
No bulge.
I mean,
all right, that was the last. Okay, cool. I gotta take my dog out to take a leak real quick. I will let you guys talk amongst yourselves for a brief moment. I'll be right back.
He will let us talk amongst
ourselves. Hurry back, we'll miss you.
Bye. Fuck off. What?
So, what have you guys been watching this last week?
Every time I try to answer this, I get interrupted. So, Random 11, you're first.
Go.
I've been watching just the regular weeklies that I've been keeping up with, which is Ranking of Kings and Attack on Titan.
I have been watching or rewatching Ai Yori Aoshi after like 20 fucking years of not watching it.
I've been keeping up with My Dress Up Darling, trying to refresh myself on the Railgun series. The season 2, I don't remember much from what I saw, so I've been rewatching that. And I've also been keeping up with the Yashahime. And but during my rewatch, during me watching anime literally yesterday, I noticed something funny on Funimation. Haha. The videos were out of sync. I was in the middle of video and getting the Funimation logo audio. So I don't know if that's just an error for they're slowly moving over. I'm not going to bitch at them about it. They've got to change things, slowly but surely.
In a month or two, there won't be anyone to bitch at.
Yeah. So I'm not even going to complain. But I just actually canceled my Funimation subscription because I don't want to accidentally get locked in to their subscription and then just be like, oh,
well, that's why you're supposed to unsubscribe.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I did. It.
Yeah. Well, you would only get locked in for a month.
Well, no, if with my luck, it'll be like, oh, hey, he's still subscribed, and I have to call my bank and be like, block this, because I just have that kind of luck.
Take Two. I know they have the year subscription, but I assume you weren't doing the year subscription. You were just doing month to month.
Oh, I would like to point out that it still gives you the whole how likely are you to recommend Funimation to a friend or colleague shit when you cancel your subscription. So I was just like, why would I recommend you? You're going out.
All right, so Osawa says Fudas are cool. I have probably read most of the better and even awful Fruitanari manga years ago. Okay,
Okay.
There are probably some really good advancements in the Fuda genre nowadays. Fuda forever.
Have you read Fudabu? I got the Faku physical edition of that as a joke. It's actually pretty funny.
As a joke, that's what they all say.
I
got a big dildo as a joke.
You walk in Reese's
Jack
room.
Murphy.
Those are Tingas.
I let Matt from Tinder fuck my wife as a joke. So the only thing I know about Fudabu, because you guys have brought it up on the podcast before, and is that I get the student council president's dick is so big that when she gets an erection, she actually passes out from blood.
Yeah,
loss.
she gets anemic.
That does sound extremely funny.
Oh, we got a
mobile second. You know who that is? Get him out of here. If you aren't gonna talk, you aren't gonna get listed.
Our nameplates all disappeared.
Oh, because the
okay.
The chat's up. Yeah.
That's what. Yeah.
So
that's what happens.
When bitches whip out dicks, everything gets whacked. Jay says it's whacked. Is anyone in the chat reading Takapi's Original Sin?
Never heard of it.
No, I don't know. Lance is magical. He managed to unsubscribe to Funimation. Osara said, I have not read that one, or maybe I have. I would need to refresh my memory. Wow, sounds like you've got some work to do. All right. So continuing, I can't believe I haven't died yet this podcast. I felt awful earlier.
On top of the manga,
dude, you haven't choked on a bottle of water yet. I don't understand.
This podcast has been going for 7.5 hours.
Yeah, we need to
end
it before 8 hours. So
why do we have to end it before 8 hours?
So it doesn't get yeeted or.
No,
I thought it was the time
Google.
limit.
That was a Google Hangout. That's the limit.
How long can we go with this then now?
As long as we want.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be the new longest podcast. We're gonna finally edge out podcast 94. So French fry rationing continues in Japan as Mos Burger suspends sales with 2 exceptions. We previously did not cover this. So the chain leaves 2 French fry avenues open, one sweet and one oniony. Earlier this month, you may have heard the sighs of relief rising from every corner of Japan as McDonald's announced it was resuming sales of medium and large size orders of French fries. Can't wait till it's going to turn out like, well, now Russia's blocking our our potato intake. Coming at the end of a month of fry rationing, many hope that this was the fried golden light at the end of the tunnel that they've been waiting for. But instead, it's turned out to be just a brief moment of normalcy before yet another announcement of French fry austerity measures. This time, it's not McDonald's Japan with sad news for customers, but it's Japan-founded Southern California-inspired rival Mos Burger. On February 9th, just 2 days after McDonald's resumed regular fry sales, Mos announced that as of February 10th, it's suspending sales of both small and large size French fry side orders. Sorry, you could tell it's getting late. And since Mos doesn't offer a regular size, this means you can't order any French fry side orders whatsoever. Sales of Mos's potato drink sets and variety packs, which also include French fries, have also been suspended. We missed you already. I have a weird deja vu feeling like we covered this already. now that I read it, the reason for the decision is hampered supply lines and a lack of potatoes. According to its website, Mos imports the potatoes used in its fries from Canada to the U.S., and the company is citing ongoing complications from the coronavirus pandemic and inclement weather as the problems it's dealing with. These were the same issues McDonald's was grappling with, but apparently the Mos began to feel the effects later and/or has been less speedy in sorting out the solution. There are, however, still 2 ways the customers can get their hands on Mos Burger's French fries. One is through its onipote, a side order of mixed onion rings and French fries, which was already a hero to indecisive diet. Yeah, you get French fries and 2 fucking onion rings. And in a show of sweet kindness, fries will also be made available as part of the Mos YY sets, which is what it calls its kids' meals. That feels like the right priority, because having to go without French fries is a psychological strain far too intense to impose on young minds. Sales of YY sets and onipote side orders will be limited to in-person, i.e. not online orders only. Mos says it expects its fry rationing to continue until the middle of March, so odds are the mini-stop convenience store chain is going to be seeing continued demand for its bucket potato for the next month or so. And I hope this is the end of the French fry war, because I don't want to cover any more of this, and I just autistically feel like I have to.
You have to cover the story of the inevitable. They're back to normal now at Mos.
Yeah, they're back. They're back to normal at Mos Burger, and then Taihen, Russia invades potato fields of Japan.
World War III has happened. There are no more potatoes.
All right. So here we go. Japan's Killing Stone splits in 2, possibly unleashing an evil 9-tailed fox bear. You guys remember the stone in Demon Slayer that he cut in half accidentally?
Yes.
The literal real one, that happened. It split in half magically. So an ominous event has people fearing this is the harbinger of doom. Spirits are lurking everywhere in Japan, hiding in forbidden forests, mysterious islands, or other articles on Sword News 24 apparently, and a stone on a slope in Nasu and Tochigi Prefecture. This isn't the only stone in Japan that's beloved. God damn it. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I am having... My eyes are straining so hard. How come that's the wrong one.
Where's your glasses at, buddy?
They literally are probably within arm's reach. I just don't know where to reach because I don't know. They're in here somewhere. Maybe let's not go full grandma that can't use a computer. Okay. So this isn't the only stone in Japan that's believed to house a spirit, but what makes this one noteworthy is the fact that the spirit of a 9-tailed fox is said to be sealed inside it. 9-tailed foxes have appeared in numerous artworks, including anime like Naruto, and this woodblock print by Utagawa Kuniyoshi, and Ninetales, the Pokemon.
And there was a 5-tailed fox, I think, in Majora's Mask. I'm not sure if it was 9 or 5, actually. But
so this week, however, the massive stone at Nasu split in 2, prompting fears that the evil fox spirit has been released. The boulder is so deadly, it's called Sesho Seki, which translates as killing stone. So that's where Seshomaru, God damn it. All of a sudden I couldn't separate the syllables all of a sudden. Seshomaru. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like his name when you don't say it the other way. That's where his name comes from. So this large stone, registered as a national scenic spot in 1957, has been a site of mystery for many years, acting as a tangible connection to the myth of the 9-tailed fox. According to this myth, the powerful fox turned into a beautiful woman named Tamamo no Mae, who attempted to kill Emperor Toba, the ruler of Japan from 1107 to 1123. However, a sorcerer of the court discovered the woman's true identity, prompting the fox to flee to Nasu, where it turned into a huge stone. Poison leaked from the stone, killing people and animals who passed by it, leading it to be known as the Killing Stone. This terrible history has led to the rock being revered and feared over the years. So when visitors to the site discovered the stone has split in 2 this week, the internet went into overdrive, with theories about the possible catastrophic consequences being discussed online. How the stone used to look with the shimenawa, or sacred rope, tied around it. So this is it right here, like the Demon Slayer rope around it.
It's a lot smaller than the one in Demon Slayer.
True. I don't know. There's no person over there. I don't know. Fucking know. You don't know that. What the fuck is that? It's a UFO! That's the spirit! Here's how the stone looks today.
I mean, there's no fucking way that stone just happened to fucking split in half.
Yeah, I bet you a fan of Demon Slayer did it. I can't even get that.
Wait to see the crime, you son of a bitch!
So here's how the stone looks today, right? Now, comments online include, quote, "For the fox's seal has broken. This is a frightening sight. Has anyone else noticed that the inside of the rock is fox-colored? Has the scary nine-tailed fox regained its power? The imperial household should hold a purification ceremony right away. I feel like this is a portent of a big event."
Portent? That's not a fucking word you hear often.
No, it isn't. While many online feared the broken stone was a sign of portending doom. I guess we gotta hear it again.
I Random 11, are you saying you haven't seen it in a while?
I have not seen it in a while. I've never seen it twice in one page.
Others pointed out that the rock was believed to have been exorcised by the 14th century monk Geno Shinsho, who split the large boulder into 3 smaller pieces, 2 of which hurtled out to the other areas, leaving this one to split. Okay, hold up. Let me read this again. While many feared the broken stone was a sign of portending doom, others pointed out that the rock was believed to have been exorcised by the 14th century monk Geno Shinsho, who split the large boulder into 3 smaller pieces, 2 of which hurtled out to other areas. Weird verb, leaving this one in its place. So if that's probably not true then. Why is the inside of this rock this color? You would expect it if it was busted out, unless it was this color originally and just years of wear on it and whatever.
Rocks aren't all solid colors anyway, so
the broken edge is pretty solidly one color though. A very different color than the outside is what I'm saying. Anyway.
I think the outside just got wore down.
But it says here it is believed to have been exorcised, right?
In the 14th century.
Fair point. Visitors to the site in recent years also mentioned that they had seen visible cracks in the rock, which may have allowed rainwater to seep into the structure, eventually weakening it and splitting it in 2. Whether the split was caused by natural or unnatural causes, it has a lot of people on edge, especially in light of the current global unrest that the world is witnessing right now. Here's hoping the stone will be resealed in the presence of a monk or priest in the coming days, with the ceremony just as carefully planned as the one involved in the removal of a vengeful samurai's head in Tokyo. We covered that article. It wasn't that good. So, I don't know.
They glue it back together?
I mean, fucking hilarious.
Super glue.
They just tie the rope back around it. They put it back together, tie the rope back around it.
It'll hold.
Yeah. So it is kind of crazy though. Like all the weird stuff that's happening, like when they had the lightning struck the George Floyd mural in broad daylight with not a cloud in the sky, right? When that woman said, I got the vaccine and all the boosters. I'm triple boosted. Jesus loves me most. And she collapsed on stage and cracked her skull. That stand-up comedian. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff is happening right now.
we need the 4th Hokage to come do the Grim Reaper seal. 5 prongs of death.
Jason South, just wait. I don't think we're going SpongeBob here. Anyway, also in other Japanese news, the Japanese can no longer have any means to fight off authoritarian governments and perhaps Russian invaders. Well, I guess they have katanas. Maybe those have been outlawed for even longer. So, sayonara crossbows. Police ask owners to turn in their crossbows as a new ban goes into effect. I guess there was that murder we covered, or no, that wasn't a murder. That woman who shot her husband and he didn't want to press charges even though she shot him in the face or whatever. Cock. So possession of crossbow without a license is going to become illegal this month.
So March is tax season in Japan. So right now, a lot of people are getting their paperwork done to file their returns. It's also when the wealthier, I am having another stroke. It's also when the weather finally starts to warm up. And in a country with such stark seasonal temperature differences, putting away your winter clothes and pulling your spring ones out of storage can take up a big block of time too. And this March, there's one more thing people in Japan need to do. Figure out what they're going to do with their crossbows. That's because in the middle of this month, crossbows, as well as pistol-type bow guns, will become illegal to possess. This revision to Japan's firearm and sword control law was announced last June, giving owners one last summer, autumn, and winter to spend with their bolt-slinging weaponry and to make any necessary preparations for the shift to a crossbowless lifestyle, such as, say, strengthening their castle walls. Okay. In Japan, like the specific type of archery the Japanese do with the huge bows, that's like something that they do in high schools, right? That's like a high school. What's it called?
Kyudo,
right? So it'll be funny when we got rid of the crossbows, so we won't have any more incidents. Like, I mean, it does say like they have to just have a license or whatever. But we got rid of the crossbows, so there aren't any more incidents of that woman shooting her husband in the face while he's brushing his teeth or whatever we joked about. But then it's going to be like, oh, well, then there's a mass shooter in Japan, and it's somebody with the fucking bow, right? Like now we have to regulate those too. Say goodbye to that hobby. So come March 15th, though, they'll have to turn their crossbows in unless they apply for and are granted a license to continue owning one. Licensed applicants must be at least 18 years old, not have served jail time within the past 5 years, and undergo a background check. The revised regulations also specified that licenses can only be granted to those seeking authorization for target/sport shooting or commercial/industrial use. Yeah, you can't take it for mass murder. That isn't going to get your NFA stamp.
You can't go hunting with it or anything?
Apparently not. Such as licensed animal control. Let's see. The revised regulation also has a license can only be granted to those seeking authorization or target. I guess target and sport. No, I guess that isn't animal or commercial.
I guess hunting is.
Okay, it says here. Those seeking authorization for target/sport shooting or commercial/industrial use, such as licensed animal control.
That's
so like
really...
that might be like killing like wild boars on your property and maybe not hunting. No. And that permits will not be issued for display or collection purposes. Man, you gotta when you hunt in Japan, you gotta use the katana, man.
But those are illegal too, man.
Yeah, I know. While it may sound odd, I think naginata, are those outlawed? Those are like the katana on the end of a spear, a polearm, right? Like I don't know.
You gotta sharpen up your chopsticks and learn how to throw chopsticks.
You always got nunchucks, although Canada outlawed them. But you could still probably get away with some nunchucks.
Dude, you could fucking make nunchucks out of household objects. While it may sound odd to essentially say you can only have a crossbow if you're planning on shooting it a lot, the reason for this is likely to prevent any single individual from stockpiling crossbows and to make sure that they're only in the hands of people with a legitimate need for them. Owners not applying for a license can turn in their crossbows to their local police station with no fees involved. Right? Yeah, it's a buyback without any payment. Right?
I'm going to stockpile a bunch of crossbows because they're so long to load. I'm just going to keep swapping out a new crossbow.
The girl in Trigun who has all the derringers in her coat.
Yeah.
Single action shots.
Does it count as a crossbow if it's completely dismantled and hidden in different places in your house? Does that count?
It's for parts only. These are the gun show loopholes. It's not a 30-round magazine. These are just for parts. Don't assemble it though. That'd be illegal. Oh, I can't wait till Japan learns they can 3D print weaponry. That's gonna be awesome. Not that they've had any
crossbows.
Yeah, 3D printed crossbows. Oh, okay. Let's see. So, the ban was prompted by an increase in crossbow-related violence. It always is. Criminals ruin rights for everyone else.
The authorities say it was prompted by an increase in crossbow-related violence. Under the revised law, unauthorized possession of a crossbow will result in penalties of up to 500,000 yen, or $4,350 in fines, and up to 3 years in prison. There was a 6-month grace period for owners waiting for their license application to be processed. It's gonna be funny. It's like the cops are literally waiting, and they see, well, this person requested a permit, but they were rejected. So let's go get them. You realize you added, yeah, okay.
I didn't even click it. That was him.
Stupid whore. Okay, so
I thought he came in. I thought he was going to say something. I was like,
I know, right?
Not.
There's a 6-month grace period for owners. So I don't know if we've established properly, but basically FDM says he had a sore throat. It's better today, but talking on the podcast would just revert him back to having another sore throat. So
it's because he sucks so much Canadian dick, which is also known as moose.
The moose cock. There is a 6-month grace period for owners waiting for their license application to be processed, but Japan's National Police Agency says that firing the crossbow without a permit during this period is obviously prohibited. Even loading a crossbow without a license is illegal during the grace period and will incur a fine of up to 200,000 yen.
Can't wait for that martial law to kick in.
Right? Yeah. So when that wild boar is killing your chickens or whatever in your rural farm, fucking get the katana out, man. Get your illegal sword out, because you can't load a bolt into the crossbow. That's illegal. So there is an exemption for crossbows that fire arrows with a force of under 6 joules. The National Police Agency has set up a special crossbow power page on its website that shows how to estimate the weapon's level of kinetic energy based on its size, draw weight, and arrow speed. But it really seems like the sort of thing you should double check in person with your local police station, especially if it's been a while since your last physics class. Yeah, especially if you could fucking modify your fucking crossbow to have a higher draw strength on the wheel.
So you know how in Japan, like, the way they set up the police systems there, most little towns will have like a booth for like police, like a policeman to sit in, and that's like the police station is your little policeman booth. So yeah, just go walking up to your single policeman booth person with a loaded crossbow. Nothing bad will happen.
So I just want to address here. Jack O'Connor says, I can't believe I stand with Vic Fails. Screenshot this video and post it on Twitter to mock and insult you. Oh no, please stop. Don't do it. Literally, our show has grown 10x what it used to be because of people like you. I salute you. I stand with Vic Fails. Please keep doing what you're doing. I will find ways to include Vic in every thumbnail that I can from now on. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I stand with Vic Fails. I've learned the secret. All you have to do is get on. You have to get somebody to have a massive hate boner for you, and they do all the work for you. It's incredible.
For free.
For free. All right. So,
and they think you're doing something bad to you.
First rule of war: Sun Tzu: do not stop your enemy when they are making a mistake. So the crossbow ban goes into effect on March 15th dramatically at the stroke of midnight. Plate armor, meanwhile, remains legal. I gotta see this. I didn't cover this. I saw this. I didn't. I thought, whatever, fuck it. All right, so 4 teachers issued disciplinary dismissal for sex with students and other crimes. Power through this one. Hey, look who it is. Marin Kitagawa again.
Yeah.
I think it's important. We haven't done this on stream yet. Okay, I just had to. It's important that we have this on every stream.
Yeah, you know, every time I do a clip,
goddamn times.
Every time you do a clip, it pops
every
in
time
there.
I have to cut it out because if you put in, I don't know for a fact, but like YouTube is iffy on that kind of stuff, and if like with a clip, And it being
with
the focus.
Yeah. It's easier to argue that it's not intended for sexual gratification when it's 8 hours into a podcast versus 10 seconds into an article on the clip version. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Restart the clip here. I mean, fuck, you're live.
Yeah, restart. No.
Proud of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. What you meant was, even though this isn't going to be a clip, 4 teachers issued disciplinary dismissal for sex with students and other crimes.
Yeah, that clip got me restarted, definitely.
We're having trouble in streaming to Facebook.
Well, it's definitely not going to be a clip
Yeah,
now.
it's because we're over 8 hours, I think.
That's what I was thinking about it.
I don't care. Fuck the Facebook stream. Come to YouTube. None of the Facebook viewers heard that, thank God.
They were never there to begin with.
Zero viewers on Facebook.
0 viewers on Facebook.
We get likes on the Facebook streams after the fact, but
Pity likes. I swear that's
that's
pity
funny,
likes.
dude. I'm dead serious. You guys remember the one that we did where we started with the Brazzers thing? We still have that in here, right? Yes. The stream where we started with that gets so many fucking likes on Facebook. Like, because the thumbnail for that on the Facebook version is literally the Brazzers logo. So I can't tell you how many times people just decide to like that one. Let's not leave this on here though for flipping. Where's my lost track? Okay. All right, here we go. So 4 teachers who worked at elementary schools and middle schools were discharged after it was learned they committed crimes such as having sex with their students, though others were punished for different reasons, such as repeatedly stealing from a konbini. That's a Japanese convenience store. The teachers affected were employed at middle schools and elementary schools throughout Tokyo and ranged in age from 32 to 37. One of the culprits, a 32-year-old female teacher employed at a middle school in the Tama area, was said to have brought one of the boys in her class to her home for sexual intercourse 3 years ago. Another, then she was 29 when it happened. Another, a 33-year-old male teacher in charge of a class at a different Tama area middle school. Yeah, that sounds like that's the bad part of Japan. A different Tama area middle school served as a club advisor and allegedly kissed a female student on the cheek and hugged her. Oh, cancel him! Get him out of his car.
So much worse than the previous one.
This is too inappropriate. Actually, in this case, it actually is inappropriate.
It's incredibly inappropriate.
Fucking, what do you call it? Club advisor. Their occupation being the teacher of an elementary school in Sumida Ward. I'm sorry. I think what? This is a weird phrasing. Their occupation being a teacher of an elementary school in Sumida Ward, a 32-year-old male teacher had uploaded videos of himself having sex with an acquaintance to Twitter 3 times. Well, was she of age?
Well, it's illegal to distribute pornography in Japan.
Oh, yeah, he probably didn't mosaic blur the genitalia. You're damn right. He's definitely guilty. The final teacher was a 37-year-old male, and his crime. So this is okay. The final teacher was a 37-year-old male, and his crime wasn't sex-related, as he had been repeatedly stealing from a convenience store near his place of occupation. All the discharges were carried out. All the discharges were carried out on the 4th by Tokyo's Board of Education. So there you go. That's that news. Now, Jason South, tell me if this is another SpongeBob article here.
Oh no!
According to Metro, straight men in bromances kiss, cuddle, and stand around naked together. Let me ask everybody here: have you ever kissed, cuddled, or stand around naked with another man?
No.
I mean, does it count being in the locker room?
So
not even in a locker room have I stood around with
real bros suck each other's dicks.
Real bros who know hoes.
FDNM knows the real meaning of friendship.
You came in at the right
Make
time.
a compelling argument against Reese's claim that you're gay. Good job. One of the benefits of being in a bromance was the ability to have cuddle with friends. Undergraduate students who took part in a study on male friendship have said.
According to a research published in Sex Roles, a journal of research, there is a strong desire to cuddle and hug between romantic friends. Have you ever had a strong desire to cuddle and hug your male friends? Just curious.
I haven't, but that's because I'm not gay. So
I gave a friend a hug because he was moving to the other end of the country.
Right.
And I've probably never seen him again.
We're not talking about bro hugging or like telling your friend bye and that kind of thing. We're talking about.
That's the only time I've ever hugged a friend.
Yeah, that gentle kind of hug you don't forget.
Jason, when I said Tama is apparently the bad part of Japan, Jason South reminded us, considering that Tama means balls, it might really be the better.
No, it's Tama, not Tame.
He misspelled it, but it was Tama in the article. So
he corrected it. Next line.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good on you, Jason. I had to double check because for a second I thought this was an April Fool's Day article, but clearly not. I cannot believe this exists.
Wait, hold on. Go back up. This was fucking June 11th, 2017.
Yeah.
What kind of old bullshit is this?
Yeah.
No, we shouldn't be covering articles over a
older
year
articles.
old.
It's clearly a timeless article because it holds so much truth, except that none of us have agreed.
He's been reading this one every day for the past year, dude.
This is a fail article.
I saw like a screenshot of it on Reddit or whatever, and I had to seek it out because I thought it was so funny. Anyway, so according to research published in Sex Roles, a journal of research, there's a strong desire to cuddle and hug between romantic friends, while kissing is just another way of showing affection. One of the students involved told the authors, you can, quote, lie in bed with your bromance, have a cuddle, and just talk. Stick a stick in your ass, right? while another said he understood it as having a cuddle buddy. A third.
All I have to say is
Who wrote
their
this?
own, but I
Who
feel
wrote
like they
this
just tell the
article?
truth and say, hey,
Daman
look, I'm
Mills?
gay, and it's cool.
Right?
Who are those groups?
Tell the truth. Like, be you.
Do
Fuck off.
you guys remember that group of people? It was like 3 or 4 people that wrote scientific journals about like.
Oh yeah. They wrote. They literally took Mein Kampf, and they changed it around. They took actual statements from Hitler and turned it around to have like woke terms instead of against the Jews. It was against like the alt-right or whatever it was. Yeah, and they got published. What was that?
And they did another one about like dog parks and how they're something about either masculinity or gayness or something about dog parts or something. I can't remember. But the point was they were making these fake journal things just to see where the line was.
Published.
Yeah.
Number one.
And they got awards.
Yeah, exactly.
And all this. This is what this has to be. Like, just one of their articles got through. One of them was about how like straight guys are actually gay. I don't fucking know. But this can't be real.
Right. This was we're referring to this. What an audacious hoax reveals about academia. The 3 scholars wrote 20 fake papers using fashionable jargon to argue for ridiculous conclusions.
This was in 2018. This
it might be. You might be right.
It was
so
one of the
we'll
things.
see if here are the names. So James Lindsay, Helen Pluckrose, and Peter Bogosian wrote 20 fake papers using fashionable jargon to argue for ridiculous conclusions and tried to get them placed in high-profile journals in fields including gender studies, queer studies, and fat studies. Do any of the people in fat studies study it to try to lose weight, or is it just...
Hold on, go back up to
the oppressed fats?
Go back up to the article. Yep, there we go.
This guy looks like Ethan Klein for some reason. He's got his own Aloy picking through. Oh, God. Their success rate was remarkable. By the time they took their experiment public late on Tuesday, 7 of their articles had been accepted for publication by ostensibly serious peer-reviewed journals. 7 more were still going through various stages of the review process. Only 6 had been rejected. In the late 1990s, Alan Sokol, a professor of physics at New York University, began a soon-to-be infamous article by setting out some of his core beliefs, that there exists an external world
whose properties are independent of any individual human being, and indeed of humanity as a whole, that these properties are encoded in eternal physical laws, and that human beings can obtain reliable, albeit imperfect, and tentative knowledge of these laws by hewing to the objective procedures and epistemology strictures prescribed by the so-called scientific method. Okay. So here's okay. So Call went on to disprove his credo in fashionable jargon. So feminist and post-structuralist critiques have demystified the substantive content of mainstream Western scientific practice, revealing the ideology of domination concealed behind the facade of objectivity, he claimed. It has thus become increasingly apparent that physical reality, no less than social reality, is at bottom a social and linguistic construct. So where's the stuff about the actual like titles of their papers and stuff? Where they Okay, so generally speaking, the journals that fell for the so-called squared published respected scholars for the respective programs. For example, Gender, Place, and Culture, which accepted one of the hoax papers, has in the past months published work from the professors at UCLA, Temple, Penn State, Trinity College, Dublin, and University of Massachusetts. This is none of the stuff I'm looking for. The paper that was published in Gender, Place, and Culture seems downright silly. Human reaction to rape culture and queer performativity at urban dog parks in Portland, Oregon. That was published. This paper was published, right? So this paper claims to be based on in situ observation of canine rape culture in a Portland dog park. Do dogs suffer oppression based upon perceived gender? The paper asks.
FGM, what's your stake on that?
He comes in and says, "Yee."
Oh, God, there are so many new viewers who will not get the reference. Yet another paper has a rather more sinister hue. In Rubbing One Out, Defining Metasexual Violence of Objectification Through Non-Consensual Masturbation.
That's what the Daman Mills thing was about, right? Non-consensual masturbation.
The fictitious author argues that men who masturbate while thinking about a woman without her consent are perpetrators of sexual violence.
Oh, not quite what Daman Mills was doing.
Actually, no, you're right, because he said about Duncan, he thinks about him to get off all
Duncan
the time.
Duncan was
right?
a male, not
but still, it is effectively the thing, right?
Does he want to dunk in his donuts?
So by drawing upon empirical studies of physiological harms of objectification, especially through depersonalization and exploring several veins of theoretical literature on non-physical forms of sexual violence, this article seeks to situate non-consensual male autoerotic fantasization. I'm sorry. Sorry. I just, every time I see the word autoerotic, I just need to say asphyxiation. So I screwed that up. Oh. Male autoerotic fantasizing about women as a form of metasexual violence that depersonalizes her, injures her being on an effective level, and contributes to consequent harms of objectification and rape culture. I feel like we did that with the Aloy article and can appropriate her identity for the purpose of male sexual gratification.
When I hear autoerotic, I think of like Autobots and like Autobot erotica or something.
I feel like all this is just the,
auto memory dolls.
It, but oh god, not at all the thought I was going for.
Okay, here we go. This is it. For now, it remains unlikely that the American Sociological Review or the American Political Science Review would have fallen for anything resembling "Our Struggle is My Struggle," a paper modeled on the infamous book with the same meaning Mein Kampf, My Struggle. Anyway, so this is what you're talking about, and you might not be wrong. Like that actually might be what
the timeline matches.
The timeline does kind of match. So let's see. So one of the students involved told the authors that you can lie in bed with your bromance, have a cuddle, and just talk, while another said that he understood it as having a cuddle buddy. A third thought cuddling, hugging, and sex jokes were a core part of a bromantic relationship. A bromance has been defined as an emotionally intense bond between straight men.
What do we have here?
Like what?
A bro threesome?
A brogy?
A brogy.
Either Green Line is not in the chat where Lance is a woman. Green Line, are you still there?
That one killed me.
Oh, the best thing about this podcast is when it gets this late, everything is fucking hysterical.
Is Green Line still in the chat?
Yeah.
Green Line is currently rubbing one out with his bromantic
He's
partner.
muted.
Well, you said threesome, so who's the woman?
What are you talking about threesome? You said bro. Oh, because a
My
threesome.
food's ready. I'll
Okay,
be
I
back.
got you. Because there's more than 3. I got you. That's why I said bro. Okay, I jumped. All right, so in its conclusion, the authors wrote, quote, "They spoke about their desire to cuddle and hug with their bromantic friends. Some agreed that this was the case when asked, whereas others offered it unsolicited as part of their definition of a bromance. In all, 29 of the 30 men who took part said they had cuddled their bromantic partner. This latest work also backs a 2012 study that found 89% of 145 surveyed undergraduate heterosexual men had kissed on the lips."
Ew.
Who are these straight men? I was bi-curious once. Said, everybody experienced in college. These men now have beards, and I don't mean the ones on their faces. One participant said, "Guys nowadays in my generation, there is so much kissing between guys because it's showing affection." Another added, "I need to get Nick Ricada's clip where he's like, 'I have news for you. That means you're gay.'" I need to get that clip from Law and Order SVU.
I have relationships with men and
I have
women.
I have relationships with women and sex with men. I have news for you. That means you're gay. Like one participant said, "Guys nowadays in my generation are so much kissing between guys because it's showing affection." Another added, "I hug and kiss my bromance and tell him I love him." Is the guy, every one of these people is literally just Daman Mills. Daman Mills is every single person in these studies going back all those years. Participants also talked about how comfortable they were to be naked around their bromances. One participant said, "I live in a house with 3 other guys, and there are massive bromances going. There's a veritable broergy going on between us. We walk around naked. I got no problem standing naked in a room with my housemates. We feel comfortable being naked around each other." Just curious, any straight men here comfortable being around other naked guys, or themselves being naked around other guys? Just curious. Any straight men chat? Any of you? Just curious. I have yet to meet an actual straight person who would say any of this stuff.
Well, people in sports might be. I personally am not, but I could see it being.
FDM, you go work out. What's your stake on this?
You can build up a comfort level too, but
anybody in the call here who doesn't say anything, I'm taking your silence as an admission that you're actually gay. Shit, I just outed Greenline and Lance by accident too. Oh God, Virgie, I'm fucking wheezing.
This podcast brought to you by the gays.
I would just like to point out that there are 187 of these podcasts so far. Most of them are this good. No, actually, not all. A lot of them are this good.
I would say only 2/3 of them are this good.
Only the last year without Augie are this good.
And you gotta get to the 8-hour point before it gets this good.
And not any of the podcasts when my internet in Arizona was fucking terrible. So that was anyway. Okay.
I got a headache.
Oh, me too.
Standing around naked with my housemates, we feel comfortable being naked around each other. The study was conducted across a 3-month period between August 2014 and November 2014 and involved semi-structured interviews into the friendship experiences of 30 undergraduate men who identified as heterosexual or mostly heterosexual.
I think that's skewing your data a little bit.
Yeah. Anybody here identify as mostly heterosexual? I mean, I know we are all late and gay repeatedly, except for Random 11. He's always on time. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, I don't think of myself, despite being late and gay all the time, I don't think of myself as mostly heterosexual. Like, right. I can't wait. I have no idea what it's gonna be like. The Brogy merch needs to be all of our like personas, avatars, but in the pose of that like Diglett, like what's happening underneath.
Yes.
Just like a fucking rubber duck and Spider-Man and Lupin and Reese the Eyeball hugging each other with long neck foot. Like, oh, looking at the camera like Diglett. So they were enrolled in one of 4 undergraduate sport degree. See, doing sports is gay. That's what makes them. That's what skews them. I really wish I had that Law and Order clip. I'm just gonna have to look for it right now.
We're gonna need that clip for the repertoire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need to. Excuse me one moment while I.
Do you have any really good?
Excuse me while I stop screen sharing and screen share this one with audio.
Are we gonna get copyright flagged for this?
Well, Nick Rekieta plays it all the time, so I'm just gonna hope we don't.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
The one that Yellow Flash plays that has this like music in the background.
Nick's is way better. It has Guts theme.
Yeah,
from Berserk.
It's the same
That's
one.
way
It's
better.
the same one. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have to source that one. That was way better. Anyway, okay, so back to screen sharing the article. I think that's the last of the article, though. Honestly, I don't know if it continues from here. I wait with bated breath. Damn it! I think that's it. That's like. I don't know how to end it now. Like, that's it.
Play the Yee song. FDM, cue the Yee song.
Wait, no, I don't mean end the pod. I meant the article. So I
just meant that's how you end the article.
Okay,
Playing the Yee song.
Fine, I'll play the fucking.
See your face.
love that song.
See your face pop behind that the whole song.
One might say that was unintentional. All right. So, oh, I can't believe we still have.
Say goodbye to
Anyway,
And here I was expecting.
Oh, we could have used this one.
I'm game on now.
Oh
We
yeah.
could have used that one.
You still need to clip tie off at the end of that.
Yeah.
Get rid of like a quarter of a second, dude. Come on, you're dropping the ball.
I don't see any more. Oh, here.
I'm gay.
There you go.
Good for you.
All these ones gonna make it. All right, cool. Anyway, I just want to thank all of our new viewers for experiencing this whole podcast. I'm sure you have all watched it by now, and I hope you enjoyed it as thoroughly as I did because that was fun. Although I don't envy future me, who has to get up in 1 hour to go do the biggest route of the fucking month. So that's gonna be fun.
Jesus!
Oh, not
Go
1 hour.
Go to bed. Skip the grapefruit technique tonight.
The audience hasn't been brought in on that, and I'm afraid to play it because of the dildo.
You cannot play that video.
It is. I got my mouse on it right now. I swear to God. I couldn't move my camera.
Google, everybody, Google the grapefruit tech. Actually, fuck that. We're gonna have to figure out a way, because if you Google it, you're gonna get the one where they changed the sound effects, and the original sound effects are what make that clip. So don't Google it. We'll find a way to incorporate it in the show. I honestly kind of want to buy the DVD that it's from so I can rip it and get the full 480p.
Is it like $800 though? Jesus.
Is it? Oh fuck no. No, I'm gonna look up if I can torrent that shit. No way. There is if that is the technique that she put on the cover, the grapefruit, I don't even want my wife to try any of the B list things that she also included on that list.
No, that was the one she gave out for free. That's like the C tier. You gotta get that A tier shit. That's
dude, on the DVD, like that she sells on her website, it says the sex tips from Miss blah blah blah, whatever her mistress name was, and then it says including the grapefruit technique, and has a picture of a fucking grapefruit on it. So she's headlining with that. That means the rest of them can't be better. She didn't talk about the kangaroo technique or whatever else could be in there.
God. All right.
Halfway through the thing, she's like, "All right, well, now we're going to do it bunny
I got a
style."
headache.
All right. So if you guys want, I will fund the podcast so I can buy this DVD and get the 480p version, because the version of that video on YouTube is extremely choppy quality and low res. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you guys again for watching. Remember to
Fund
like
him
the
so he can
video,
get him
share
and
it
his
with
wife
your
to
friends.
do him and watch it.
Farewell. Have a good night, guys.
What day are we doing next podcast, do you think?
Let me double check my schedule.
Today is now Friday.
Yeah, so one of the reasons I thought it would be a good idea to
Did I already miss out on the Interspecies Reviewers talk? Like
no.
Oh.
No. I lit everybody behind Jamie and Monica on fire instead of watching it. So
worth.
Let me see what we got.
Like I stepped away for a minute. What the fuck? We're already done? Holy shit. What is it?
A minute. It's been 2 hours.
Yeah, and
you've been gone for a while.
You've been confirmed gay, both of you, Lance and Greenlight, for not talking when I said everybody in the chat or everybody hosting who doesn't say anything. I'm taking that as a tacit admission you're gay.
I was in. I was out for like only 20 minutes or so.
Well, you did say things, so I got bad news for you.
That means you're gay.
Well, I mean, considering our smash and pass, I did fuck that one dude apparently. Watch that video, guys. It's painful.
Okay, I don't see my schedule right now, but if I look at my spreadsheet, I log my hours to see how long these routes take, and that's how I know the averages. So let's see. Next week, I usually work on Tuesday. I don't usually work on Thursday. So that's gonna be. I guess we're more likely gonna do it then. So that's currently. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. I don't know. Probably not, because my wife. I think. Oh no, my wife's not working this Monday. Maybe we could do it on Monday. We'll see what the. We'll see what.
Are you gonna have Interspecies Reviewers finished by Monday?
Good question. I probably not, but yeah. So the thing is that if we can do it then, though, it's going to allow us to have a more chill podcast. Or hey, let's just see if freaking Jamie and Monica release their next episode. We'll decide from there. How about that? Anyway, so yeah, maybe Monday. Thursday is a pretty likely option though. Although I'll be honest, after I go to work in a few hours, I'm probably going to regret this greatly and not want to do it next Thursday. We'll see. Anyway, all right, take it easy, guys, and we'll catch you next time.
Bye. Thanks for joining us.
Better.